And we should be back up and running now, still under safety car period number 4, as we are working the high side of turns 1 and 2 for the VSCA 24 Hours of Daytona. Welcome to part 2 of tonight's coverage, where we are going to be getting set to duke it out for just a little bit longer. 6 more hours getting set to go racing for us here on the docket. And it is going to be in for a pretty wild ride, all things considered. And oh, hello! Oh no! Jonathan Dance of Torque Free Racing has just had a spin.
And a pretty big one at that. That Porsche is missing its rear clip here at this point. That is not good by any stretch of the imagination. That is going to require some repairs.
It's all fine here working out of the International Horseshoe. Now, we saw something very similar to the LMP with an LMP2 runner in the last run, and I have a feeling this is just a lapse of concentration under the safety car. Now, this is about 30 seconds to where we saw him go off track, so I'm willing to bet we'll be waiting for a minute, but we should be able to get a view on what happened to this car before too long.
I'm wondering if this is maybe contact with the car behind here at this point.
Oh,
check
yes.
up in front. Yep. Yeah, big check up in front, and he slammed on the brakes there, and the car's behind, left with nowhere to go.
It's not even a hard hit, right? That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And that's iRacing's new damage model coming into play and showing off just how spectacular it is.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we kind of forget to mention, right? The fact that there is that new damage model in play. We don't see it very often, but it's good to see it back in play here tonight. And I'm really glad that we actually got the chance to kind of see it. We've seen it a few times, and it shows how fragile these cars are, right? I think that's something the old damage model really didn't do a good job of emphasizing. These cars, they fall apart like holding a match to paper.
Well, they're carbon fiber, and carbon fiber is a very sturdy material, but it's very brittle. And the thing is that most people think, oh, you look at carbon fiber wrong and it'll break apart. That's really not the case here, Nolan. What it really is we have to remember, these cars are going upwards of 100 miles an hour. Even when they're under safety car conditions, they're going about 80 miles an hour here at this point. Graze your car up against a lamppost. Graze your car up against another car at 80 miles an hour, and you'll see the damage that comes into play. It has less to do with the composite materials. It has more to do with the speed you're carrying on.
I do think that how fast you go under a safety car period in any motorsport, it cannot be emphasized upon enough. I mean, I actually remember seeing a view on board with the Formula One safety car a while ago. And while, yeah, the F1 cars, they're struggling to keep their tires warm because they're going so slow, the safety car driver is driving around at nearly full chat, just trying to keep up to a pace that's acceptable for those cars. These cars can go extraordinarily fast. And again, the scale does a really bad job representing this, but we're going freeway speeds right now. It'd be hard enough as it is for normal drivers, I think, to drive in a line of this without wrecking on a normal basis.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be very, very difficult to do. So, yeah, it's just the damage coming out to play.
See a few more cars getting waved around the pacing line. So we are closing in on what will be back to green flag racing, having to bring the entire field down to get them to stop momentarily, of course. It slows things up by a few minutes, but not too bad. It's still better than having to putt around for 40 minutes trying to find things to talk about. So it's better than never, I guess. So we'll see some of these guys. Now this is to get them kind of grouped up with their class leaders again, so nobody's too far back from going a lap down. And then, of course, we'll probably have to use the same strategy as we used when Austin had to dip out of the booth, and we'll bring Lorenzo in before our restart here, which I think is still a lap or two away at least.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit a ways from it. I think that as we see some cars working their way on by getting that lap around as they go, so that'll change everything out.
Right. Well, let's see here. So we've got Stop and Go Racing currently leading the way in GTP. Future Sim Sport is back in LMP2, kind of packed up right behind your GTP leader. Interestingly enough, the GTM class leader, Firestone Motorsports, is actually ahead in on-track positions from RPM Racing.
Very, very interesting.
25th to 27th overall. That's definitely uncommon, and that's a byproduct of the safety car period.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, that's just the way these things do break themselves out when you do get that safety car coming out and shuffling everything back around.
And I don't know how they're actually going to sort this either, because the GTM class leader is actually ahead of the overall race leader as well, which kind of tells me that GTM is about to be a lap ahead of GT Pro. Now, I'm not confirming. I don't know if that is 100% how this is going to go down. We have to wait to see how they're going to want to line all of this up in the VSCA race control booth. And they are working diligently, rest assured. They're not twiddling their thumbs. We know they are working hard to get this race back underway as quick as possible. But this is what happens when you get a safety car in the middle of all of these pit stop windows, because then you have a lot of drivers that get just completely shuffled around and turned backwards.
Exactly, and this is going to completely recalculate their strategy. They've got to be fighting with drivers that they weren't anticipating fighting with, that they're trying to figure out where they're going to line up in everything, and so they've got to completely rework it all.
Four minutes are left to go, and top of the hour has officially hit, so we will try to get things underway. I'll see if Lorenzo is ready to go, as I know you're very busy of your own. I know you had there was something going on with the stints, but so DJ, I think Lorenzo is here. So DJ, we will wish you farewell. Thank you for coming on now for these first few hours, and we'll see you in 4.
All right, I'll see you in a few. Gentlemen, have a great time calling the rest of this race.
With that, where one dips out, another one enters, as welcome Lorenzo to our little party. The fun part of the broadcast has officially commenced.
No, the best part of the broadcast. Not because of me, actually, right? Because of what is happening on the track, obviously.
Well, you know how restarts go, right? We both know how road course
restarts
go.
I know. No. I do know how they work. The only question, do you remember your brands?
I do remember my brands. I've been doing you proud. It's an all-German-dominated field in GT Pro.
Nice. That is good to know.
I'm not giving you ammunition. Not this time.
No, I'm not. I know I gave you a hard time. I know, like, moving forward from there, you learned your lesson. Well, I do hope you learned your lesson, because if you didn't, I would be very, very, very disappointed.
I fell on my sword for the sake of entertainment.
Fair enough.
So we're working safety car period number 4. At the moment, Thomas Mork leading the way for stop-and-go racing, as it's been a pretty exciting race. This last stint that we had, just over 2 hours, was the longest stint we've had under green flag conditions. We've been under the safety car for about 15 minutes now, so time's steadily putting around. We'll have about 18 hours left, and it's the dusk, right? This is the nighttime racing, and I know DJ and I were talking a lot about the nuances of night racing, about how your braking markers are going to change even with the fully lit track like Daytona, but overall, I think we'll be seeing some stormy lap times now that most of the field's on fresh rubber.
Yeah, especially given nighttime, we're at its coldest, so we expect the lap time, especially for like LMP, the LMDH or GTPs, whatever you want to call them, but we're calling GTPs. They're about to be on the low 30s, maybe going to the 29s. So in some of them might even hit out 31s when actually the rubber picks up and you're already fading on the brakes a little bit and the rear end starts to give out a little bit. So it's going to be quite interesting. LMPs, they're going to be sticking in with 35s, maybe 36. If you're fast enough with the fresh rubber, might be doing some high 34s. So it's going to be quite interesting how they branch themselves out, since we know the field is highly packed as it stands right now from looking from the outside.
And you mentioned the track temperatures were going to be as cold as they've ever been as well. And in fact, it brings up another good point. We started this race at about 3 o'clock p.m. in sim time, and it was about 27 degrees Celsius on the track. That's down to just 19, and that is matching the air temp right now as well. So the track is, I think, about as cold as it's going to get. You might get a little colder by another degree or two when we get into the real overnight portions in sim. Right now, we're not even looking to be at 8 o'clock p.m. I think when we get to maybe 12, 1 in the morning, we might see it drop another degree or two.
Yeah, I think the coldest we can get, I don't know if iRacing parameters have changed. Of course, we know that the weather change is coming. We know the rain is dropping real soon. Don't ask me when. I don't know the answers. Like, I don't know the intricate answers of iRacing. But more importantly, the lowest it can get is around 17 to 18 degrees. So we might see that, but the way the server has been going on, I think from the start to finish, has been considerably cold, which kind of surprised me. As race control said, safety cars on this lap, so we're going to get our restart going real soon.
Now, this is going to be a really interesting restart because it is not the overall race leader that is leading the pacing line. And in fact, Thomas Mork is about the 6th car in line here. And in fact, it's one of the LMP2s that is right near the front of the field and will lead the way to green. So Fusion Simsport about to be put under some pretty heavy fire here immediately from a lot of these GTP runners that are going to be trying to get away.
No, absolutely. Those LMP2s will be swarmed maybe by the exit of the infield whenever they go into in and out, and they're probably going to be swarmed by all the GTPs that follow in right behind them, and this might make a little chaotic. Normally you expect GTPs lead the way and everything else just follows in behind, but this makes the things more interesting in my point of view, and I think that can switch the race more than anything whenever we get the green flag, as I think now the GTP is positioning themselves on the outside.
That is, it's one of the rookie esports cars that's moving to the top side of the racetrack. The pace car is down and into pit road. And we'll enter the Geico restart zone. Green flag is back in the air as we get racing action back underway. And immediately a pass for the lead in GTP as Jeff Schroeder looking to waste no time going side by side down to turn 1.
Yeah, and everybody else just kind of scrambling in. You can see the Mercedes GT3 already scrambled, and you've got a car spun around, and it's going to create all cause of confusion.
That's Vela at the moment, the 777. That stop middle of the circuit, and you're going to get driven into. That was an inevitability. We were hoping that wouldn't happen, but sometimes it doesn't matter how predictable you can be. It's just a numbers game.
Yeah. And that basically puts our leader of the race, that was the leader of the LMP2 class, already out of the picture. So unfortunate for them, already on the restart.
Take a look back on what happened here to that LMP2 class leader working down into turn number 1. Have they been helped around, or is this all by themselves? Oh, nope, just cold tires looped it on their own, and then that is one of the worst places to be hit. They were already tagged once, and then sooner or later, your luck just runs out.
Yeah, especially when you have such a long run without a green flag and the tires are not properly built. So it's a little bit unfortunate for the cars to get a little bit more wobbly and a little bit more difficult for them to drive whenever we get the green flag going. So it's just that mindset of, okay, what do we do now moving forward? Since the car is already basically broken, we tow it back to the pits and see what goes next. But regardless, it's just unfortunate.
GS Racing Esports team is making the drive down and into pit road, and this is unusual. They were already in, and I'm willing to bet this is possibly a drive-through penalty, as they are not looking to be stopping in their box, and possibly one for Thomas Moore for stop-and-go racing as well, who's way down the field. So it is just falling apart now. This 278 was in the race lead, and they've been in the lead for a very long time, and in fact, they are back down and into pit road, so that's just horrible news for your former race leaders.
Yeah, already in the restart of this race, barely 2 laps into the restart, and you're already tucked in back to the pit lane. regardless if it is a pit stop or a penalty of the sort, and you already have to take them basically whenever everybody's kind of close to one another, and that's the place you can make up for a little bit of time. So let's see how the race progresses, and if another yellow flag comes out of the way and can actually help the car on the pit lane to get some of that time lost back.
Battle starting to pick up in GT Pro as well. GS Racing Esports teams Thiago Rodriguez trying to close up to Brad Crouch for RPM Racing. So the gaps continuing to rip down as the top class in your GTD category continuing to close. No look this time into the backstretch chicane. There's a GTP that's looking to slice through the mid-pack. I think Rodriguez may have been about dead even on the exit to Brad Crouch that time by, and we could see Crouch potentially under some fire by the time they get to turn one.
I think Rodriguez needs to have something extra for him to actually get closer, so the Portuguese driver would have to drive something extra for him to do that overtake. For now, I think the good idea is just tuck back a little bit, try to save a little bit of fuel, like we know drivers like to do that, and every bit of fuel over here is important, and try to position yourself in a way that you don't lose a lot of time, especially with Van J.V. Meppelin right behind you, screaming down your neck.
J.V. Meppelin at the moment for the Fisher Motorsports crew is looking to try to make something happen to make this a 3-horse race now to the GT Pro race lead. So RPM, GS Racing, and Fisher all packed up line astern in GT Pro. Some of the battles getting a bit closer as well in LMP2. You look to Fisher Motorsports driven by Adam Chick at the moment. Only about a quarter of a second ahead of Tri-State Racing, and Thomas Marcelino at the moment really trying to pile on the pressure to the number 14 Dallara P217, and look at the distance close in the middle of the bus stop.
Yeah, see, the bus stop is one of those places where you can get a lot of time lost depending on how you break into the entry. Like, it's one of the tricky, I would say it might be the trickiest corner in my point of view, because it can go like two different ways. You can kind of like go early in and fast out, like slow in, fast out. If you go slow in and fast out, the risk is you lose a lot of time if you break the wrong way. So let's see how Fisher can actually be able to defend the position, as Tri-State is really going forward with this, and I think he just gave the position to Marcelino.
And backed off a bit early there for the for the International Horseshoe entering turn 3. So put Tri-State Tri-State Racing back up and into 4th. Michael Adamczyk down in 5th will be relegated to that 5th spot, but still within the draft and able to get a bit more of a tow. Race Tech Competition takes their Audi down and into pit road early on this initial restart. So it's more bad news bears for the Audi group here in this field. We saw a lot of Audis near the front initially at the start of this race, and one by one they've been dropping back, and that's another drive-through penalty to be served. They now will both be sitting well outside of the top 5.
Yeah, just want to know what will be the gap in terms of, seconds in turn for Husum once he comes out. 26 seconds, that's still catchable, not the worst thing that it can happen to you. Plus the upside for you is that I think this is one of the fastest pit lanes. I think if not the fastest pit lane in terms of 24-hour races, and I think in motorsport. So it's easy to catch up, as Fisher and Tri-State are back at it once again.
And that is one of the GTP Acuras that's blitzing its way around. Bravo Stella Shatton has been struggling to break clear of the LMP2 field for a long while now, ever since they got into that trouble earlier on in this race. And they're still nursing a lot of that damage. You see all the scratch paint kind of on the right rear of that car. It has not, it's seen better days, but they're trucking along. They're trying to make sure that they can put the hours in and make sure that they're going to be there to fight for the spots at the tail end of this race. Even in GTM, the biggest class in the afternoon, you got a fight starting to pick up for 3rd. And Trading Paints Racing going up against Digital Chicane. And there's been a few blows had in different battles between these two teams. So could we see yet another round kicking off?
Maybe. Let's see how they progress into the braking zone. Looks like Lindsay holding his brakes quite well moving forward. into turn number 2 and 3, and Paulo Calvo just doing his best to try to keep in touch. The good thing is there is not a lot of pressure behind. Car is more than 6 seconds, 5-6 seconds, sorry, so it's not a direct threat as it is going for now. So good race going on so far in this restart for all GT classes and everywhere in the field.
Yeah, the restart has been one of the tamest, in fact, that we've seen all night long. You missed the big 4-car pilot that we had on the last restart that took out a handful of the LMP2s, and then one poor GTM Ferrari as well that was left with nowhere to go. Overall, the racing action, while it may have kind of died off a bit in that last stint that we had, it certainly has been brought right back to life with the field being bunched back in. This 3-horse race for the GT Pro lead, still very much a fight. The top 3 less than half a second separated.
Absolutely, a really good battle so far. Parsons is, I don't know if Parsons actually lost a little bit of momentum going into the backstretch of this track, if the other GT3s got into the way a little bit, but I think Lindsay and Calvo managed to catch up slightly, but not by a long stretch. Still the gap over a full second for them. As you can see, Lindsay, marginal gains, but every gain that you get lap by lap is highly considerable.
And we'll see what the gap is this time by. Another half a second gain, so that's a pretty substantial chunk taken out of Parsons' second place lead here. They're all sitting about 7 to 8 seconds back from John Jones, who leads the way for Firestorm. But that gap down to under a second, so we got a 3-horse race for the lead in GT Pro. We're about to have a 3-horse race for second in your GTM category as well. So the race in action looking to continue. And GTP, Nelson Clemente taking that one the long way around Daniel Keene for HAC Racing, stealing 3rd place away from the inside.
Yeah, but will the comeback go on turn on the International Horseshoe? Both drivers get on the inside. Nothing aggressive either for Clemente or Keene, as Keene stealing 3rd place and moving forward, as now Johnson lost the lead going into the West Horseshoe.
Fights on for the GTP and the overall lead. Jeff Schroeder trying to get Nicholas Johnston and punch him back into second, but Johnston, using the Mercedes as a pick, will sweep through into the overall lead of the race. So composite performance is done and dusted. They are back up onto the point, and finally, for the first time since about lap 2, they are back into the lead where they started.
Absolutely, and what kind of surprised me a little bit is how strong the V8 of the Cadillac is kind of purring around the track. Normally you would expect the Porsches to come out on top. I don't know if the last POP made the Porsche a little bit less able to drive around the track, but nevertheless, really good battle going on so far. I think things are also heating up in between in the podium spots overall, as I think Clemente is trying to look forward to pass Keene right behind, as now the battle going on again for first.
Fights on for the lead and fights on also for the number 3 spot. Johnston trying to hard this one around the outside, but Johnston hanging on for the time being. Check right back in just in time to spy Keene, still keeping Clemente at bay. Not for lack of trying. That 88 Cadillac has been really trying to make something big happen here with the 111, but the pace so far, while it can get close, it has just been lacking that little bit.
Yeah, and Keene made a little bit of a fumble going outside the International Horseshoe, lost the position nearly to Clemente. Clemente had to back away, otherwise he probably would have made contact with the Ferrari right in front of him. And now Keene getting a little bit of a second life with all the GT3s right in front of them. So traffic gains, traffic takes, so far everything going forward, and might open the door for now Hernandez to come into the fray and have the world of sim racing challenging for 4th place.
Yeah, the World of Sim Racing team initially had to make a pit road start here in this one, and they have been ever since reeling their way back to the field. And now, granted, a lot of the safety cars has had a huge hand to play in that. They ended up getting a lucky break with the safety cars just over an hour into racing action here tonight. So they have been taking the most out of that, and now they find themselves back up and into the number 5 spot. It's a shame that their GT Pro entry has not been allowed to compete here this afternoon, but hey, I'm sure this 51 crew is more than happy to wave the torch.
Absolutely.
Got that Scrap still picking up for 3rd, and then there's also still the overall lead. The GTP category has been one of the most competitive we've seen so far all night long. In fact, I've said that I think at this point for every single class we've gotten so far on the grid. But the LMP2 category breaking apart for now, not seeing too much in the way of on-track action for the LMP2 categories. The big story remains with the GT cars. This fight that starts at about it starts with a fight for 2nd in GTM, and it's a train that stretches all the way back to about 3rd place in GT Pro. Oh, and there's a lot of GTB traffic working through as well.
I think there was contact between Keen and Clemente right there. Keen I think he just went a little bit extra on the accelerator to avoid contact with what it looked like to be Rodriguez, and because of that, now Ben Hapler just comes in and can challenge the P2 out of that 992 car.
A bit of a close shave, but kept the car pointed in the right direction, which is what counted in the meantime. It was facing the inside wall, but ever since they've gotten that back, gotten that car back under control. GTM battle starting to split apart a little bit. The battle for the GT Pro lead, though, is going nowhere. Still 0.6 of a second separate. Crouch from Rodriguez. Another 0.3 back. You got Meppelin for Fischer Motorsports still right in the fray, making a trio of Porsches.
Meppelin just keeping touch. That was actually a 4-way battle if you think about a Sol not far behind. It was actually within the draft range of the Porsche of Van Meppelin, but the problem is the frantic movement of the GTPs, I think, just broke them away a little bit. Even now the gap remains about 1.3 between the number 44 to the number 84 car, which are basically teammates right now. Oh, basically not. There are actually teammates. Oh, here comes Rodriguez.
Had that small peek to the inside of Crouch, tried to make the lunge for the lead, couldn't get it done at the West Horseshoe. We'll try to go for the over-under as we fire it back out and onto the oval. Crouch for RPM Racing, Thiago Rodriguez, and the DS Racing Esports team all still packed up a line astern. They're not the only ones, as here comes Jeff Schroeder back to within a 10th and a half, and he's going to look to the outside down the front stretch for the lead.
Side by side, they go into the lead past the start-finish line. That will be Schroeder's position to conquer right now, but on the outside, will they break? Who get the gains? Who comes out on top? Good exit from Schroeder right there, Nolan. He might actually get the lead and retain it by the horseshoe.
Jeff Schroeder and Nicholas Johnston continue to duke it out side by side, and with that driver on the outside, Johnson has the inside for the kink, and he's going to try to fight this one out. That's not the first time they've gone two abreast through that sharp left-hand sweeper, but boy, this time looked like it was just a little bit closer than the last time, and I think Schroeder has just barely eked them out.
Yeah, Schroeder, I think, just survived the ordeal going through the dogleg in the West Horseshoe. Made it out alive, which is what we want to see. And now the hunter is now the hunted. So there's gonna be that thing, you know, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's all good for us here in the broadcast booth, but for them it must be nerve-wracking in the track.
You saw right there, Johnston backing out of the bus stop chicane, I think tried to set up a potential run, but it just wasn't enough to get too big of a lunge. So Schroeder continuing to hang on for the GTP race lead for now. A lot of work for Nicholas Johnson to do if he wants to reel that gap back in. Let's check back on the battle for 5th between LMP2, Fischer Motorsports, and VRG VRG Sport, Michael Adamczyk and Nick Nelson, fighting for the final spot inside the top 5 in your LMP2 category, catching up to some back marker GTM traffic. Oh boy, a bit of indecision as where to go in that instance.
Yeah, but fortunately for him, he puts a GT3 to split the seas between Adamczyk and Nelson, and basically the gap of what's about 0.5 of a second, it now goes over the second and puts VRG back on the back burner once again to try to do the job of catching the number 14 LMP2 and potentially do the overtake.
And then all the while, the fight for GT Pro has tapered off a bit. It's up to about 2 seconds. Schwarter and Johnston still packed up a line astern for first and second in your GTP category as they bomb it down through the bus stop chicane. Overall, the racing actually looking like we're starting to settle more into the swing of things. So I think for the most part we should be just about ready to get things settled. And as I say that, Schwarter into pit road, and Johnston will stay out for another lap.
Yeah, just trying to take a quick look how many laps in this stint. Right now, it is all cars. From what it looks like, Johnston is on this. Where would he get the drive-through though, Nolan?
Incident limits. They give you a drive-through for every 25x.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Unfortunate then.
Caught us out earlier on as well. Yeah, it slipped the mind a little bit earlier on. So Schwarter will go from fighting for the lead. He'll now exit fighting for 7th, right next to Bommersbach at the moment as the 19 car for Trading Paints and Racing trying to fend off, but I don't think that was going to happen as Schwarter making it pretty clear he wasn't about to yield.
No, 100%. And he also has a little bit of a better car in comparison to the other drivers. I think the pace from Schroeder is a little bit better compared to Bommersbach, and eventually Thies as well right in front of him. So it's just a matter of time until the number 3 is caught and overtaken.
Just a matter of time indeed, as we are continuing to march our way steady as she goes here in this race. Right now, the gaps overall seem to be splitting apart. There's a bit of ebb and flow in GT Pro, but that tends to more come and go as the prototype traffic siphons its way through. So Brad Crouch, so with a pretty sizable gap between himself and Thiago Rodriguez, sits 3rd in line. That's a pretty wide swing for the digital chicane Ferrari GTM category. And with the GTMs, they currently have a 4.5 second gap up to the likes of John Jones for Firestorm Motorsport. And so far, looking like these guys have been among one of the dominant pairs. Now, Firestorm did not enter this race as my personal picks to win GTM, but they have really been putting on a clinic so far ever since the restart.
No, they haven't. They gained their spot through sheer dominance and never looked back, if you think about it. And their pace has just been on another level compared to the other drivers. Of course, not faster by a whole bunch. It's like 0.2 of a second. But if you look at it on the long run, Nolan, that makes a whole lot of a difference. So this dominance is just not. It isn't like a streak of luck or anything of that nature. This was well planned and worked out. Hour after hour in this race, and need to go for them is don't look back.
And one of the drivers that would be able to no doubt speak to this the most would be the likes of Sean Hatfield, one of the drivers for the Firestorm Motorsports crew that's been patiently standing by. We'll see if we can't get in touch here with one of the other drivers for that number 8 car, or the number 29 car, excuse me. But well, I can tell you right now, Sean, it's been a fantastic race for you guys so far. You currently lead by 4.5 seconds. Has the night stints kind of helped to extend that lead?
Eric and John have just done a stellar job in keeping us pointed in the right direction and picking their battles fine. Compared to the rest of the field, we've been taking a more conservative approach, I think. and it seems to be working out really good for us. Again, Eric and John, I can't speak enough about how well they've done so far.
Overall, I mean, you've no doubt been watching from the sidelines for a good while, and I know that John Jones, he's been in the car for the last few hours. What's been the game plan, particularly around these safety cars, and how they've been falling so far throughout the race?
It's honestly been working pretty well to our advantage, and I'm speaking in terms of what we're looking for in drive time for our guys. With those cautions falling the way you are, it's been given John his drive time that's been needed to meet regulation. But as far as the cautions themselves, it has put us a little off strategy compared to the rest of the field. But we're working with it, and I think we can keep working with it as well as we have. We'll be in a good spot come the last 2-3 hours of this race.
Is it safe to say then that the goal is still to find that 29 car in victory lane?
That's the goal. As it stands right now, I think we've got a pretty good shot at it. We're just going to keep plugging away at it. And yeah, it's just going to be one of those things. These endurance races, you have to be there for the finish, and that's kind of our primary goal right now. And in those last 2 or 3 hours, that's when the heat's going to get turned up, and we're going to take what we can get.
Well, thanks for the insights as always, Sean. A pleasure to have you up here for the first time in the booth, and who knows, maybe we'll be speaking to you again in about 17 and a half hours.
It's been a pleasure, guys. Thanks.
Sean Hatfield for Firestorm Motorsports joined us up here in the broadcast booth for a brief moment as his crew currently doing good work putting that Firestorm Motorsports machine up over 5 seconds into the lead. One driver having to kind of watch us back a little bit more has been Brad Crouch. Now, the gap has expanded to 2.6 seconds, but that's definitely not an insurmountable gap. I mean, you go wide in one corner, Lorenzo, and, well, it's game over. You're going to have these guys all over you.
No, absolutely. Let's just say you go wide right here on the Le Mans chicane or bus stop. It's still rough for me to say Le Mans chicane, but anyway, I'm getting over it. Getting it the wrong way, you basically lose about 1.5 seconds easily, and I'm not even joking. I actually had that on my Daytona 24, so it's quite hard, but you can make up the ground if you're on somebody's draft or anything like that. So even the tiniest mistake, you say, "Oh, I just lost so much time." If you're just riding someone's coattails, that just eases up the job. So that's where you can gain and lose so much time. Because other than that, it's only in the infield, maybe on the horseshoes, depending on the LMPs or the GTPs break, and make you lose a lot of time. That will be the gains and losses.
GTP and the LMP2 fields have both extended their gaps out significantly to about 6 and 9 seconds repeatedly. Pascal Tice from Mayor Simsby Performance starting to lose a bit of time, meanwhile, to Bombers back for the Trady Paints racing crew. So could see a fight for 7th here in GTP for a little while, but Jack Hedgecock's in LMP2, their class leader, coming down to pit road. They've been in the midst of a pit stop cycle. I think Hedgecock was one of the drivers that we were waiting on to come down a bit later on.
Interesting. The question is everybody's within the same field delta, which it would be good to know. From what it looks like, everybody is within the same field delta. So looking forward to see what the remainder of this race would ensue for all drivers in the LMP2 class.
Where Hedgecock jumps out, Eugene Maltsev, the Canadian, will jump in for the Gowan Racing crew in the number 18. So we'll be seeing that car taken off before too long, and hopefully we'll get back onto the racetrack. There we go. So Eugene Maltsev for the first time into the car for the number 18. And then Scott Meredith and Scott Meredith has got Schwarter on his gearbox and now trying to really work on keeping him behind. I don't think he's going to let this one go too easily. We'll see here when he gets down to turn 1. And no, he's fighting this one out.
But Schroeder's car just have so much grip mid-corner that it's hard for you to make up ground for what it looks like. The setup is well fine-tuned for the number 73 machine.
Now that car has been on absolute rails so far, even when it was coming down the pit road, and now flashing those headlights furiously to get a whole chunk of GT Pro traffic up and out of the way. Wanted to make sure that that car can continue on the up and up and keep moving forward. Pascal Tyson Bombers batch at the moment. The only other battle we are watching for the moment on the racetrack, but not seeing any signs that this will come to any major changes before too long. Maybe down to turn 1 this next time by if you can get a good run to the backstretch chicane.
Yeah, I think he would have to be about 4/10 of a second for him to actually get a shot going to turn number 1. So looking forward to see what Bonsbach is going to be working forward on the bus stop to get a probably early break in and get a good launch outside, as now the GT3 is kind of like blocking the path of ties outside the bus stop, and that eases up the job for Bonsbach, Bommersbach to actually do the overtake.
Pulls that gap down to just 1/10 of a second. As the battle for 7th will rage into turn 1, but looking like for Trading Paints Racing, a 3-wide grudge match into turn 1. Not the game of chicken they're looking to be playing just yet. Still got well over half the race to go. They're going to let that fight go. There's going to be chances. If they're as fast as I think they are, they'll get their shot before too long.
Yeah, just cook. Just let the race cook and everything else. You know how the race has progressed with the restarts and all. So there's no point of you trying to be overly aggressive with more than 75%, nearly more than 70% of this race still left to go.
17 and a half hours exactly are left on the clock as we check in on the battle for 8th. Fusion Simsport and Dangler Performance trying to see who's better, Italian or German, as Fusion, Dangler, they've been kind of stagnated this little battle pack here. They have not been able to make many moves on each other, and you have to wonder if maybe the fact that they're caught with a bit of a draft train with lap traffic front and behind, it's kind of what's making this fight a bit of a hard one for there to be any swaps for position.
Absolutely, and what makes it a little bit more difficult as well is the fact that you are within the car train. That Mercedes pulling some draft, even though it isn't a strong draft that Chris Tito is actually getting, it helps out in the long run defend the position. Now the GTP kind of goes for the overtake. Dangler on the inside looking in. Does he go for a late braking? No, just has a little bit of a yank and pulls back into the toe and just applies some pressure for Yatito, and he doesn't fade. So McGill doing his best to get on the nerves of Yatito, and it looks like, Nolan, it worked out just as you wanted.
Sure did, as Yatito will have to be stuck on the inside of the racetrack. Jim McGill to the high side as they rocket down the front stretch and into the tri-oval. Ryan Ware for Rise Man Racing fails to the pit road in LMP2, but the fight for 8th is on. As trying to hang that one the long way around. Yatito going to break early and give the spot up. Saw no need to risk a car fighting side by side through the opening corner. They didn't have to. I think it was pretty obvious Dangler was going to get by them one way or another with that aggressive lunge down into the bus stop chicane. And they decided they'd be the one to blink.
Yeah, furthermore, because the race, I think, has seen the more, I'm not going to say aggressors, but the drivers that had the most conflicts were probably the GTMs. You can see Bake from 10th all the way back into P15. There's a lot of cars involved out of this race or a few laps back. So you can see, like, even the slightest of damage that you can accrue on the car is already a bad one enough for you to, be put back into a position that you really want to be. As now Tito making a little bit of mistake in and out might have to yield the position to the GT3 as Maltsep now moving to the lead in the LMP2 class, since we have a little bit of a pit party as Adamczyk and Jaeger out of the pit box.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the LMP2 category had all decided to come down to pit at the same time. So Jeff Jaeger for VRG Sport will be into the car, as is Michael Adamczyk at the moment. Maltsev for Gowan Racing will take the LMP2 class lead, and Piers Stockton for Rising Panda Racing We're picking up second. I'm curious to see what Stockton's able to do here. He was embroiled in a really fierce fight in the Roar before the 24 right here on VSCA. And this car had to go down onto the apron, 3 wide, and then fake a pass on a GT Pro to make a pass with the LMP2 lead. Now, eventually was forced into pit road because he couldn't make it on the fuel. That was with about 5 minutes to go. But the potential for this car to take the class win in LMP2 is very much there.
No, it has. It has massive potential moving forward. And and if the driver has done something like this, or the team has pulled off something like that in the Roar race, you can expect more later down the line. And the gap is very good for you to work with. 7 seconds, it's relatively nothing. You can kind of like ride easy and don't get overly concerned of, try to catch up, because there's still a lot of a race to go, and you are keeping the guys in front of you very, very honest, so they are more prone to make mistakes than you are at this moment.
One of the GTP Porsches just out in front of Stockton, but won't cause any problems, so they'll get up to speed well in advance. And
is that the Torque Freak car?
I believe. Let me check. I think it may have been the Torque Freak. I don't think Torque Freak does Torque Freak have a car? They do have a car. That was the Torque Freak car. Good call.
Yeah, that was Jonathan Dance's car that I think you and DJ saw getting blown to bits just before the in and out. You can say that Jonathan Dance danced in and out of the race, and he's just trying to do his salsa and be successful with it. I just try to play with dance rhythms unsuccessfully. I apologize in advance. It's been a long day for me.
Well, do you think Dance's salsa might put some spice into the race potentially?
Oh, absolutely. And especially if he knows the tricky moves of salsa.
It's how you know we're at that point in the race. So we start to make puns like this. Absolute top tier. We should get a Netflix special, the two of us. I'm sure we'd be able to make something happen. Niels Forrest from Fisher Motorsports making an aggressive dive into pit road. Just lapped the car around the outside and immediately cut across the nose to jump down into the pits.
Yeah, and May with some relative ease into the entry of the pit lane. That the pit limiter of 88 kilometers per hour. I'm trying to remember how many miles per hour is actually 88 kilometers. Is it 55?
I believe it is. That sounds right to me, because pit road speed here is about 55 miles an hour, and I'm wrong. It is not 55. It is 50, or if you want to be really, really specific, 49.7097.
Ugh. 50.
We'll round it up to 50. I don't think people will care that much.
I know iRacing won't care if you go like 0.1 higher on the average.
They certainly will not. Now, 1.0 they might care a little bit, but 0.1 you should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. You can actually go a kilometer above, or like a half a mile above, depending on circumstances. If you want to get out of the pit lane. Let's get that. Whoa, we have a car. Is that Clemente?
It is. The second place runner in GTP has just lost the back end entering turn number 1. Let's take a look back and see what happened, as got to be close to the full send race car. Nearly got hooked in the tri-oval, but then fires it in and just in too hot. Locked it down and lost the back end by himself.
Unfortunate.
Could have been worse. I mean, you could have been slammed in the left rear by the full send racing Mercedes that he'd overtaken, because that was a bit close for comfort, to put it mildly.
I see. It can be even worse. It can be like a car that is kind of like spun around into the inside of turn number 1, and relative has frozen, and whenever he comes back into the track, comes back in front of you, and the track is blocked and your race is over. Yes, that happened to me.
I was about to say, are you
like
speaking from experience?
Yeah, I spoke from experience from like 2 hours ago.
Oh no kidding. So you're done and out then.
Yeah, done and out. Is a very mild way to say it. We're still P11 in the 4 p.m. top split.
Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry as well.
I was wondering why you weren't. You sounded a bit down on spirits. Now I know why.
It's like it's a major combination of things. We were supposed to race the previous split, like the 12 o'clock split, but I overslept.
Oh no! So, let me guess, you were the one that was supposed to start the race.
Yes, and qualify the car.
That'll do it. Well, you're well rested now, I hope. That's
Yeah.
me. I feel that on a personal level.
I mean, it can be worse. It can be worse.
It always can be worse. Trio of GTPs are currently in pit road. Nicholas Johnston for composite performance just came down from the lead. Pedro Espadina will be heading out just behind, and then Scott Meredith in as well. Not seeing any driver swaps right now, so all drivers will be staying back in their respective cars and get back out onto the racetrack before too long. In the meantime, I think the GT cars might be in for a little bit longer, and World of Sim Racing, looking like Intense Sim Racing is starting to reel them in as they close in about half a second in just the last 10 seconds.
It's like Schroeder has been flying around the track. He's been faster than everybody by like 0.3 of a second per lap average. So we know the car was light. He had to come into the pit lane anytime soon, as now him and Hernandez come into the pit lane to do their service. Or has Hernandez picked up a penalty? No, I don't know anything anymore. No, they're both to do their service.
Yeah, both in for service. Jeff Schroeder will be up onto the jacks, and they're both going for driver swaps as well. So Andres Quintana will be in for World of Sim Racing. And then for Intense Sim Racing, they're going to bring Tommy Patero back into the car as well. Training Paints Racing's Bombers back into pit road at the tail end of shot in that blue and black car as well. They are also going for a driver swap, and Thomas Hazard will jump back into the Trading Paints Racing number 19. The race right now is between WOSR and Intense Sim Racing. They now intend to enter right on World of Sim Racing's gearbox. But we'll see if it'll be, Intense Sim Racing to potentially beat them out.
Yeah. Looking forward to see how this progresses, but Patero out of the pit lane, and Hazard is going to be Quintana. Oh no, side by side.
Close.
Oh, how did they not make contact? iRacing and its mysterious things of the pit lane. No, because like, let's just say, well, you are a fan of the Indy 500. Now I can finally say Indy 500 again. Thank you, iRacing.
Oh, I definitely am.
If that happened during an Indy 500 or like the Daytona 500, that's what have happened right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I wonder if the new damage model has when they've. I'm kind of wondering when iRacing put the new damage model out. They kind of sneakily made it so it was a little bit more lenient in pit road just because of that.
No.
No, you don't think so?
No.
Fair enough.
If you can have a contact with 10 kilometers per hour and you still lose your front bumper.
Yeah, you really can. DS Racing Esports team making the pass for third around the long way around Intense Sim Racing. That was down into the bus stop chicane. So Pedro Espadina wasting no time and trying to get back towards the front. Nicholas Johnson for composite performance in the meantime. Back up and onto the point. I'm going to get a look back on that run out of pit road. This will be on board with Quintana for World of Sim Racing. And watch how close this was. There's a 10 in the mirror. Gosh, they lucked out there.
Hello there. I don't know. Part of me says they kind of like made like contact, but they merged into the track, kind of like phased into one another. Kind of like nearly like Siamese twins, but once they're separated, they're all good. Espadinha, however, with a very, very solid stint within that DS Racing Esports team car as they go into dogleg. Ooh, Patero had to back out a little, otherwise he probably would have killed a Porsche.
And that is one of the Kinetic Racing. That is the Kinetic Racing GT Pro Porsche that they just barely broke around Mark Torres. And this car as well has been feeling some type of way, but overall hasn't been looking too bad as of late. They are lapped down, but hey, it's not the end of the world. There's a long race to go. Plenty of time to get that lap back, especially if you get a lucky safety car falling your way.
My question now, Nolan, I know you're a very avid racer, like I am. Well, I am not an avid racer like I used to be like back in my old days. But when do you see, or when do you know is the time to call it quits in a race like this?
In a race like this, I say never. And my sole reasoning for that is putting in the effort to put together a full 24-hour race it's a monumental undertaking, right? You have to do so much prep work into these races. My goal, if I were to ever race in one of these, which I have not yet, but who knows, maybe sometime in the future, would be just to finish the darn thing. Not go for the win, but just to finish the race. I think the point to call it quits would be if you're down 15 minutes of the pairs or more. I think at that point most people would. But if you can get the car back out with like 5 minutes of repairs, just go for it. You never know what's going to happen.
Right. Okay. Fair point. I think I was kind of having a discussion with my team when we had that crash, and I think we stayed about like 6-7 minutes into the pit lane, and you would think, okay, this race is kind of like pretty much over because you're nearly a lap down already, and you'd be like several laps down and everything. And you're thinking, all right, if you're just going for fun, maybe you can kind of like hustle a little bit and see if the repairs are good enough for you to still be competitive. But all in all, it's just like where the balance of, is it worth it should we keep having fun with a car that's already broken down and the repairs haven't done anything, go.
Well, it could also depend on how close you are to the end of the race, right? I mean, if you had to go for like a 20-hour stint on a really broken car, I don't think anybody would enjoy that. They would just pull it off, and I think fair enough. If you've only got an hour or two left, you've already come this far, you may as well suck it up and put up for it for the last couple hours, right?
Fair.
Still tracking the battle for third in your GTP category, but not seeing too much going on so far. Oh, big crash on the backstretch. It's one of the Mercedes, and that is Romaninski for Dang the Performance. That's down and out, and that car's got a broken toe link. I'm willing to bet they've either been hit from behind into the wall or they have lost control and found the wall.
And a broken wing as well. Oh no.
Not even I thought the car would have spun a bit more than that.
I think he just tried to keep it straight and use a little bit of the of the new kind of like new grass you want to call it, but the way the car kind of like swerved into the entry of the bus stop, that was that was like, the day is done. It's just a matter of how bad you can the car is gonna get damaged in the process. It's gonna damage, but how well can you mitigate the damage then?
And this could be about our 5th different retirement we've had here on the evening, as the 16 going to make its way into pit row. There's been a few cars that have been kind of muscled down and out from this race, but for the most part, everybody else still running on the racetrack. We've only actually had 2 full retirements on the day, that being Vulture Motorsports and KC Racing, both down in the GTM category. Everybody else so far still has made their way onto the racetrack. Now, part of why I think a lot of teams are still putting up with it is the fact that there is a clause in the rule book of VSCA that says if you cannot complete at least 25% of the laps of your leader, you're not going to get any points at all. So they want to make sure that they are going to be able to 100% make that time up, especially when you consider that we're only a quarter of the way just over through this race.
Fair enough. If you are in the lead lap, well, like just say, if you are like anywhere from the top 11, right? You can pretty much say, oh, if you want to quit right now in the GTPs, you can say, oh, okay, we can quit and call it a day because you did your 25%. But other than that, I think where like more Dancer for Goto might be thinking the otherwise, you know, oh, we might be a lot short or something like that, so we have to keep pushing. But I think from what it looks like, everybody is safe, except for those in the GTM class who are long gone.
And right there, we saw Espadinha get around Patero as Patero doing a bit of moving around, trying to find a hole. Looked high, looking low, back to the International Horseshoe. Could get a good drive up in towards the kink. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going for a pass there, Sunshine. West Horseshoe, maybe. Don't think he's going to go for it, though. Few cars from GTM are into pit road. Among those, Trading Paints Racing, Screech and Moose Motorsports, Digital Chicane, and Full Send Racing, all down and in. That is for their next round of service, 2nd through 5th in GTM.
I just gotta say that 93, I think the Trading Paints GTM car must be thanking the iRacing and Sim Racing guys that is still alive, because he got into a very close moment with those GTPs off his Bajinha Patera and I think Quintana as well. Nearly got out of the race because of it.
Was that entering pit road then?
No, that was actually in the West Horseshoe. A few laps back.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There's been a few close calls so far with live traffic today, and while there has been some incidents, so to speak, I won't drop names, for the most part, we've been doing a pretty good job on keeping things pretty respectful when it comes to trying to lap individual race cars. And I think it's been a testament as to how professional these guys have been taking their races so far. Change up for Digital Chicane in their Ferrari that currently leads GTM as they came down to pit road. Quinn Mitchell is into the car. Robert Lancaster in GT Pro, you see him on pit road as well, although not going through the motions of a driver swap. So Lancaster will remain in the car for now in that 911.
I want to know what the gap between Lancaster and Soleil will be once that 911 car comes out of the pit lane.
We'll get a look here as leaving pit road. Here comes Sol trying to run them down for the Fisher Motorsports crew. Now, Fisher Motorsports and RPM have been going back and forth for the lead from the drop of the green flag, and they're going to be short by about a second, but it's going to close rapidly to the International Horseshoe. Lancaster, though, able to still stay out in front of Sol.
And is both cars right behind the leader of GTM class? Yeah, they are.
Sure is. In fact, GTM way down here into the West Horseshoe, just in front of these guys. I was mentioning this before. It's interesting to see GTM in terms of overall track position, in terms of overall track position, being ahead of GT Pro. Firestorm Motorsport runs 24th in the overall standings. RPM runs 25th. So they are actually fighting that car just above them for on-track position as well, meaning they're not going to be getting a blue flag.
No, they're not. But if you think about it, if we're trying to draw a real-life comparison, GTD and GTD Pro, do you consider GTD as GTM of sorts in real life with the driver level they have nowadays in IMSA?
I don't think I would, right? I mean, I think you would classify them as different classes, and I think I might blue flag them regardless. Well, it depends on how the blue flag rules work. It's all very dependent, of course, on what the series rules are, because I know different series have different rules about when and how you're supposed to blue flag. My local track, for example, you can blue flag somebody if they're just driving too slow as a lead lap car.
No, fair enough. My comparison stands in the meaning that if you think about it, the only reason some of these cars are not in GTD Pro and wouldn't be considered pro teams is the fact that they're not factory backed. That's the reason. So that's why they're a GTD class, but their lineup is just as strong as in the GTD Pro class. Up to the point, I think the Petit Le Mans, the last year, I think the overall leader was I think one of the Vassar Sullivan Lexuses, if I remember correctly, or one of those cars that actually set the pole lap instead of one of the GTD Pros. So the lineup it can be very strong. It's just how you take advantage of the car going around the track like this.
You're not kidding. It can very much have an impact on that. Now, of course, iRacing, they have it set so when you at least get into the race, by default, they will grid you up by individual class. So it automatically puts the GT Pros in front of all the GTMs. It's not to say it's not going to end up getting that way in the end. And we've got problems. The yellow submarine squad car of Bjorn Claessens has gone around, and Adam Chick looking like has had a problem as well for the Fisher Motorsports LMP2. So potential coming together between LMP2 and GTM. Three wide.
Is that in front of Fusion?
I think it might be.
Yeah, I think that was in front of Fusion. So the Fusion Ferrari just got out luckily from all the ordeal.
I hate to say it, but I mean, as much as a launch that was, that Fisher Sports Motorsports car was there. I mean, Adam Chick had half the car down the inside by the time they started to be turned in on.
I think I would say this is the GT3. The LMP already made the intentions clear.
Yeah.
Long before coming into the turn, that he would stick to the inside, and the GTM basically said, "Oh, there was nearly a contact between the LMPs." And now Rennie try to go back and see can he do the overtake. Rookie Sports, can they get this thing side by side? Now going to the International Horseshoe, Tri-State Marcelino into the inside might get a little bit of a grip and survive the ordeal for the time being.
Tri-State Racing just able to keep it in front of Rookie Esports, but I know there's been a lot of calamity when it comes to LMP2s in particular, lapping GTM traffic and GT Pro traffic. The GT Pros have not been immune to this either, particularly in the first 6 hours of this race. There was a lot of dramas around that, but I can't put that one on Fisher Motorsports at all. I mean, like you mentioned, he made the intentions clear. He had the overlap. That was just unfortunate timing. It's not like he even went for an aggressive dive bomb either. It was pretty clear what had all gone down there. We've got more trouble now as one of the Ferraris is off. That's a Trading Paints car, and that's Jeff Gross. Thomas Baker having gotten into this potentially as well.
When I look on the replay, what transpired around the West Horseshoe, and the Trading Paints car just missing out on his own. Oh, there's this light contact. Which Mercedes just lost his front bumper because of this?
It's one of the Mayer SimSport ones, but I did see it pop back in, so I think that may have been a little bit of, the dreaded net code that kind of came to play, because they both definitely still have those grills.
Yeah, good-looking grills, by the way. Let me just say that. They're not BMW grills.
The grills do look mighty fine, and they look best when they are undented. Romaninsky for Dangler Performance is still into pit road, and they've been off for almost 10 minutes now, so I'm definitely thinking they are going to be effectively down and out. Meanwhile, Patrick Boylard for Off in the S's Racing is going to be back down into pit road for their next round of service. This will be their 8th pit stop of the night, and it won't be a pit stop, it's a drive-through, and that would be for hitting that 25x limit again. As That's an interesting line from Maltsev, the LMP2 leader, to take to the bus stop chicane.
I think he missed the bus stop. Oh, did he do the same? Oh, he did the same mistake as I did.
Oh, really?
Nearly need to, yeah, I did a very similar mistake. But instead of going to the inside, I actually drove all the way to the outside and came back into the track, so I lost some more time than he did.
Ooh.
The problem is like he got the slowdown, so he lost about like 3 seconds in general, because you can see now Stockton lead about 3 seconds overall, where that gap was only about 6 seconds.
Now the gap's been effectively halved, and Pierce Stockton is a driver that knows how to put down the hammer when the time requires. Rookie Esports will take their 100 entry into pit road, so yet another car ducking into the lane, and even in the GTPs, the battle's starting to gather again between Pascal Tice and Thomas Mora. Mayor Simsby Performance and DS Racing Esports team still locked in with their 7th and 8th place battles, and some flash of the headlights trying to get these lap cars to move. There's not a lot of places they can go, though, at this point of the racetrack.
No, not at all.
And that is going to get risky. No room. Mora will go the long way around and off the track on the far side. So, and that actually safety car is deployed right at the top of the hour.
Interesting. What may have caused this safety car?
There is no incidents that caused the safety cars. They are randomly thrown by iRace Control.
Interesting. Okay, this makes things interesting for some teams, as we're seeing something I think with the snow shotting team.
Yep. And locking it up a bit heavily, trying to lap one of the GT Pros, and spins around. That's our lone Acura in the field.
I think the angle kind of like do them a little bit of an injustice. But from what it looked like, he had no overlap coming in. But all right, there's a better picture, as you would get from the front grille. Nah, okay. That's on the GTP.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm Brazilian. I'm all up to try to have a little bit of a Brazilian bias, but you're never gonna make it. You're never gonna make into that. And trust me, I know Gustavo. I've raced with Gustavo already, a 24-hour race 3 years ago. Really nice guy. Former, he actually is a pro driver in real life. Drove into the Brazilian Stock Car Series and Stock Series, which is basically the Xfinity of Brazilian stock car. Really good guy, really cool guy to talk with, very knowledgeable, but I think he knew that that was way too optimistic in my point of view.
Yeah, I have to kind of agree with on that one. I mean, it's the Porsche was predictable, and it never really left the door open. It was never going to remain open. That's following the braking line, but this is safety car number 5 on the evening, and 17 hours are left in this one, just under that. So we'll take a step back, and we'll give our voices a rest. And you're watching the VSCA Sports Car Championship 24 Hours of Daytona on Green Flag TV. Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. We are continuing our drive through the VSCA 24 Hours of Daytona. And, well, it's been a bit of an interesting ride so far, and it's been an intense drive for the Intense Sim Sports crew, who has, or to put it mildly, they have been up and all over the place. They have really been trying to put in the work to make something happen. And one of the drivers that just did a whole lot of the do-battling and a lot of the dogfighting for those podium spots was none other than Jeff Schroeder at the moment, who will join us up here in the broadcast booth. And goodness gracious, I mean, what a huge, titanic battle for you, especially coming fresh out of pit road with being the with that drive-through.
Yeah, it was some bad luck. I didn't misunderstand the rules, but I thought P1 was already going for it, so I went as well. Really unfortunate. I watched the replay back, and I can see race control making the decision. So yeah, unfortunate. We tried to appeal it. We tried to contact race control, but as they have a lot to do, we didn't get an answer in time, and we then just came in, but trying to get back into it now.
Overall, I mean, that car, it's been one of the quicker ones we've seen so far today in GTP, and you guys have proven that you've got a lot of the pace necessary to fight for the podium positions, if not the top spot. Has this safety car helped you guys get back up into the fight?
Yeah, actually, I think so. The safety car was really good, as we were having a big gap in front. Yeah, so we'll see what happens after the safety car. I'm really, really excited to see Tommy's pace, and also Emil coming in later on.
I mean, kind of walk us through the nighttime strategy, because I know that's where this car has really come alive, was when the track temps went down and once the sun set behind the grandstands. Is this car more set up for racing here in the night then, and is that where we're going to see a lot of the pace come from?
Yeah, to be honest, I can tell you we have done most of our practice in the hot temperatures. We haven't done too much running in temperatures below 20, and looking at my dash, it's now 19.4 track temp. But from experience, I think we can only go faster from here on.
Well, thank you for the insights, and it'll be interesting to see how this intense sim racing Porsche is going to be able to fight its way back onto the podium, and we'll see if we'll be talking to you again by the end of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much for your broadcast. You are doing an amazing job, and I will probably join you later on in the night again.
And we thank you, Jeff, for the warm compliments as well. It's been a kind welcome here to VSCA. But that was Jeff Schroeder Jeff Schroeder from the Intense Sim Racing. It's right on cue. All of the GTPs and a good chunk of the lead lap cars make their way down and into pit road. So Lorenzo, now we see that pit strategy once again come alive.
No, absolutely, and I think like this Alpha made every single car kind of like to be reset, which is kind of good for everybody. You know, you get a little bit of an extra life. You can kind of like just reset yourself, move forward, have a little bit of a all right. Let's calm down, chill a little bit, and see where this next 16 hours of this race will take you forward. And looking forward to see this reshuffling of the grid whenever everybody comes out of the pit lane.
Nicholas Johnson and Christophe Demay for HAC Racing and Composite Performance have opted not to come down to pit row. They will stay out. Meanwhile, Intense Sim Racing going to be caught behind the Firestorm Motorsport driver that has now found himself dropped from first back to fourth. Rookie Esports opted to stay out, and the top three in GT Pro staying out as well. So there's a very split strategy right now on the pit stops.
And I think there is, given the nature that is nighttime, because you're within nighttime, the tracks are faster, the roughness that you would get around the track with the rubber would ease up a little bit, so you can do like double stinting in the tires and in other aspects. So it's more natural for us to see this approach in this race, and that's why maybe the different strategies would take in, and the time loss between them is marginally low, especially if you are in the GT class where double sinting, I think in my opinion, would be easier compared to GTPs and the LMP2s, especially LMP2s.
Well, as time continues to close on down, we'll give one more shout out to Twin Bush Garage Equipment, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. You visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. They are bringing you tonight's broadcast of the VSCA Sports Car Championship in the 24 Hours of Daytona. So as time continues to run on now, let's take a rundown top to bottom throughout your race field here in this one. Better time as ever, seeing as they're not switching around any when we are behind the safety car. Composite Performance remains up on the top with Christophe Demay down to second for Intense for HAC Racing and GTP. Intense Sim Racing way back in third, and just in front of DS Racing Esports team back in fourth. World of Sim Racing has managed to hang on to fifth. Grizzly Motorsports is in sixth. DS Racing Esports team is seventh. Mayor Sims P Performance is eighth. Trading Paints Racing is ninth. Fisher Motorsports will be in 10th with Team Hardcore down in 11th. Stop and Go Racing sits back in the number 12 spot. Torque Free Racing will be in 13th. Bravo Snow Shatton finally has broken clear of the LMP2 field. They are sitting in 14th.
That is good to know, and I think I will take the LMP2 class.
If fair, works for me.
All right, I'll take the LMP2 class then here, Nolan. In P1 is going to be Rookie Esports, so Nick Dawson Layton in a very good race so far with Peter Stockton in P2. Rising Panda going in third place. Tri-State Racing is staying within that top 5 in fourth place so far. Fisher Motorsport in fifth, but I think I'm seeing some more LMP2s going to the pit lane. Is that what I'm seeing? Because I'm seeing like Rising Panda going, Tri-State Fisher, VRG, FRS, and GSC into the pit lane. But I think everybody's just taking the wave around for what it looks like. But
yes.
Go ahead.
No, like what you said, they're bringing them all to the end of pit road. They're going to stop them there so they can get through the wave rounds a little bit more efficiently and save us a few extra laps from pacing here while they get the field sorted.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That is some good thinking. I think I can go back then. Fisher Motorsport is in fifth, VRG in sixth, FRS in seventh, GSC in eighth, and Fusion Simsport in ninth. And I think the top 10 rounds out with the SCO WRS SSA Racing with Jerry Mason in the car.
GT Pro is headed up by Nicholas Soul for Fisher Motorsports. Then all the way back in second will be North Sim Racing. RPM Racing is in third. Race Tech Competition is fourth. Fisher Motorsports is in fifth. DS Racing Esports team is in sixth. Kinetic Racing sits back in seventh. And then closing out the tail end of this field will be Tom Winnie driving the GSC Racing Esports. So far, all GT Pros still in the running.
Absolutely. Now we're going to GTM class with Digital Chicane actually sharing a P1 and 2 so far here, Nolan. With the number 80 leading the way with Quinn Mitchell. Chris Carr is in second. Will Robertson in the Mayor Simspeed Performance in third place. Firestorm in fourth. Screechy Moose Motorsports in fifth place. Full Send Racing in sixth. Fusion Simsport. Seventh, Trading Paint is in eighth. And then you have MMTQ Racing in ninth. Top 10 riding with Aaron Beaver in the other Mayor Simspeed Performance car.
Real Pixel Motorsports brings it home in 11th with Off of the S's back in 12th. Dangan Performance is in 13th. Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab is in 14th. And then Just Leave, KC Racing, and Gary Brown as the lone, for Vulture Motorsports. Those are the only two drivers so far that are out of this race. Everyone else still in the running order. So overall, very good job on this field, right? I mean, we're at this point, 9+ hours deep, and we still have all bar 2 cars in the running. That's pretty darn good, all things considered, with all the carnage we've had so far.
Yeah, that's really good. You know, we still have the 24% quota of everybody meeting the leader laps. Otherwise, the laps won't count. So I think that makes them to want to stay in the race. That eases up the process a little bit. So that's why we're seeing all 2 cars that probably have quitted to intensive damage and the inability to get the car back on track and get that car back on track in competitive spots. Other than that, everybody else just running really good so far, and I think now all the grid is kind of like rounded out. As I think race control might give the green flag in that standby.
We'll see if we'll get the lights out signal this time. Not 100% certain if that will indeed end up being the case, as we'll cross the start-finish stretch. Still on, so, but we'll monitor that closely. We'll watch for when those lights will be ticking out for the Porsche 911 pace car. I got some of the upcoming races over here. The first race, and technically the season opener for the VSCA Sprint Cup, along with race 2 in the Sports Car Championship as a whole, will be coming up on February 17th, where the MV Skin Lab Grand Prix of Long Beach will commence. That'll be an hour and 40 minutes. And then March 23rd, the 12 Hours of Sebring will be round number 3. That'll be for 12 hours. And then, of course, not until April will we return for a 2-hour, 40-minute trip down to WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca. So a lot of interesting races coming on up here for VSCA. They are running the 100% IMSA schedule, and that includes all of their stops, right? So we're going to COTA, the Glen, Road America, VIR, Homestead, and Road Atlanta before season's end. It's a big undertaking, and it's an impressive one at that when you have to consider just how much it would take to get something like this sorted. I mean, everybody has I think everybody has been doing a phenomenal job today, and making sure this event has gone off so far without a hitch.
The event is going smoothly so far. That is really good to know, especially with the amount of cars, and also given the fact that we are running concurrently with the official series, Daytona 24. So you would think this could cause some confusion, but none at all. It's good to know that everybody's committed to it, everybody's racing into it, everybody wants to win and wants to have a little bit of fun. So that's what matters at the end of everything. So looking forward to see all the wave rounds being done. And with that being said, have a good restart and continue this race moving forward.
Nicholas Johnston for Composite Performance still sits with that lead, and that's not looking to be changing at all throughout the course of this race, as we'll try to see what's going to end up taking place here later on into this race. It could be a pretty wild night as things go along. And boy, something does not like me behind the scenes here, as I just got about 3 error messages back to back to back. Nothing to do with the broadcast. That's a good thing. Looking like something kind of that was running in the background that I did not know was running just crashed. So that's nice. Hopefully that doesn't have any impact on how things are going to pan out, but it should be good so far. But Johnston, I think Composite Performance has got a great driver in the car right now. They did fall back, right? They fell to 6th right out of the gate. They have fought their way back to the lead, though, and they're looking to really make a statement now.
Yeah, but they have the May right in the back, so the French driver in the HEC race, I think, is looking forward to take that away whenever the green flag is going, and it is basically a 1-2 battle because Patero is more than 9 seconds back, but we should not take Patero back from all this conversation. That number 73 car, we know it's well gripped around the track, and we know they can provide any sort of scares and jump scares and yellow lights of alert for every single driver in the same category moving forward.
Another handful of GTM and GT Pro cars getting waved around the pace car there, and every car that goes by is one more that brings us closer and closer to getting this race back into action. So we'll take our second step back here. We'll return for the green flag. We're in for a wild show, though, and I have a feeling we're about to see this race kick into overdrive with 16 and a half hours remaining.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Well, the lights have just been turned down aboard the iRacing safety car. We're ready to go back to green flag racing this time by, as we'll get set to return to racing action for the VSCA 24 Hours of Daytona. If you're just joining us, you have missed a heck of a race so far. This has been absolutely wild for these guys here tonight, and I can tell you right now, it's only going to get even crazier with 16 and a half hours left to go. We're about to kick this race in overdrive here in the night.
Yeah, absolutely. With the green flag now living inside here. No, I'm curious to see how these GTPs and LMP2s, well, especially them, will navigate with the very, very cold tires after they stay more than 10 minutes with the yellow flag running around the Daytona track. And we know how unresponsive these cars can be with very cold tires.
Well, we know it's going to be a wild restart with those cold tires, and we've seen it in the past, right? Restart incidents are pretty common. Now, there's usually not a good number of them, but there's usually at least one or two on the opening lap. So we'll expect to pull up that replay timer before too long, as Johnston will try to keep composite performance in the overall race lead. iRacing safety car will make that dive back into pit road. And we'll get set to turn 46 cars back loose. There's the dive. There's the restart zone. And we are back underway. A lot of stacking up towards the back with GT Pro traffic slicing and dicing, trying to survive the opening corner. No checkups yet. Looking like we'll survive turn number 1. Or will we?
No.
As there goes a GTP.
Is that P7 and more cars around the track?
Fisher Motorsports and DS Racing are both off, and now the other DS Racing car is
Oh,
off.
no.
And boy, it's falling apart for DS Racing's GTP programs. Both their cars turned on the restart.
And they can now merge into the track because of the constant flow of cars going around the track. Only now they will have the permission to go back into track, as everything just decided to spin on its own head.
We'll get a look at all of that in just a moment. Still waiting to see if we're going to have anything
Oh,
more
more.
waiting for us. And in fact, we do. Thomas Hazard spinning out the Trading Paints racing machine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the first DS Racing Esports car, along with Fisher Motorsports, they got turned around out of turn 1. They're both trying to make some headway and get back through a lot of this GT traffic. And I think I thought they might work together. Apparently not, as they're still trying to fight it out amongst themselves. At least wait, I would think, until you're out of the mess first before you try to make some moves like this. But hey, and they're going to go for it anyway. 3-car scrap for 8th, and to the bottom, put Mora back up into the number 8 spot.
Are they thinking about going 3 wide, though?
I would hope not. A couple of cars making their way down into pit road, but for the most part, I think we have managed to escape the disaster. Here's what happened to Thomas Martin, and this was the Fisher Motorsports car that got turned around and shot sideways, and not the only one, as Thomas Mora was spun off just in front, and that was Curtis. Oh, that was by himself, looped back in. I thought it was off of the bumper of a GT Pro, and that was a horrible place for that to have happened, right into the wall.
Yeah, right into the edge of the wall right there. So, in that armco barrier, it is metal barrier. So unfortunate, and we see more cars. Oh, please, 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 please. All right. Got away unscathed.
That was Marcel Unger going off the track, and that was the hit into the wall that Pedro Espadina took. And spins the 88 car around. And then finally, to close out our replay string, Thomas Hazard having this spin coming back onto the oval. Just took too much liberties with getting on the throttle, loops the back end, but that's a harmless little slide. That's well, we had the cleanest restart the last time, and this time we had arguably the most chaotic.
Or I don't know if it is the most chaotic or the most dirty. I think dirty would be too aggressive. It's not dirty.
Messiest.
Messiest. Well, there you go. Perfect word. Because there is a lot of, if not all the cars were GTPs that actually spun around. So the cold tires actually played into effect right here to put up a hinge in the cars as they go in 3 wide on turn number 1.
A few of the prototypes going 3 wide. That's GTPs and LMP2s all trying to lap the battle for the GTM class lead. That's going to get broken apart as the two digital chicane teammates are going to be kind of put offline from one another, having to let by a lot of this prototype traffic. Overall, a decent job on trying to survive all of that. Rico Kohlmeyer, though, stopped, and that's with the training paints Ferrari down to turn 1.
And the race just can't go the right way for Fisher, doesn't it?
Oh, they didn't have anything to do with that. That was contact with the GT Pro to a GTM, and they were forced to stop.
Oh, I nearly thought they were actually going to spin one of them around, but no, that wasn't the case. That was slightly scrappy, but they got away unscathed. That's one.
Yeah, they escaped unharmed. I think that's the big takeaway from that. Well, at least Fisher Motorsports, that's the big takeaway from them. I'm sure the trading paints Ferrari that got spun is thinking differently. Mayor Sim Speed Performance trying to attack with their Mercedes on the digital chicane Ferrari, and right now the 93 car playing rear gunner support for their teammates, driven by Quentin Mitchell at the moment at the number 80. That leads the way in GTM, and defended well into the bus stop. We'll see if he can defend just as well through turn 1.
Absolutely. Now Mayer, I think, might have the shot right here. He has to take the opportunity of, their teammate is right in front, so just go on and strike. And that Mercedes is a beast in terms of top speed. It's just matching the grip on turn number 1 with that Ferrari, because Ferrari is quite nimble. On turn number 1, outside they go, and they're not going to be able to do the overtake as Digital chicane number 93 retains the P2 for the time being.
So Chris Scarr and Will Robertson will continue to go at it with one another as Digital Performance and Mayer Simsport continue to duke it out. Just behind, this is the battle for second in GT Pro. Mikael Spoldi trying to get the North Sim Racing car and keep it in front of Robert Lancaster, but that GT Pro is not a car to be trifled with. A bit of contact door to door from Porsche to Merc as the 911 trying to fire his way back up and through this field, and could use this opportunity here with lap traffic to try to make it happen into NASCAR 1.
And Spoldi, I think, is going to take the long way around. Still survive, given the fact they have the Mercedes right in front, so they're basically using the toe of the Mercedes, because they have better top speed than the Porsche does, to pull him on the back stretch. So that's why Lancaster just playing a little bit safe, not going for the overtake for the time being, and just trying to save a little bit of fuel moving forward.
And at the moment, the third car in line, Robert Lancaster, caught in that draft train, which is never where you want to find yourself, because now he's unable to make a move realistically on Spoldi until Spoldi pokes out a line just because of where this is all situated. Try as he may, when you're all caught getting the same toe, it doesn't help matters. 69 car going to look high. The 911, is he thinking about going 3 wide down low? That'd be a risky play, and I don't think he's going to commit to it. He's going to think better of it. Might try to attack it. Whoa! More contact as Spoldi bullies his way, trying to get around Robertson.
Naughty boy. Now Lancaster going for it on the dive-on turn on the horseshoe. Can he make it stick? He's going to make it stick. The Mercedes doesn't have the grip to try to match that. He's going to be on the back end of the Porsche. So got scrappy, got a little bit dangerous at one point in mid-corner into turn number 1, but they got away unscathed, everybody.
Unscathed for now, as we will try to get things back up and sorted. And I can tell you what, the battles are going to continue to have a really big impact into how this race is going to pan out over the duration of this race. And right now, Spoldi and Lancaster, that battle separating back to about 0.8 of a second. We'll check back in on the fight for third that's in the mix of this. Mayer Simsbury Performance trying to keep Firestorm Motorsport and Screeching Moose Motorsports at bay. So Eric Hogg and McKenna Dean both making some big charges in GTM.
Yeah, they're doing some really good progress. I think the fact that the GT3 battles have been going on in the train of the GT3s also helped them a little bit. with traffic and all, and getting overtaken by the GTPs might have closed the gap between everybody. So there is a chance we might be able to see that a Firestorm that was in P1 for the majority of the time in before the yellow flag came out go back into podium spots against Mayor SimSpeed Performance.
A lot of the action right now, whereas it was in the prototype fields on the last stint, it seems to have all shifted into the GT stints. And this is, again, we talked about it before, right? It's not uncommon for this to be the case in the early stages of these these restarts, where we'll see these guys really try to fight it out hard amongst themselves to make this happen. And right now, I think we are pretty organized where things are concerned, as time will continue to slip away. The LMP2 field once again has broken apart in a big way. The two closest drivers here would be Jeff Yeager for VRG Sport and Mitchell Van Winsum for FRS Sim Sports. And in the meantime, Rui Souza for DS Esports team is just leaving pit road. They've been in there for 7 minutes, and that was, of course, courtesy of that pretty hefty whack that they took to the back wing. And you can tell they got a new one back on, but their race has been effectively ruined. So doing some troubleshooting with Lorenzo's blanket behind the scenes, as Scott Merritt and Kyle Burney will continue to duke it out for 5th and 6th. Should be fine there as well. Well, there we go. Fusion Simsport off. That's 9th place in LMP2.
How fine is it, though? I come back and see cars spinning around. It's kind of like I have the finger of death or something. I know, like I'm known as some other places known as the Yellow Flag Emperor, but this is too much.
Well, my apologies. Clicked off to a different driver the second we got there. But watch this. 2 wheels up on the curb and in the grass, and that's all she wrote. It's one of the most common mistakes in motorsports, and that's not exclusive to the prototypes. Any car will do that.
No, any car will do that whenever because what happens that corner, you're still trying to regain the grip. There's not too much mechanical grip on these cars, so whenever they're coming back, you kind of have to be mild on the reacceleration, and you're still trying to gain yourself a little bit of a front end grip whenever you're coming out of the corner. So that's why some people try to apply a little bit of understeer coming out of the corner, so the car kind of like stables out on the exit. But that wasn't the case for Valo right there, and the split has occurred once he touched the curbing and the grass on the outside of the horseshoe.
And checking back in on this fight for 3rd, it's really closed in by a pretty big chunk, as Firestorm Motorsports all over the gearbox now of that, well, over the rear wing, I should say, of the Mayor SimSpeed Performance Mercedes for 3rd in the GTM category. Eric Hogg looking wide, no room, as Will Robertson ducks back in line. They got Robert Lancaster just in front of them in GT Pro. But overall, looking like Robertson using the draft from the Porsche in front to pull away.
Interesting. Like I said before, the Mercedes has a lot of top-end speed, so not surprised to see, this technique you try to pull away. But Firestorm doing a really good job to keep that number 33 car in Robertson, in Will Robertson, in tow, so and on it. So we can maybe see an overtake happening real soon. They just have to find the opening with all this traffic that is looming right behind them with the GTPs and everything, as now he closes the gap on the World of Sim Racing car into the International Horseshoe. Aggressive but effective. Think of it this way. Wait, can you use blinkers whenever you're doing lane change in GTPs? That would have been
I don't
really
think they
funny if
have
they
blinkers.
did. No, they don't have. They don't have blinkers, of course. But imagine if they had blinkers. That would have been really weird. We know one car out of all cars that we have, like in GT or GTPs, would never use blinkers. Or drivers of that car specifically. You know which car I'm talking about, right?
I don't.
Don't have you never known the meme that BMW drivers don't know how to use their blinkers?
Oh, yes, I very much do. And I'm sure the BMW M5 that cut me off on my way home from McDonald's at 5 in the morning would really love to say a word or two about that.
Yeah, one thing that I can actually say, I cannot go way too deep into the BMW conversation because my brother-in-law and my girlfriend's parents, so my in-laws, have a X1.
Oh,
So I cannot speak too much about it.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
Got the good scrap going here for 8th and 9th. Thomas Mora and Thomas Martin. Battle of the Thomas. There's a lot of Thomases, I just realized, all in the one. Holy cow. We got Thomas Mora, we've got Thomas Martin, we've got Thomas Hazard, and then Thomas Mark running 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. And yes, they are all spelt the same. What kind of a coincidence is that?
Wait. Let me see. How many Thomas did you say?
4 back-to-back in GTP, 8th through 11th.
All right. More Hazard, Hazard, Martin, and the other one. There's
Thomas
3.
More.
I count 3. But do you know what they have in common?
Explain.
What is the
They're
first
all
letter of
Porsche.
their name? No. It's not they're all Porsche. What is the first letter of their names?
That would be a T.
What is the first letter of the second name?
That would be an M. Oh, boy. The coincidences are impeccable with that. And I am going to correct myself. Thomas Mora in this 8th position. While it may be a Thomas, it is not spelled with T8. It is just T-O. So there's the one outlier in the Thomas train at the moment. But and the only one running the Cadillac to boot. So the real outlier in the Thomas train as well, as GS Racing Esports team still trying to keep Fisher Motorsports at bay by about 1/3 of a second. And the Cadillac doing a good job. That's a bit tight to the inside of Kinetic Racing, but no harm, no foul. And now time for some GT Pro lapping. Always risky business with the prototypes.
No, but I think they got away unscathed in the most things. And
They did.
Mora,
They did.
yeah, and I think Mora just went away unscathed and everything. Oh, there's one thing. What I think was this Padilla. I think it's Padilla, the guy's name. I'm gonna give you an advice here. Whenever you see the guy's name end with an A in NHA, think about lasagna. That's how it is pronounced.
NHA.
Yeah,
This is at the end of the
NHA,
name,
like-
right?
Yeah.
I will
So-
add it to the list.
Yeah, it's very similar to sounding, like in Portuguese.
I'm sure to add that to my list of pronunciation transgressions. Just racking them up here tonight. Big battle.
No,
for-
but it isn't a butcher. Sorry, go ahead.
A big battle for 4th going on here in GT Pro. 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then the Screechy Moose Motorsports is the 6th place runner in GTM. Kind of in the mix as well. Fisher Motorsports looking for the long way around. Put no gap between themselves and Race Tech competition in what is right now the furthest Audi up the field of only 2 here in this one. And trouble for Garrett Spence, as this has resulted in a tow to the pits for the LMP2. Oh.
Weird.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yikes. We're right on board, and that might answer some questions.
Did he run out of... Wait.
Definitely not.
Did the...
He came to a stop so suddenly, right? And if he was able to see where he was going, he wouldn't have just gone onto the racetrack. He towed right away. I wonder if that is a hardware failure of some sort.
No, if it was a hardware... I don't know. Have you ever seen a hardware failure caused like that? We normally see the wheel kind of yanking into one way. Or something like that.
Well, I'm thinking more along the lines of like a computer
VR?
model came unplugged or a VR headset dying. Yeah.
Yeah, most likely. Well, Ryan Walker has one of our fellow commentators, I think, just said maybe a VR failure. Yeah, most likely a VR failure anyway. Parked in a very weird spot, but well, managed to stop it nevertheless. That's why, and no people dying in the process. That's what matters the most, as the Ferrari just goes way wide and opens the door for Firestorm to get the place into P2.
A bit further wide than I think Chris Scar was bargaining for, and that will allow for Eric Hogg to dive through into the number 2 spot. So some misfortune there, but the race in action will continue. The second place driver in the meantime, HAC Racing, has taken to pit road. We'll see if Christophe Demey will be the first, hopping out of the race car here.
Yeah. And Johnson kind of like broke away with everything. Just coming back to this car that left the mark. As now Demey will probably remain in the car for his pit stop.
And no driver change so far. Demey has been in that car for a good long while, which tells me they've got a very limited roster that's running in that HAC racing machine, right? Which is, it's going to be a little bit telling in that. Remember, Christophe is the Frenchman in the group, right? So the one that's running on European time. So might be trying to take some of that overnight stint before passing it back to someone else elsewhere in a more suitable time zone for the hours coming on up.
Yeah. 100%.
All the while, the battle for second in GTM still continuing. 0.8 of a sec between Firestorm and Digital Chicane, and the other 0.3 back to Mayor SimSpeed Performance. And right now, looking like that Mercedes in the back is getting a little bit hungry, trying to fight back to the podium. Looks for the inside as Digital Chicane took some big liberties with the braking zone. And Will Robertson going to try to attack with the exit of 1 through the S's.
Going slightly aggressive in the Digital Chicane car, broken away by the LMP2. That is, we'd like to be the SCOWRS LMP2 that broke the fight and forward. And we have a car outside the bus stop, and that is Unger. So the 312 car of Rio Pixel Motorsport. Oh, coming back on track nearly in the same spot as the GTPs and LMP2s. That is dangerous. Ay, ay, ay.
That's our lone Lamborghini in the field. Now this car tanked the inside wall in the roar, got sideswiped by an LMP2 coming off a NASCAR 4 and slammed into the inside wall, went flying through the air at about 140 miles an hour. And we'll get a look at what happened here. It has not been a season so far for the Lambos, as well. It's already happened at this point in time. Jumping back a bit further into the chicane and loops the back end hard into the wall.
Unfortunate. Another case of I think this. Oh, all right. I kind of feel bad for the Lamborghini right there, but I think he could have timed this better. Had he looked a little bit more, probably would have got a better turn into the bus stop. But definitely taking the rest away off the entry by the GT coming the entry bus stop, and because of that, completely laid down the turn, causing crash.
It's notable they have not come down into pit road. Now, while it was a hit, it was a pretty square hit right to the nose, right? So from the looks of it, the handling hasn't actually been impacted all that much. The car's probably going to be down on power, and the air will be impacted. But overall, the handling looks like it's more or less intact, so they're going to keep with this one here and maybe try to gamble on the safety car coming on out here pretty soon so they can bring that car in and get it fixed without losing too much time, which that's a good strategy, right? I mean, if the car can run, you may as well not waste time with an extra stop.
It's built like balls, so I shouldn't take seriously it should keep with their reforms more in track. I try to do like a take, but I don't know if that was successful or not. I would like virtual and kind of it's a Lamborghini, but that's not going to work.
By the way, some confirmation on our LMP2 car that came to a stop on the front stretch. It has been confirmed VR failure. So that is that is a confirmation as to where things have panned out. So, yeah, confirmed VR failure. So that's unfortunate, but such is the way, and hopefully they'll be well, hopefully the car might find itself back onto the racetrack here before the end of this race. Meanwhile, we've been watching now the battle for 5th place over here in your GTP category, continuing to duke it out amongst themselves. This is Stefan Nobes from Fisher Motorsports trying to keep Mark Torres' Kinetic Motorsports 67 Porsche behind.
They're doing a solid job so far. Nobes coming into the corner. Here goes Torres. Trying to go for the overtake. Managed to do Kinetic Racing into the top 5. Now Nobes have to go back right in front of the Pateros car, which is now in the GTP lead and overall lead of this race. Oh, the LMP2 nearly got close and made contact with the Mercedes right behind.
It's been a while since we've seen a good GT Pro battle kick off. Usually it's just been the pros trying to get their way around the M-Class drivers. So to see the GT Pros be able to put some proper fights up here, it's a good sight to see, as now Kinetic Racing going to find themselves on an off-camera line from the West Horseshoe. And Stefan Nobes for Fisher Motorsports is going to be trying to get back to him when they get back around to the oval. A lot of traffic, though, looking behind. There's at least 2 GTDs in the background here trying to slice their way through. And among those is the World of Sim Racing car that's currently running second.
Which is insane to think about. The World of Sim Racing has gone into this race like somewhere outside of the top 5 and into top 5, and now inside the top 3, running really well. And Andres Quintana just doing a really good job with that Cadillac, the best Cadillac in the field so far in the midst of all the Porsches. So good job from being your team to keep in touch with the intense sim racing Porsche that is flying around the track.
GTM battle for the lead is picking up as well. Firestorm Motorsports has had enough. Wait in the round. They look to the outside with digital chicane shutting them off. So Quinn Mitchell and Eric Hogg looking like they're set to go to war as they'll dive back down and into turn number 1. Trouble for Mark Rumininski towards the tail end of the field. We'll quickly get a look back at this. This is into the bus stop chicane, and same deal. Lost the back end and just kept that, I think just kept that thing out of the wall. They may have just glanced it. Just kept it out of the wall. Okay, well, never mind.
You had to jinx it. You had to jinx it.
I had to jinx it. Well, as we say, the battle for the GTM lead, it was close. It's now falling apart as GTP traffic has filed its way through. It's not to say there's not the GTM battles elsewhere. How about this for a pair of Mercs looking set to do battle?
Yeah, Robertson's Luder was saddled for battle as the number 33 car leading the way. And no, well, I was saying that, but actually, no, I'm actually correct. No, I thought I was going crazy, but I'm not going crazy. It is Robertson that has to defend off David Sluter, the full send car. And so far, that full send, just taking it easy, not going full send, maybe around the corners, just to try to keep up with the number 33 Mercedes, but they're just, for now, retaining position to see if they can find an opening to do that overtake in turn number 1.
One of the GTPs gets by this fight for 4th. Showing no signs of yielding as FRS Sim Sports will pit from 2nd. And here comes Mayor SimSpeed Performance also into pit road. So the 33 car in GTM as well as the 621 from LMP2 both down and into the lane. Leave us now the battle for fourth. 3 cars strong in GT Pro. The lone Acura GTP trying to slice through as well, and out wide goes the Audi, 3 wide down the straight. The GTP takes to the grass. Kinetic Racing going the long way around through the kink. That's very brave in GT3 machinery, but looking like Mark Torres forced to back out, and Hussam continuing to hang on in the Race Tech competition Audi.
And I'll split the C's by the Fisher GTP that is gone by Thomas Martin. Just done that. The job outside he goes. Might ride the draft a little bit, the Kinetic Racing, but kind of like reset the status quo out of the battle. So Kinetic now back into the chasing distance rather than overtaking distance for that Porsche.
Mark Romaninski having yet another problem from our GTM category. So it's continuing to not go the way of Dangler Performance as they find themselves spun sideways again at turn 1, but this time all by themselves, and single car spin, and this time they definitely did not hit anything. Fisher Motorsports, meanwhile, is into pit road, and Benjamin Fisher himself is hopping into the race car.
The team boss going into the car in P4. Rule is about like 4 spots. Will be back into P8 and P7 from what it looks like whenever Carrera goes around the start finish line. And so far, really good stint for the number 84 portion, isn't it?
Yeah, phenomenal stint so far. The Fisher Motorsports GT Pro, I think, has had the best day out of all of them. There's been some good days so far for this association, but in GT Pro, their program has been on point. Just towards the back end, you saw Nick Dawson-Lathan into pit road from the Rookie Esports, put Piers Stockton for Rising Panda back onto the point. And in fact, we got more coming down to pit road. Who's that that's way in? That's the Scours SS Racing car that's into the lane. Still 21 laps down. Such a big shame for that organization. They were one of the front runners in the early going.
Is it Scow? I've always said SCOWRS.
We've shortened the, well, I know it's an acronym, but we've shortened it to Scours, and we haven't been corrected yet, so.
Scours. Okay. I hope, like, their bosses don't come on my private message on the or on the IndyCar Discord say like, Lorenzo, the team name is wrong. Okay.
Well, direct them to me first, because I'm the one that started it.
No, but I don't think you're the first one to say Scours. So I think you just got the trend going. Kind of like you got like the bandwagon running. I'll say that you're a bandwagoner. So hey, anyway, you got the.
I mean, to be fair, it rolls off the tongue better than SCOWRS.
Yeah,
Scours.
that is true. Scours.
It works. He gets the job done. We know who we're talking about. Off to the battle for second. Andres Quintana trying to keep Kyle Burney in behind as we take 16 hours to go. We officially crossed that 8-hour mark in this race. So for those that started their shifts around 5 a.m., they will just be getting off work right about now as the 51 and the 3 looking like they'll be the next pair to duke it out of GTP.
And you were complaining about not having battles in GTP class.
Well, it never goes quiet for long, does it? Catching Dangler Performance. This is going to get tight. 3 wide. Round the long way. We'll go Sim Speed Performance. World of Sim Racing hanging the inside. Quintana trying to keep Bernie at bay side by side through the S's. And almost a bit of contact. Bernie holding his ground, but Quintana the winner of the grudge match.
Bernie actually made contact, to be very honest. There was a little bit of a neck code, and the dreaded neck code around turn number 2, but they got away unscathed. That's what matters in Bernie with another to see the light and nearly contact between Quintana and the Porsche GT3 Pro car right in front. That I think might be the number 69 of just seeing who's driving 69 on Andrea Cola in North Sim Racing.
Riding on board with Kyle Burney out of Sunnyvale, California, trying to run down Andres Quintana just up the road. You can see right there, breaking the toe. That's IndyCar strats right there, much like we see at Daytona. Works just as well in prototype racing as well, right? Trying to break that draft so they can pull away a little bit more. But how much do you want to really be weaving around? Because at the end of the day, sooner or later, it's only going to slow you down more and more. Kyle Burney hanging around in the draft, saving a bit of fuel while also making sure they can never quite get away.
My only curiosity is now that because we had the multiple yellow flags in this race, how does the pit strategy is working for some of those teams? Because, well, in the official series, you don't have the yellow flags, so you're very much counting down fuel as it goes stint by stint. Because you have the yellow flags over here, how do you negotiate with that?
That's why I'm a commentator and not a strategist, is so I can speculate and not have to actually do it, because I would have no idea how to work all of that as the top three and LMP2 all come down and into pit road. Here comes Dawson Lathan firing around the outside. Rookie Esports will pick up the lead in LMP2 once more as they dive down into turn number 1. But, back to your point, I don't even know. I mean, at this point, when I'm somebody that's looking at strategy, I'm just thinking, hey, look, free pit stop. I'm going to fill up, get 4 tires, and just see what happens. Because that caution could come out at any point. It could come out 5 hours from now. It could come out 5 minutes from now. It's that unpredictability that makes this race so entertaining.
Yep. That I do agree on. Well, it makes it entertaining for us, but of course it doesn't make it entertaining for them on the track.
It's stressful.
Stressful is an understatement. Do you feel stress around the track?
I would imagine I would in this case. You're not really left with a lot of time to breathe.
That is true. To be fair, like I already felt stress in the track today, so nothing much I can do right there. So it is what it is. Yeah, even for those wondering, commentators are also sim racer stupid.
And then here is the fight once again for the GTP category. World of Sim Racing still trying to keep Mayor Simspeed Performance at bay as yet another grudge match getting set to develop and catching one of the LMP2s at the same time. Not an ideal situation as they're going to look the long way around. And up to the top will go Quintana. Bernie tucked right in line. He's going to get as much draft as he can off of that. That is one of the P217s down at the bottom before blitzing around the top.
That's the Fisher LMP2, and he's going to catch the Fusion Ferrari just outside of the bus stop, so that will open up the door for Bernie to do the overtake if he can actually get the run right.
Well, he's got more than enough draft to easily make this run happen, but see how he's kind of feathering that throttle? I think he's saving fuel. He's not looking to go for the spot. He's actually saving fuel. He could easily go for a look here. And in fact, there he goes into pit road.
Yeah.
What's the strategy game saying right about now to this?
I don't know if there is any actual game. It is just a regular strategy pit stop. So full fuel, tires, because you actually do the tires before the fuel is actually already done. The fuel takes about 30-something seconds. Tires takes about 16 seconds. So do I like it though? How that IMSA kind of does that instead of doing the fuel first then tire change like you do in the WC. I don't know. For me, it's always a 50-50. in terms of opinions. I don't prefer. I know people that like the way that it is.
Well, with that battle coming to a close, we can actually check in on one of the LMP2 battles. It's been a hot minute since we've seen an LMP2 fight. FR Sim Sports and VRG Sport, 4th and 5th, trying to fight it out amongst themselves. Mitchell Van Winsum trying to keep Alex Banfield behind, and 2 GTPs that are on different laps going around the outside, and that will just get them into line. VRG Sport looking for the outside to turn 1 and can't find a hole, so we'll keep FRG Sim Sports in 4th. VRG Sport up into 5th, as racing action will continue, and looking like we may have had a spill further to the back of the field, potentially, for Eugene Maltsev and Wolfgang Wildenauer. Taking a look down into turn 6. Oh, the Lamborghini taking out an LMP2. That's a bit more unusual. Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah, he took Maltsev out right there. I think he just timed it wrongly, the merging into the lane.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. He mistimed the merge into the racing line and caught Maltsev by complete off guard.
And you got Alvaro Martinez that is ducked into pit road for World of Sim Racing, and David Schmidt is into the car as well for World of Sim Racing. So, for Grizzly Motorsports. So a pair of driver changes in the GTP field, and this will result in a loss to Kyle Burney, who so far has managed to make that undercut work out by a good distance.
Interesting. 3 seconds is the gap. Wow. Bernie done something in the pit lane. Of course, this pit lane, I think, is... Can we say it for racing in general? I'm not just putting NASCAR. Of course, NASCAR, this might be the trickiest pit stop, probably alongside Talladega, because you're in the super speedways. But for racing, like multi-class racing, things like that, do you consider this one of the trickiest ones for you to get in and optimize the time in and out?
I think for trying to get in, I would agree, because it's a fine line of, how late do you brake? But because if you brake even about like 0.2 of a second early, that can result to seconds lost in pit road. So it's a game of chicken, right? Seeing who's going to brake later.
Yeah.
Super speedway racing here is a whole different ballpark when you got 20 cars that are all firing down into pit road at the same time from 180 miles an hour, diving down to about 55 that have crap brakes as it is. Alex Banfield taking the outside of Mitchell Van Winsum, and pass done there for 4th in LMP2.
Good chart from Banfield right there as we look on the replay. What happened to the Trading Paints Ferrari going around the dogleg? Made contact with the Scowl RS, I think, car, and luckily for them, just broke in time before going into the grass.
That was a bit naughty, I have to say, from the LMP2. I mean, that's literally the definition of move or you will be moved. You didn't really give him a chance to get out of the way there at all.
My question is if the LMP2 kind of lifted around the corner and caught the Ferrari by complete surprise.
True.
Because that happened to me. It's hard because since you're coming out of the dog leg and there's a difference in terms of speed and things like that, you really want to be careful approaching the corner. No.
I mean, I don't know where you thought you were going there, to be honest.
True. I do agree. That is naughty.
Yeah. There are some that I can understand, but there is never a whole period.
It's a big no.
A scrap for 3rd, GTP picking it up once again. Kyle Burney looking to get the long way done around Tommy Patero. As Patero for the 73 car, trying to make something happen with the 3 of Burney, this time by side. by side in towards turn 1, trying to dive on the brakes, and now splitting. Oh, and there's a run over for the Porsche, and Andrea Lacoya has been turned around.
Yeah, North Sim Racing coming back around, nearly making contact with the other cars. But trying to get out of the way. Now the rejoin, not the best rejoin you really want to do, but everybody got away unscathed, even though the Trading Paints GTP got into a massive scare right at the exit.
That's a shame as well. I mean, that was looking to be such a good run, and then just got cleaned out, if I'm being honest, by Intense Sim Racing there. Now, I get it, right? Patero is fighting for a spot, but at the same time, you still can't drive through a car like they're not there.
I agree. That's highly aggressive on Patero, and unfortunate for North Sim Racing, the Italian team, but you just cannot be overly aggressive thinking that you just because you have a car on the outside and you're coming up on the inside, you are able to make it 3 wide into turn number 1 without a hitch. It's impossible. I think that if there's of all corners into this track that you cannot go 3 wide, it might be turn 1. Surely, and if you think about it, Nolan, it has a wide angle of entry. You can kind of you can fit 3 cars into the entry, but mid corner, that's like you can have like still have 3 wide, but as soon as you get out of the corner, you just have to abreast. It tightens aggressively quick. So I feel bad for the GT3 right there.
They still got a battle for GT Pro for the number 2nd and 3rd spots. And then you got Fisher Motorsports kind of waiting in the wings. Race Tech competition, duking it out with Kinetic Racing still. Simone Rohr Husum fighting Mark Torres. And Torres, good job so far and just keeping even with Husum here. And I have to wonder, with how many times he's had the chance to get it close, is he saving fuel or is he genuinely pushing right now, trying to make the spot up for 2nd?
Let's see. Nah, he's saving fuel.
It's kind of what it looks like.
It doesn't look like it, but if you grab the replay coming into turn number 1 right now, you would see that I think there's a very tiny lip from the 67, and he just let the Porsche do the job of lead braking into turn 1. A little bit before that, a bit before that.
Well, the next one before that is about 3 laps earlier, so we'll do a bit of back it up here.
Oh, there we go.
We'll make this work. Right there. Yep. Good old lift and coast never fails.
Yeah, because right now you cannot clutch and coast. So, oh, Patero. Again a drive-through?
Yeah, again.
Man, these drive-through are just hurting them so badly.
Yeah, and that would have been for incident points that time around as well. They were mentioning earlier on about how they had a penalty for closed pit roads, which was kind of logged as well, but that's another one just for incident points. The good news is the chances are there's not a lot. There's other racers that have had to do multiple drive-throughs as well, so they're not alone, right? It's not like they're the only one getting drive-through penalties. It's just they're getting the most, which is not. It's never entirely ideal.
Yeah. I agree 100% with you in the statement, as there's a bunch of GT3s coming into the pit box. Torres, Husum, Hogs, Luder, everybody coming into the pit stop to do their service with 15 hours and 43 minutes. I nearly said seconds, but 43 minutes to go.
Garrett Spence, if you remember, the LMP2 driver that got himself with that stop on the front stretch with the VR dying on him, has entered our YouTube chat saying he wishes he wore his brown pants. Coming to a blind spot or a stop blind was fun. Garrett, you are very lucky you didn't end up on the racing. Well, you did end up on the racing line. You're lucky nobody hit you, my friend, as Campbell hops into the kinetic racing car.
If that happened, if he actually stopped in the middle of the racetrack and he actually got into a crash, I think we probably would have seen the re-edition of Spa 1998
Yeah.
in the Novel.
The one off the start, right?
Yeah. Coming down La Source.
Iconic iRacing moment right there in the real world.
Really?
Well, close enough. Have you seen open wheel starts on iRacing at Monza? It's close enough.
Yeah. True. You mean any open wheel?
Yeah. Well, IndyCar racing is usually okay. Robert Lancaster.
IndyCar races are clean.
Oh, go ahead.
Anyway,
Sorry.
continue. I was gonna say IndyCar races are clean. Trust me.
That screams like a Source Bro Trust Me moment.
Yeah, trust me, bro. Source is my local water. Why? In and out.
Boy. A bit of contact going on to the mix here. This is a whole mess of traffic trying to fight their way back through. Lancaster came into pit road, crouched to be back into the car. And wanted to point out as well, the race tech competition Audi was actually in front of this GT Pro battle, but lost 2 spots in pit road and now finds itself being several seconds back. So Felton not having a good pit stop run at all.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate right there for Sergei Felton, but still it's in the tail of everybody else. It's surely you think 2 seconds, but how the race is kind of like developed, that Audi can still remain in a really good spot to try to challenge for P4.
Take a look back to the replay. Gustavo Frigoto having a problem for the Bravo Snow Shapton machine coming back onto the oval. And whoopsie daisy, and has been tagged by one of the Porsches.
Yeah, that was the Torque Freak Porsche that tagged him.
Ouch.
Yeah, just getting worse and worse the day for the Brazilians. Unfortunate to see that. They run the Acura because of other leagues. That's why. And because the Acura was the best car. Now you can see, bam, right on the rear. Like right on the rear left. That rear left is probably broken, toe link and everything else.
I gotta be honest, with how much this car has been put through the ringer this race, I'm shocked it's even running anymore. I mean, this car has been involved in more incidents than the rest of the GTP field combined, it feels like.
And they're still running P13, which is kind of impressive. They're running, they're not pit stopping, so that's slightly surprising.
Well, again, square hit and more to the side than to any of the wheel wells, so that's might have been what saved them a lot of damage as we see Jean-Philippe Weed working around Pedro Vargas, so Team Hardcore continuing the charge to get around DS Racing Esports team. Overall, I mean, it's a rough ride at the moment for Bravo Snow Shanta, but I think it's commendable they're still running after all the misfortunes they've had so far all race long.
No, they're trying to get themselves committed, I think, for the spirit of 24 hours and because it is nighttime racing. You would think, because it is nighttime, we are in a good position to maybe catch a few spots from people to get themselves unguarded and have major scraps with the car. So it's kind of like we in Brazil say Coveiro mode, which is kind of like the grave digger stints. So you're basically catching everything that you're being thrown at and try to make do with it.
Well, I mean, we'll see, I guess, what that car is able to do. But I have to say, like I said, it's admirable they're still running. I don't think it's going to result in much. If one thing, this is a good advertisement for Acura, showing their GTP cars are really durable.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, they're only running the Acura because of other leagues where they run the Acura. So
Fair enough.
it's like they are well acquainted with the car.
And hey, sometimes that helps, right? I mean, having good knowledge of what car you're working with will sometimes make you fast in your own right. And I wish we could see this car fully up to speed and undamaged and fighting with the rest of these guys. But who knows? Maybe later on in the season we'll see this car fully come to life. But for
Because
now,
I was going to ask. I believe there's BOP in here, so is it the same BOP they apply in the official series?
I do not believe so. I think it is slightly different. I cannot say for 100% certainty on that. It would be in their regulations somehow.
Right, because from what it looks like, we know the Acura on this season is the OP car by a long shot. So I know in the official series, the Acura was kind of like brought down to its knees. So that's why I wonder if their performance early on in the race, if they were in the lead or not, they could not keep up with everything, and they just caught themselves off, or they caught themselves off guard with the unfortunate incident.
So this is right at the top of their rulebook. I've just pulled up the regulations here. 2.1.1 under cars and balance of performance. All cars will run with a default 100% fuel capacity, no power penalty, no additional weight. However, organizers reserve the right to adjust the BOP for specific events if deemed necessary, and the BOP changes will be included in the race bulletin.
Okay, fair point.
So the BOP is different, but to what extent, we would have to consult the race bulletin for that one. And I will see if I can track that down next. Overall, the racing action, I think it's worth noting, has been exceptional so far throughout the course of the day. And even though we are now entering the definite lull of these races, there's still a lot of battles that are looking to kind of pick up and go to fruition. One of those being this GTM battle between Firestone Motorsport and Digital Chicane. And it's not the only one. GT Pro has closed back in. RPM Racing is starting to put the pressure on Benjamin Fisher.
Yeah, Brad Crouch has been flying around that car lately, putting more than 3-4 tenths of a second faster per lap on Benjamin Fisher. So the head honcho of Fisher Motorsport will find themselves in a world of pain in a little bit to try to fend off the American in the 911 car.
And then as well, side by side in the fight for 8th as Team Hardcore being pushed down to 9th. DS Racing looking for the long way around in the Cadillac for the number 8 spot. Well, not able to get there. They got caught on the off-camber section of turn 1 and fell victim to Pedro Vargas once again as Vargas is through. Puts that car back to the number 8 spot, so good stuff there as... oh, I'm completely wrong. Sorry, that was Jean-Philippe Weed that broke ahead for the number 8 spot as Vargas doing the chasing.
Okay. At least considering everything, like you said, it's really good to have battles everywhere, so we don't have like a dull moment. Not that I'm against having dull moments. I'm all for it, but it's always good to try to cover something. As now, RPM going into the lead of Fisher against Fisher Motorsport, and Brad Crouch just dominating with that 911 car back into the lead, and gap already over 0.3 of a second.
Good stuff there from RPM Racing. I tell you what, RPM, I think they have got to be the favorites to win GT Pro here today. They took the victory only just in GT Pro for the Roar before the 24. But ever since, they have really been piling on and showing that they absolutely deserve to win the 24 Hours of Daytona. I mean, that car has never had more than a lap or two where it has not been fighting for some of the podium positions. And now that they're back and onto the lead and able to log laps, I've got a very distinct feeling we're going to be seeing we're going to be seeing your British team here making its way into victory lane before too long.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what's good to know. And you know, just keeping themselves hard working into this race, never looking down on anything else, just keeping themselves, you know, honest, see what they're trying to get at, and they know the cars are looking good, running fast, and podium spots have put them up in terms of, you know, morale a little bit. So good to know they are working really well. But Fisher not losing the tail a little bit. Gap is winding down to 0.3 of a second. So Fisher doing his best to keep the 911 car in tow, and who knows, still keep the P1 battle alive in GT Pro.
Keeping him close, keeping him honest. As the racing action will continue. 15 and a half hours now left to go, so time continuing to slip away from us, but still not even close to halfway. It's another 2.5 hours, excuse me, before we get to the halfway mark in this race, and it's when we get to that halfway point where we're going to be seeing some of the strategies, I think, reach their peaks. And if there's any more safety cars after that halfway point, I think it's just going to be an all-out slugfest.
It's a possibility. I'm not going to discard that. It's just the way that the yellow flags and everything have been going kind of made this race very unpredictable, not just in terms of strategy, but how the race is kind of like progressing overall.
So always a lot of factors that go into figuring out how a race is going to shake up when it gets to these really, really long 24-hour events. But for the most part, the field has been doing an exceptional job on keeping itself steadfast, looking forward, and making sure that they're going to be able to scrap it out for the wins by the end. GTP starting to pick up again. Selena Ward down. Haven't really talked about the Trading Paints Racing number 19 entry in GTP a whole lot, but they've been steadily marching their way further and further up, and now they are right up the back end here of Pedro Vargas for DS Racing.
And putting the Portuguese driver up in a little bit of a pressure situation is going to get worse with the Audi just in front. Going to lose a little bit of time. Approaches the Porsche on the outside, so Ward is going to be fighting for position going into the front stretch, but I don't think that she has the proper run the first time. Second try, let's see if she is actually able to get the position.
Trading Paints Racing looking like they're going to try to make their way back into the field, and now immediately starting to reel in Jean-Philippe Weed for Team Hardcore just up the road. Whoa! And almost gets into the Dangler Performance Mercedes coming down through the S's. But there is the 8th place runner just in front of them. Team Hardcore's pace has dropped off the last little while as they are being reeled right in by Selena.
No, she's flying around the track. Just check the last lap, 32.8. Of course, lower lap than Veed right in front, but still within a reachable gap for the 830 driver of the Team Hardcore. So the German driver still cannot sleep on the wheel so far if he really don't want to lose the position to the American driver.
So Selena Ward will continue to try to run down Jean-Philippe Weed, and just behind, Pedro Vargas sits down in 10th as well, as the gaps are continuing to steadily falter and draw closer and closer together, as Weed now looks for the long way to get around at LMP2, and the Mayer 6-speed Performance Mercedes, or one of them at least, down on the inside of the racetrack. A lot of LMP2 traffic right now that these guys have got to get around, which is never ideal, but looking right there how much Vargas stuck right in the draft of that at LMP2 until the last possible second, trying to make something happen. Meanwhile, Nicholas Johnston is into pit road from the lead.
Yeah, on the clock for Johnson, and that is going to widen the battle a little bit for the lead, I think, in GTP, with, I think, between Martinez and Bernie if Martinez is able to close the gap so far, but DeMay will have the lead while he still doesn't go into the pit lane for the time being.
And DeMay pitted about 10 laps later than everybody else, so we're not expecting to see Christophe DeMay into pit road for a while yet. And DeMay's been in that car for about 3 or 4 stints now, so DeMay definitely in for the long haul for HAC Racing, and not sure if they'll be looking to get him out of the car or if they're going to be keeping him in the car for the next stint. The driver swaps, they tend to be more around the driver's availability in the real world. But of course, sometimes drivers do double duty if emergencies tend to come up and they need somebody to stick in the car. It's not entirely uncommon, it's just not easy at all because that fatigue can set in quickly.
Especially that you've been running for already nearly 7 hours, so and you're in nighttime. And nighttime, I think, requires a little bit more of your eyesight. You have to be more attention, even though of all, this is the interesting fact, of all tracks in this season that we know that they're going to be running, the only one that has artificial lighting around the track for a long period of time is actually Daytona. They run around 24 hours. Of all 24-hour races, is the actual one that has artificial lighting all over the track. So that's good to know for everybody. But still, is eye taxi on the eye that you have to pay attention every single time that you're doing a lap, because you're always under the constant flow of traffic. As now DeMay come into the pit lane.
So DeMay will also bail to the pits, and that's something DJ and I were talking about earlier on tonight, is the fact that out of all the racetracks, it is in fact the only circuit that is 100% lit around the entire circuit, to the point where you don't even need headlights to run the infield. You'll still be able to see where you're going just fine. Matthew Rutten will be hopping back into the car, so Christophe finally backing out. Rutten will be in for the 111 as they're going to get that car down and off of the jacks. Meanwhile, just behind, FRS Sim Sports is into pit road, and looking like Mitchell Van Winsum will remain in the car. Now the question is, will DeZeo be into his machine as well? And a bit of troubles get the MMTQ Ferrari into position. I've actually just noticed something. The Kinetic Racing Porsche here, it's only got white headlights, but the Fisher Motorsport car's got yellow headlights. Is that something you can change now on iRacing?
Yeah.
Huh. How long has that been a thing?
I think ever since they launched the endurance packs.
No kidding.
Yeah, you can either have like yellow lights or the white lights.
I did not know that. Saw one car that went to my racetrack have blue headlights. Would those count?
If you want to call that as something different, then yes. It's the same thing. I think. Which car in IMSA runs green lights? There's one that runs green lights. I want to say it is the Vassar Sullivan Lexus, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't even know. I don't know IMSA all that well in the real world, but even I know there was like a Lexus or something that ran it was either a Lexus or like a Chrysler. No, Chrysler doesn't run GT. What am I talking about? There's so many manufacturers nowadays that run in that series.
All right, here we go. More than no, it's not LED lights. I don't want to know about the LED lights IMSA. I really don't want to grab your supporting regulations and know about
Doesn't
that.
Ford run a GT3 car now in IMSA?
Right, do it yourself. Headlight tint. Oh, but this is for the 24 hours of Thunderhill. I don't really want to know about the 24 hours of Thunderhill. Even though if there's...
What on earth is that? Is that like a Lemons race?
Oh, wait. Oh, no, stop. You don't know what the 25 hours of Thunderhill is.
25 hours of Thunderhill. No, I knew the 25 hours of Spa for the Fun Cup.
Yeah. But you know there's the 24 hours of Lemons, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
And there's the 25 hours of Thunderhill. The 25 hours of Thunderhill, I think it's more of a grassroots racing. More...
Oh.
I would say traditional in terms of racing than Lemons, and is slightly more serious than Lemons, because Lemons, I think you cannot have a car that is over $500 in terms of budget or something like that.
Really?
Uh,
500 or less?
Yeah, 24 hours of Lemons.
Is that including is that after or before safety modifications? Because a roll cage alone is about $500.
Yeah, here we go. No. Here it is. Teams have at least 2 drivers that compete up to 24 hours in race prepared cars with a price limit of no more than $500, not including safety equipment.
Not include. Okay. I think, okay, fair enough, because safety equipment is really expensive for a race car.
No, but believe it or not, there are, I think it is Top Gear, like back in the Jeremy Clarkson days.
Oh, man.
Or it was either that or it was like Top Gear USA with Tanner Faust and Rutledge Wood and out of Ferrara. That they ran the 24 hours. I think they got like a very old Vito or something like that, and they basically, what they done to not go over the budget, they put up like a very DIY strut cage, right? And everything else, like they just said, we'll throw it out of the car. And they put up like some very second-hand stock wheels from Home Depot or something like that. They did like some modifications to try to make the car faster, but it was all based on like going to Home Depot and do it yourself.
Gotcha.
It's fun. It's really fun. So, but Thunderhill is slightly more serious. It is. They have some custom-made cars, but it's still grassroots. And it's very hard. Thunderhill is very fast, but it's very difficult for you to drive. If they ever come to iRacing, I would be very happy.
I know there are some pretty cheap race cars on the market out there. I was actually looking into, potentially at one point buying a. Oh, well, we got problems, and this is Daniel Avery that's spun around. And in fact, we've had a few spins throughout the racetrack. We'll start with this one, the obvious one. Daniel Avery for Firestorm Motorsports going around here. And I'm thinking help from Full Send Racing. No, lost that by themselves.
Interesting.
Jean-Philippe Weed having this incident. Lapping around the 911 Porsche GT Pro. Into hot, locks it down, goes wide, and kept that car on the racetrack, so credit where credit's due. And then Neil Middleton for Torque Freak Racing having this incident coming back on towards the oval. That's the tire barriers. That'll hurt. Doesn't look bad, but it's a big hit.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit unfortunate, but at least the car, I think, got away unscathed at the end of things. Oh, by the way, about Thunderhill, just to wrap up, it is also the largest automobile race in the United States.
I believe it.
I think, and it's also, I think, one of the lengthiest today in motor racing.
Yeah, there's not very many 25-hour races. I know there's the 25 hours of fun of Spa for the Fun Cup. I mean, those little Volkswagen Beetle-looking things, but that's about it. I know there's some pretty cheap race cars, though. Like I was saying, back on the market, I was looking into potentially getting just like a spare race car, just out of curiosity if I ever wanted to kind of go into racing myself at my local track, just in my spare time, if I ever got the money for it. And I found there's a couple of Formula Vs you could get for like less than $1,000. That is pretty much free by race car standards.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually see what is the longest race today.
Please do. It's probably the Paris-Dakar Rally, so you probably have to look more at traditional races, honestly.
No, but I mean longest endurance race. Endurance races in like track. because obviously the longest one is still the Paris-Dakar race. So
while you're looking that up, we got the fight for GTM for third picking up. Mayor Simsby Performance, Full Send Racing have got, Full Send Racing in an MSP sandwich at the moment, as both the MSP cars are running both in front and behind, third, fourth, and fifth, separated by half a second between the lot of them. They're working through the International Horseshoe. So the battles are starting to draw a bit closer together now that we're mostly through our latest pit stop window. Christian Kembreger for Rising Panda Racing is into pit road in the number 46 as we continue to let these fights duke themselves out.
interesting.
What have you found?
So, I think the longest one might be actually that one, the Thunderhill, but in terms of length. But I think the longest continuous race might be the Marathon de la Route,
The what now?
which the Marathon de la Route, which is 4 days of consecutive racing around the Nordschleife.
4 days? How?
Yes.
Is that race televised somewhere? I would love to see the results on that. How many cars enter?
But I think I don't know if they actually do that anymore. Oh no, the last year the event was like 1971. Right?
Okay, well, okay, that sounds like an old style race where they would
But
race
the
for
long-
hours for like 50 miles.
No, but I think the longest race in terms of general distance, it is not the Paris-Dakar race. And it's not even close. The longest one still today is the Peking to Paris race.
How long is that race?
9,000 miles.
Ooh, that is long. You could fit at least 3 Daytona 500s in that.
Minimal.
A fight for third may be close, but not too much in the way of position swap. And I think all of this lab traffic that we're seeing, like the prototypes siphoning through, has a hand to play in why this battle has tended to scale off just a little bit more where this race started. You've got Aaron Beaver, Carl Felver, and Tamer Elbaga that run third, fourth, and fifth. I'm getting a bit scatterbrained. I've been talking for about 9 hours straight, but we continue to let these races duke themselves out. There's a pair of LMP, or a LMP2 behind, and still no signs of a lot of on-track battling in that LMP2 field. Rookie Esports at the moment, 9 seconds clear of Josh Gowan for Gowan Racing. That is the closest battle you got in your LMP2 field. Christian Kembreger at the moment still leading the way by now 26 seconds, and only 6 out of the initial 10 remain on the lead lap. I think it's admirable that Joy Mason is actually still running in this race. They were collected in that big 4-car pileup several hours ago, and they were forced to take a 17-minute pit stop, went down 21 laps, and they got back in the fight. So credit where credit's due. The 048 guys are not giving up yet.
No, that's good to know. I think the entirety of the team in the SCAO RS, I think they're just kind of like doing this with the spirit of racing. I know some of them, like I don't know if Gray Brill is still Josh for them, but I know Jerry Mason and Rain de Boer. I've raced against them a few times. They're most just like for the fun and try to get some experience out of it and see what it takes them at the end of the day. So it's unfortunate they are 21 laps behind, but still good. They're still running strong on the car, still performing.
Morten Kofoid for Stop and Go Racing dives into pit road, and I believe this will be for a scheduled pit stop this time through. Meanwhile, Pedro Vargas and Matthew Rutan continue to scrap it out for 8th and 9th just up the road as the racing action will continue to rise. Now for others, it is continuing to die off as there's been a big staggered section GT Pro and AmCars for the last little while, headed up by Quinn Mitchell for Digital Chicane. Then you got Kinetic Racing, the other Digital Chicane, and Fisher Motorsports, kind of all packed up line astern in one long train. So a lot of the GT gaps are for overall position, not in class position. No, we could get a fight for the lead here in GTP before too long. It's for the first time in a long time. Alvaro Martinez runs that gap to Kyle Burney down to under a second.
No, absolutely, and I think, and I said that the World of Sim Racing would have a shot if they can actually keep Bernie within range. But the problem now was the traffic just getting in the way of them. You can see 32.6 for Bernie on lap 292, and Martinez was half a second faster. But now Bernie was going to the pit lane. All the hopes and dreams of seeing a battle basically gone down the drain, and and they're saying commentators can now have good things for life.
Well, Martinez still has the chance to make something interesting happen here when they come down the pit road, which I'm expecting that to be within the next couple laps or so. They were effectively on the same strategy as MSP, and by the way, that they have just swapped that out. Pascal Tice back into the race car for the number 3 Porsche 963.
And let's see how Ties will do in his concurrent stint. That previously wasn't the fastest for him, but it was a serviceable one so far, keeping the team within the top 5. Now let's see moving forward if Ties is gonna be able to keep up what Bernie did during his double stint.
Well, one way to find out, and that's to let the race in action continue to commence. Taking a look to Ryan Kaprowski, one of the Digital Chicane Ferraris. They run at the moment 1-2 in your GTM field, and then Kaprowski sits just behind. Aiden Campbell sits just behind for the Kinetic Racing car. Now, Campbell just moved aside and let Kaprowski through. What do you reckon the strategy is on that one to let by a GTM car?
Oh, just to recap, you're talking about the Digital Chicane?
Yes, Kaprowski just got let through by a GT Pro Kinetic Racing.
Okay, so just keeping themselves into the toe of one another. I've seen it in other leagues and other events that one pushing the other is a very effective way for you to break away from the pack. And if you are very fast compared to the field, you can basically lead the other driver to follow you with the draft and everything. But it is a very hard job. So you can have just one of the cars save fuel and switch back and forth, and basically put you on a little bit of an edge in comparison to the rest of the crew that is behind you running against you.
Kaprowski climbing up through the gears, trying to close in on his teammate, Quinn Mitchell, to the bus stop chicane. Don't expect for any move to be made here into this back straightaway chicane, but potentially into turn 1. You never quite know, as we'll watch as these gears will climb back over to 200 kilometers an hour. And Mitchell, you see one of the GTPs going around on the outside of the racetrack. Will we see that pass to the lead? Will the teammates finally start to duke it out? Benjamin Fisher has just dove down into pit road. And a bit of throttle feathering there. Not looking to make that move just yet. They're saving fuel.
Yeah, because they're sharing draft, so it's good for them in terms of fuel range. Even though the lead hard is kind of pushing, you can kind of dictate the pace and things like that moving forward. And Kinetic Racing, seeing, there's 2 cars that are within the same team. P1 and P2, they're doing anything things with that in the field. I just can follow through and be safe about it and not lose a lot of time in the process. Even though that number 44 Novas of Fisher Motorsport is not far behind. You just saw him looking at the back of the frame and making the case a little bit of ease off a little bit, but not ease off way by much, because if you do let off the gas and constantly, that 44 comes in to bite you.
Brandon Walker picks up third from David Schmidt. The Grizzly Motorsports machine is back down and into pit road. And they will be bringing Schmidt out and put Scott Meredith back in. So Meredith retaking the wheel for the Grizzly Motorsports #1 Porsche 963 in pit road with just over 15 hours left on the docket. Thought for a moment the GT Pro battle was closing in, but that was until somebody ended up diving into pit road and made this now really a race for second at best, way down the field. Although 2 seconds separate in Kinetic Racing from Stefan Dobes' Fisher Motorsports machine, but then of course race tech competition in there as well. The overall race leader though, Alvaro Martinez from World of Sim Racing is back into the lane.
And that will give way for Patero to be the leader in this race, back into the Insane Tint Motorsport, Intense Sim Racing, to be in the lead of this race. And Walker, Brendan Walker with Composite Performance, doing a solid job so far for Composite, keeping themselves P2 with the current way that is going. And I had to say, Patero being P1, but then Patero comes into the pit box as I'm Lorenzo Bonder, and Nolan Rempo is the guy that is now battling for the tap being since I'm talking.
Tommy Patero is down and into pit road here as Trading Pains Racing Selena Ward is in. So it is a pit stop bonanza for your GTP category, and a bit of a driver swap here for Intense Sim Racing. Emil Odebasic, if I'm saying that right. If I'm saying that wrong, I greatly apologize. Now, this is Emil's first stint in the car all race long. We have not seen the Norwegian hop into the race car just yet, so very curious to see what he'll have for that number 73 entry.
Yeah, and but if we are to judge the pace that they had around the track, I think it's going to be a very fast pace. So looking for what the Norwegian has in store as well. Very unique name, though.
Yeah, no kidding. Getting out in front, and Selena Ward also remaining in the car for Trading Paints.
So I'm looking. So I'm still, frowned upon. Why does the Porsche have different headlights? So.
Oh, you mean the Kinetic Racing car?
Yeah, why we saw the Porsches with different headlights, right?
Yes.
The GTD Pro cars in IMSA must have clear headlights. GTD cars must have yellow headlights to differentiate them around the track, because they have the same brands and everything, and they use the same light strips and all. So it's just to differentiate them in terms of car classes.
That is actually very interesting. I did not know that, unironically. So you learn something new every day. So what you're saying is basically Kinetic Racing are the only ones that actually have the proper headlights for Pro class.
Yes.
Oof. Take notes, Fisher Motorsports and everyone else. Change your headlights for the next time around. All I will say, seeing yellow lights on a yellow and white Audi, it just fits. It really does.
Well, with that paint, it fits. I'm not gonna lie, even though I think we know in real life, I don't think there's too many Audis that run nowadays. I don't think there's too many customer teams, because now Audi customer teams basically now, I think of the past now, because I think Audi is trying to spend all their money or trying to find money to come into F1 if they haven't backed out the process. I think they already backed out the process. If they haven't announced it already, I think they did. Which makes things interesting. It's weird to see that how Audi's kind of like taking the shape in terms of motorsports nowadays.
Well, we got a lot of racing still yet to go. 15 hours just about on the docket here. So fight for third starting to develop between Pascal Tice and Alvaro Martinez. So MSP and WSR get set to go back at it for round number next. I've lost track of how many times we've seen these two cars duking it out with each other. And will we get a drive for the win? Oh, we got trouble for your second place runner. Big crash for Kinetic right at the kink.
Another victim playing at the kink on dogleg.
Oh, that's...
No.
Ouch.
Another missed time rejoin into the lane.
That wasn't even close that time, though.
Yeah, and that's on the Porsche.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. And you call me crazy, I don't think you're walking that one off.
Sorry, let me just rephrase that. That is on the GT3 because the copy to me, I think that was with the Tour Freak Porsche GTP. So it was on Porsche action. So a little bit unfortunate. They lost the front end and I think something else in the car.
And Jeff Gross having this moment at the West Horseshoe just a second ago. 8th place runner in GTM, spinning around. Good job on the field, though. Got to get in there. Yeah, don't back up. Just go forward at that point.
Yeah, and that was right in front of Pascal Theis and Alvaro Martinez, by the way.
And Theis, well, hasn't interrupted this battle for third, has it? I mean, Theis and Martinez have still been very much line astern, and they're not looking to be going anywhere anytime soon. So the fight for third is here to stay. Praise be the GTP.
Yeah. Stay battle a little bit longer, please. Thank you.
No kidding. Don't come to pit road yet. We need our entertainment here.
Please. By the way, I think we have a driver lined up for an interview meanwhile.
And Nicholas Johnston, and we'll get to him in just a moment here. As Nicholas Johnston, of course, one of the drivers that we're looking to be seeing before too long in this race. As it'll be a fun ride to see where Johnston seems going to end up.
Yeah, because I think he's been out of the car for the past hour and a half. So looking forward to see when does the leader of the race come in if Johnson goes into the car.
I'm still tracking some of these GTP battles. There's a lot of them on the racetrack starting to get up and in there, and trying to make something happen as Pascal Theis looking like he's going to be under fire here from the World of Sim Racing team. And well, while that's all going on, we'll see if we can get in touch with Nicholas Johnston here in just a few moments. I'm still tracking this battle for third because this is a slugfest that we're starting to see develop.
Yeah, again, slightly into the levels of chaotic as Martinez now goes into the outside pinch. He's gonna try to pinch in Theis into the inside with 3 wide going to turn number 1, and they have the LMP2 that kind of like break at the same time. There's contact in there. They go.
That was a bit messy and not a pleasant way for that battle to close. Let's take it right on board with Alvaro Martinez, the driver that escaped relatively unharmed, and take a look. I don't know. I almost want to call that racing, right, with how aggressive they were being with one another. And the fact that you're trying to lap a car at the same time. But probably would have been a better idea for Martinez to back out.
Yeah. And now the 34 the 34 car of Aaron Beaver and Mayor SimSpeed just having a little bit of an issue into the International Horseshoe as well. It's got a little bit weird. So in my point of view, I can look at it 2 ways. Part of me says it race incident because there was overlap when you go into the entry of the corner. Slight overlap, but it's not like some overlap you would be able to work with. But they got impeded by the fact that the LMP2 broke in the same distance or the same way. The GTPs kind of broke as well. So it made their job slightly more difficult. But then again, he kind of held this line. So you cannot blame the LMP2 way too much. Could it have lifted the LMP2 to let the GTPs battle? 100%. Would the outcome been different? Possibly, because you would have 2 cars fighting abreast instead of 3 cars. Now there's more. Oh no!
just about had a mere copy of that one as Gowan gets into the back of Rookie Esports, and how the fight for third in GTP will start to pick up as well. But while this is all starting to develop, we'll see if we can't get in touch here real quick with Nicholas Johnson before his time into the car comes again, as the driver that currently heads up the way for Composite Performance, and one of their drivers that has been doing a great job keeping that car steady as she goes. Nick, so far Composite Performance is looking like they've been back on the top for the last little while, but what the heck happened on the start to cause the guys to drop in the first place?
It's a really long race. We told Andy starting the race just to get into a rhythm and find his balance, and we had 24 hours to figure out where we're going to end up in this thing. So we just didn't want to make any stupid mistakes and end our run early on, and it looks to be paying off here as we head into the midnight hours.
It's definitely into the late night hours over here at Daytona, but so far, despite the early struggles and fighting back through the field, you guys have found yourselves back on point. With regards to pit strategy, it's an ever-present question, especially with how the safety cars have fallen so far, right around the tops of the hours. How has that impacted the strategy for the 15?
Right now, we're actually probably about half a stint offset from the majority of the field. I believe there's one other car that's on the same strategy as us right now. But when that last caution came out, we were at about half a tank, and we decided to stay out in order to stay out of any trouble, because the restart beforehand had been pretty gnarly, to be honest. So we knew we'd be out front. We can just kind of pull away and build a gap and be safe. So now we're offset that half a stint, so we lead for half a stint pit, the other guys lead for half a stint. So it's all going to really come down to when this next caution falls, if it falls, and see where we end up from there.
If it does fall, is the tactic going to be to try to get back on cycle with everybody else, or is it going to try to remain a bit offset here?
I think it really depends on where we're at in the stint. If we're to the point where those guys are going to pit and we would stay out with about half a tank, then we might do that, or we might just try to get back on cycle. It just really depends where it ends up. It might be something where they pit normally and then the caution comes out and they have full tanks and we're almost empty. So we'll just have to kind of see how it goes. There's a lot of racing left to go, and honestly in this thing, as long as you stay within a lap of the leader, when a caution falls out, you're right back in the game.
And I think lastly, we kind of look forward into the into racing action as a whole when we get towards the end of that race. You guys have been steadily building that gap up. It is 16 seconds and growing is the game plan. Then going to see if you can just build that gap up and lead the remainder of the race here, minus the offset stints, obviously.
Yeah, of course we'd like to lead it out from here, but there's a lot of racing left to go. Brandon's in the car doing a great job right now. We got Andy getting back in, Patrick, then myself, right about midnight my time, so about 6 hours or so from now. So we'd like to build a gap the whole time, but we know inevitably there's got to be another caution looming in the wind somewhere. So that will close everyone back up. As long as we keep the car clean and stay out of trouble, I think we should have a good chance to at least be in the fight at the end.
Well, hopefully we'll be speaking to you either before the end of this race again, or once we find that car into victory lane. You guys won the Roar, and you've been making sure that you've been proving that point that you deserve to be out there fighting for race wins here in VSCA. Thanks for taking the time to join us up here tonight. We'll let you get back to work.
Thanks, guys. Great job so far. Really appreciate it all.
And thank you for the compliments as well. That was Nicholas Johnson for Composite Performance, currently a part of the team leading the way in the GTP category. The battle for third, while that was all going on, has since fallen to the wayside as Pascal Tice got caught out by some lap traffic and is now dropped by about 5 seconds or so off of Martinez. A bit of a gap started to maybe close in a little bit. VRG Sport and Gowan Racing been kind of flirting with that 1 second gap range. I think Gowan's pushing, and VRG's trying to make sure they can't quite get to it.
No, absolutely, and just I don't know if there's also related to Gowan's maybe car contact. Yeah, I think he had a very minor contact with Rennie not far back. So I don't know if that actually accrued into damage for the car itself. But other than that, just try to keep the car honest. Just do your best in terms of what has happened transpired post crash and see what leads you into the pit stop.
So we've got just under 15 hours to go, and with racing action looking like it is going to be going absolutely nowhere, we're going to get ourselves with another chance here to thank, of course, the main sponsor for making sure that this race is possible. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment. Located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. We are still under green flag racing, just under 15 hours to go. We're going to step back. You won't miss a second as we go side by side on Green Flag TV. Well, just as we were getting ready to come back, the safety car is deployed for I think the 6th time tonight now. So we'll slow things back down, get set to rack 'em, stack 'em, and we'll get this show back on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not going to change it by a whole lot, as you were talking about. The track temperature has dipped. Not the tractor, but the ambient temperature dipped by 18 degrees by 1 degree in general. Other than that, I don't think it's going to drop way too much as we're approaching midnight in sim time. So it's gonna be quite interesting how this race will progress moving forward still in the night, which is interesting. Of all races, 24-hour races in iRacing, this is actually the longest nighttime racing in all of them, because you have 13 hours of nighttime racing in 11 hours of daylight. So it's quite interesting how you navigate through the night. Imagine if this track didn't have the artificial lighting. If a lot of things would have been different in terms of how you go around the track like this.
Oh yeah, no kidding. It would be so different in comparison, and you have to now wonder, right? I mean, because the Daytona road course wasn't here forever. What was it like before they brought night lighting in for this place? It must have been about as dark as Sebring or other tracks that just don't have lighting around them.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna be quite interesting. Just gonna grab one was the first edition. The first edition was in 1962.
Ooh,
Yeah.
a while ago.
Yeah.
Did it look anything like today's renditions, or is it one of those really weird layouts?
No, it's always been the same layout. It never changed.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. What happened, I think the only thing back then, if I remember correctly, I think was the angle was something maybe in turn number 1 or in the infield that might have changed, but other than that, is pretty much quite interesting how it went. But at the beginning was kind of interesting because when it came out, it was a 6-hour 1,000 kilometer race, but that was sponsored by the USAC, which is the United States Auto Club and FIA. But they had to shorten the race because of darkness. You could barely see the track. Artificial lightning came right about, I think, a few years later, around in the 60s. So that's why.
Well, we've had a couple cars come down to pit road. That's Aiden Campbell for Kinetic Racing, and Mark DeBoer has hopped into the car for RPM Racing. Now, I don't believe pit road is open right now, so this might net them some drive-thrus later on. That's concerning because that is just mentioned. We were talking before about, what might happen if these guys didn't have enough fuel. I think we just found a couple cars that may not have had the fuel to make it around too much longer on the racetrack.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, they'll incur the wrath of the stewards for that one, but it's better than running out of gas and having to tow back to the pits.
That's true, and we saw a few occasions of that happening in the race, right? Of drivers right after the race started, or the restart actually happened, going to the pit lane like 5 laps in, and damage the performance a little bit. Not what they wanted, but that's what they get from the yellow flag running. So unfortunate, but just how things go,
Well, things are shaking up to be about on par. Still haven't seen too much in the way of big field shakeups. It's been about status quo for the last little while. I know I know both of us are going to be hopping out of the booth at the top of the hour. Austin Edstrom and DJ Quag will both be returning. They'll be taking over for about a 3-hour stint, and then we'll pass things over to our Australian crew, who will be taking us through the overnight portions of this race. But, you know, for the most part, it's been about what you could expect to see from a Daytona, from a 24-hour race, right? I mean, it's had the action, it's had the lulls. And this right now is one of the lulls that we're getting ourselves set to rocket away with before we get ourselves back up to racing. First series of wave rounds is taking place right now. That is to get cars back up in position for the pit stop window. Then, of course, everybody pits. Then they have their second series of wave rounds. Then they sort the field, and we're good to go from there. Right there, you saw some of those headlights flickering off. Those are drivers that are turning the cars off and then back on to save more fuel.
Anything that you can do to try to save as much fuel as you can.
It's always interesting, right? Usually you have to listen pretty closely to a lot of cars. You have to listen to the revs to be able to get a good indicator of that. But, I mean, shutting the headlights off like we're talking in Morse code, it's a pretty good indicator of what they're doing without having to listen in too hard.
True that. And it's kind of odd for you to see the cars being turned off and on in a NASCAR-like feel, you know, in a 24-hour race. Well, that happens in real life as well, so nothing can do much about that. And just to answer your question about the artificial lightning, lights were actually turned on back in 1998.
That's when overhead lighting was introduced at Daytona?
Yeah.
That feels really late to me. I would have thought they would have done it much earlier.
Same.
I don't know if it's just because I'm not used to it, but I don't know.
I think when it got introduced, it was I was reading an article right here. I think it was back then. It was built as the world's largest single-lit outdoor sports facility, producing 2,000 luminaries. It featured 2,000 luminaries, producing 3.3 million watts per hour.
If you just turn to the Wikipedia all of a sudden.
No, actually, I didn't go for Wikipedia on that one. I found I actually found an article that featured the company that did the lightning for the Daytona International Speedway, which is called Musco Lightning.
And they
did
just
the lightning for Daytona.
And they just tracked it on their website.
Not on their website, but I found an article on like a Stadia World or something like that. It's kind of interesting. But what is interesting, because you have the lightning in the cars and everything, the lightning is turned off to 20% of its full output capacity, so it's still very bright, nevertheless.
So the lights at the track for the 24, they're turned down because the cars have headlights.
Yeah, and they produce, and it's also similar to what the lightning setup that Le Mans is actually put up, like in the front straight, in the stadium area, and the brighter lights go around the pit straight.
You know. What will be next on History/Science Lessons with Lorenzo Bonner?
Oh, well, Daytona is one of Daytona. I think is I put up Daytona like into my top 3 favorite tracks. I like Daytona. I have a personal vendetta against Daytona, to be very honest.
You have a vendetta for or against Daytona?
Against, but it isn't Daytona's fault. It is St. Peter's fault.
You'll have to explain. I'm not following.
I went to the 24 hours in 2019, and it wasn't 24 hours of Daytona. It was 12 hours of Daytona, because the other 12 hours was marred by rain.
Did they not race in the rain? Or was it just that bad?
No, it was that bad. It was like torrential rain throughout the whole circuit, so they yellow flagged the race a few times. they green flagged and yellow flagged, and they went for a yellow flag like a few laps, and then completely red flag. You could barely see and drive around the track, especially at the oval section. It was impossible for you to drive.
There's a few rain stories I've had. I've worked as a course marshal down at my local road course for a while, and we were doing a motorcycle race, and it was perfectly dry, right? It was overcast, but it was dry. All of a sudden, it just opened up, and it opened up in the middle of all these bikes doing their warm-up laps, and it got wet so quick that we lost the track within 40 seconds. That's how long it took for it to be completely unusable, because all the bikes were on slicks on their warm-up lap, and 4 of them crashed into the same wall immediately after it started.
I understand that. I remember when they came into Daytona for that race in 2019. It was the same year that Alonso actually raced, and I remember when I actually went to grab the autographs. I got the autographs, I think, from I'll have to open up my book over here, but I think it was like from everybody in the Mazda. 2019, Daytona 24. I would have to grab name by name, but just give me a sec, since we have a lot of time to kill.
Yeah, we know we have a lot of time to kill into these safety cars.
Yeah, so just bear with me. 20 hours. It's just that it doesn't let me at all. Oh, I got like from Simon Pagino, Alexander Rossi. I know got everybody from the from the Mazda team. So I just cannot remember who drove for the Mazdas. Like Oliver Jarvis, I know I got it from him. I got from Helio Castroneves. I talked to his dad, but anyway, coming back on topic. Fernando Alonso's queue to get his autograph was huge. But then again, when they came to the track and started raining right in the middle of the night, right before the halfway mark of the race, the spray of the cars was so bad, especially with the artificial lining. Even with the artificial lining helping a little bit, it was just impossible for you to keep the car straight around the banks and everything. So that's why they had to yellow flag every single time.
That's the one thing that you can never ever underestimate. Never ever challenge Mother Nature to anything with any sporting event. It will always find a way to mess up your day. That's one thing I have learned. Do not tempt weather. It's never a battle you're going to win.
No, it wasn't. It was just. It was so weird, and I mean like very weird, how the race kind of like progressed, and I'll never forget that as cars coming into the pit lane and doing their stops. But it was a fun race nevertheless. All right, I think I got everybody over here that I got my autographs. Harry Tinknell, Oliver Pla, Jonathan Bomarito, Ollie Jarvis, Tristan Nunes, Timo Bonhard, Rene Rast, the guys from the not Cadillac, but I got from the Penske team. Ricky Taylor, Graham Rahal. No, I didn't get from Graham. Ricky Taylor, Helio, Simon Pagino, Montoya, and Dane Cameron. Montoya was a very funny guy to talk to. Obviously.
I don't doubt it.
He's an individual. He's a lad.
Pretty much everybody is down into pit road, understandably so, after that came out right at about where one of the pit stop windows would usually be commencing, as there goes a huge chunk of the drivers that are making their way back out and onto the racetrack. Among those cars is the rookie esports machine, currently driven by Rebecca Rennie at the moment, and the 100 machine has been doing absolutely stellar so far. They are the most spots gained overall, plus 30 spot, well, second most actually, as I just realized that Selena Ward's Trading Paints race machine is plus 43, but plus 30 spots overall on the afternoon. They started this race on the last row, stone dead last from pit road. They now sit up in third. It has been really a day of redemption for Rookie Esports for the time being, and we've got one of their drivers, Spencer Torrance, that's with us, and well, Lorenzo, you're standing by with them.
Yeah, so Spencer, basically your race basically gonna fall all the way to the back, to the front, kind of like graveyard, if you want to grave digger stints basically, and how you guys raced on into this race and now finding themselves into the top 3. How the races progress from your guys' perspective?
It's been pretty good. Everything's been going somewhat to plan. Somewhat being the key words. We've just gone from the back, just kept driving, just kept moving forward. Big thanks to Rookie for bringing me on first time try. We're having a good result.
No, definitely, absolutely. And thinking about the races gone so far, you guys now feature into the top 3. But if you have to think about just into the LMP2s, has the race gone down the way you probably wanted to? Has the pace of the car matched up to everybody? How the car has developed in terms of the other cars into the field? As I know you guys found themselves locked down into a few battle for positions.
Yeah, no, the car's been fine. Everything's been good. Obviously, as competitors, we want to be up front. We want to be in the lead. We got that with one of the caution periods, but just had too many extras, had to do a drive-through and lost it. But the car's been fine. Everything's been driving good. Everybody in class has been super respectful and super clean. We appreciate it. GTPs are a little scary, but that's the usual for everybody.
Fair game. And finally, man, before we let you go, and I think you're probably picking over the car in a little bit, but first question. So that's the first question, if you're taking over the car.
After this fuel stint, I believe I'm in.
Okay. So the question that is following up, now that you guys have gone all the way from the back to the front of sorts, what was the goal mindset of the team coming into the race, and now that you guys found yourselves into the top 3, has this shifted into, oh, all right, maybe we can get the win if we play our cards right?
No, we've been, from the beginning, we can win. The only reason we didn't get to go from the front was because we had a procedural error on the team side. But we had P2 pace, and we're currently sitting, I believe, P2 or 3. So we're right where we should be. Get a couple more good, clean stints. We should probably be towards the front, if not leading.
All right, fair game, Spencer. I just wish you the best of luck whenever you take over your car. I don't know if we're going to be over here in the broadcast booth, but nevertheless, hope to see you guys up in the front, and maybe whenever we come down to the last 14 hours, when this all is said and done, you get the win, and we can talk again.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Shout out Firelight Esports as well, my team. I know they're watching. It's been a great broadcast. I appreciate you guys.
That was none other than Spencer Torrance from Rookie Esports. It's been a great race for them. I mean, all things considered, not the best way to kick off the event, but I mean, you take a look at how the racing actually went as a whole for them. This race has effectively come alive for that crew.
Yeah, it's insane, just going to the grave digger simulation, kind of like racing, just take whatever you can get and just let the car do the rest of the job, and they're getting away the result they probably wanted. And who knows, with Rebecca's pace has not been the one to frown at, so she can actually get up and fight against Josh Gowen and Pierre Stockton, even though the gap might be a little bit big for them right now to contend with, but there is potential right there for them to get the win at the end of things.
A big potential indeed, as they are going to be looking to try to really impress in these closing, well, I say the closing hours. There's still a long way to go, but in the coming hours of this race, as we've got ourselves about 30 minutes until our own commentary stint will come to a close. There's a lot of reshuffling of the field going on at the moment, as drivers try to get themselves sorted up towards the front end of the field. Right now, it is Digital Chicane's Ferrari duo that remain at the top of the field. And while we have the chance under the safety car, we have a second driver that's wanted to give us a chit-chat here, and it'll be none other than Bjorn Claessens, the driver that currently, well, he's part of the Yellow Submarine Squad crew that, well, not the best of runs. I mean, they're currently sitting 14th, but, I mean, hey, compared to how it's gone for some other racers, it's been all right, all things considered. How's the racing been so far for the 531? Mr. Clausen's, this is Noah Rempo from Green Flag TV. You got us? Evidently not. So, well, that's a quick departure, and, well, we'll hopefully see if we can get a talk with him later on. But
he dived in back into the submarine.
Apparently so.
Then
Down
submerged.
under and seeing what's what.
I was gonna say the submarine didn't submerge.
Not quite. Not quite.
Unfortunate.
They are near the bottom depths of the timing tower. I'm sorry, that was a really mean joke. Josh Toothman
Yes.
currently leads the way. Well, Josh Toothman currently in the Yellow Submarine squad, Ferrari, and they just got their last wave around. As you can see them repositioning their way further up into the order. Danny Fonte, though, for World of Sim Racing, I don't believe you see too much of the Portuguese drivers so far tonight, so curious to see what they're going to be able to do for us. And I'm curious to see if Digital Chicanes 1, 2, and GTM is going to be the guys that take us to the green.
Yeah, I just want to that Kropowski that is right behind. So teammates, yeah, that's definitely teammates right behind one another. And I think Thomas Back and Baker are not far behind that Mercedes. So looking forward to see how this thing will progress moving forward. And I think we might not get the green light this time by. I think we might need one more lap so everybody's kind of like shuffled out and organized into the racetrack. But nevertheless, the GT3s leading out will be quite interesting because I think we haven't seen the GT3M leading out in the race in these restarts, but I can be very wrong.
Well, the lights have just gone out, so this is how it's going to line on up. There's our answer.
Yeah,
Well, this will be an interesting restart.
absolutely. Because it's like I think the first is that an LMP2. So the first LMP2 is,
Sure is.
about 5-6 cars back.
Oh,
6,
boy.
5. It is 6 cars back, and then the first GTP is about 10 cars back, 7 cars back. It's just behind the LMP2. So we can see a chaotic start once this goes green.
You know what? I like it. It's been clean for too long. We need some chaos to get the energy back up. Let's get it done. I like this.
You're like chaotic evil in an RPG table, basically.
It's always a mix. Either I'm either very noble in my quest. I'm doing everything by the book. Or I'm trying to find a way how I can break kneecaps and steal apples at the same time.
Fair game. More like I'm with you. I'm like the chaotic neutral, chaotic good. So
Chaotic neutral. The chaotic evils are the ones that mix up car manufacturers, then, are they?
Yeah.
Well, no mistakes yet. I'm not looking to regard that reputation here tonight. So, well, hopefully this restart will go well. But I don't know. I've got a distinct feeling we're in for a wild ride. Green flag is up in the air this time by. We are back to racing, and it's going to get wild as we make that drive down into turn number 1. There goes Pierce Stockton sweeping through into the lead, and World of Sim Racing is right in behind. Well, for all things considered, they're making good progress.
Hold up. Don't jinx it yet.
Not yet, not yet. We still got it. There's still a ways.
There's still a ways, as now Cervoni has to, I think, just trying to hold the track position for now in right behind, and there's a little bit of a switch between Fisher and Tranquilli, and now Fisher going to P3 and 3 and 4, as now Fisher Motorsports defending the position near contact between the LMP2 and the Mayer GTP.
And there is that battle for third and GT Pro that you mentioned. Alessio Tranquilli, Benjamin Fisher, and Vitor Miranda all duking it out nose to tail as they dive deep into turn number 6. Tranquilli sweeps through. Miranda gets around Fisher as well. We have survived the the infield minefield, and I'll give these guys a round of applause for that one. Well done.
Well done indeed.
As I say that, we go 3 wide approaching the bus stop, so it didn't last long.
Yep.
Whoa! We got a Mercedes around over here somewhere. I think that was Screeching Moose that's sideways on the backstretch.
Yep. That was unfortunately Anthony Bell just coming back into the track. There's battle for the lead going on.
Michael Matthias has also been forced to take a toes. There's been a big incident of some sort. Not sure if that's related to Anthony Bill spinning around. We'll get to that in a moment as Auto Basic trying to fire one around the outside of Danny Fonte, but looking like they're going to settle themselves out. Let's take a look at what happened to the GTP runner first. Of Fisher Motorsports.
Oh, no.
And, oh dear. Oh, that's a bad place to hit the wall, right where it juts out to let safety vehicles in.
Yeah.
That is
that's not the GTP though.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing at all that Anthony Bill did wrong. And all this considering how badly that could have gone, Bill did a good job on hanging on to that one. He's lucky there's a lot of runoff area to work with there.
Yeah, but I think he got like Q like a pull, a snooker pull Q into the safe barrier, so nothing he could do there.
That might be game over for Matthias. We'll see how that's going to pan out. But meanwhile, Fonte, Odebasic, and Selena Ward run 1, 2, 3 by only a second in your GTP field. So 3 different teams all ready to go to war as we get set to duke it out once again for the overall race lead.
Yeah, really good battle so far for this top 3. And who would have thought that Trading Paints, despite everything they had going on in the race, would be battling for top 3.
Racing action will continue as we continue to send things up and around. And I can tell you what, it's going to be a very wild ride for a lot of drivers. Danny Fonte, Emil Odebasic, Selena Ward. Ryan still in the 1, 2, 3, and now down by 0.7 of a second. Make that now 0.6 of a second. It's only getting closer. They're not going to be content to sit behind WOSR for too long here.
And Ward and Selena looks like have a really good grip around the outside, but both Odebasic and Fonte just pushing the cars to the boundary. They can actually push and force the car outside. Odebasic looking towards the inside, not going to have to run, going to the Le Mans chicane, setting himself up into the bus stop for a turn 1 overtake, but everybody just doing their best to stay within the toe of one another.
Continuing to rip this one down and in towards turn number 1, and no changes in position so far in the battle for the GTP race lead. We'll look back to the LMP2s in the meantime, but we'll keep a close tab on your fight for the overall race lead. At the moment, Rookie Esports trying to fend off VRG Sport. This is the fight that's about 10 seconds behind the LMP2 race lead. And it's Rebecca Rennie trying to keep Alex Banfield behind.
Now Fonte Odebasic battling, switching back and forward into the International Horseshoe. Now Selena comes into the fray as well.
Able to get Selena into the fray as looking for the high side. Looking back to the low side as here we go. Trying to lunge down in towards turn number 6 and back to the front stretch. We'll take a quick look on the attempted overtake as Odebasic went down the inside of Danny Fonte into the International Horseshoe and locked up. That was some great driving from the 51 to avoid that. If he had turned in there, that would have been a disaster.
That would have been a disaster. One would probably spun around the other, and then the position would have gone to Selena Ward. If not, probably a triple contact that probably would have ended the race of all 3 guys, or put a damper in the race of all 3. And now you can see, Fonte has a slowdown. He's got to give way to both cars, go from P1 all the way back to P3.
Oda Basic is up and into the race lead as a result of that. Selena Ward has picked up the number 2 spot. This is, I think, the biggest fight for a class that we've seen in a while. As man, intense sim racing just getting in there big time down to turn 1.
Try to have a little bit of a look, but nothing so far. And now Selena in the 100 position on the lead of this race, and probably Torque, the Training Paints, will look forward to have their first time leading in a long time, if not the first time overall into this race. And really exciting battle. The midst of everything, you know, all these 3 cars battling. Benjamin Walker and Brendan Walker into the composite performance car, not able to close at all on these 3.
Trouble for Pedro Espadina at the tail end of the field for the DS Racing Esports team, as they have found themselves with a bit of trouble at the back end of shot. And this was into turn 3 out of the S's. Trapped between 2 LMP2s and out of the meat and the sandwich, getting spun around.
Is that the Galwin racing that that's spinning
Galwin
around
racing.
though?
I think it is.
Because the gap widened to more than a sack, so
It
that's
was. There's that battle for 3rd in your LMP2 categories. That's still within 0.2 of a second, and they've got the last place runner in GTP right behind them as well, who's going to be eager to find a way through. Morton Kofoid for Stop and Go Racing is back down into pit road, so misfortunes there. Now racing action will nonetheless continue, and at the moment VRG Sport continue to make this drive work as Alex Banfield going to go up and try to pick up the toe from the Acura to maybe get a drive down to the turn 1. That's a bold lunge. He's going to go for it, though, around the outside. But Rebecca Rennie cuts across to shut that one down.
Yeah, which was the smart move to do so near contact between the LMP2 and the emerging GTP out of the pit lane.
And you can tell Rebecca figured that car was going to be there and immediately cut across like, nope, I need you in between me and Alex. Thank you very much. And hey, it worked for a while, but only for about a corner or so. That's going to inadvertently put Rookie Esports wide, but so far still hanging on to 3rd. This is a good fight we got for the podium.
Yeah, solid fight for the podium so far.
And then even further down the pack, the battle for the race lead in GTM is kicking off between the 2 Digital Chicane teammates. Now, I'm not expecting too much in the way of actual side-by-side battling in this one because they're teammates. Why would they? We might get something more, though, with the duo of Porsches, RPM Racing and Fisher Motorsports. Mark DeBoer and Stefan Nobes have been 2 drivers that have never let each other breathe. And these 2 teams have been crawling all over each other and getting in each other's way from the drop of the green flag in the roar all the way up until now. They are very evenly matched.
Oh, yeah. It resembles me another team that usually that runs into the IMSA Global Esports Global Championship, and it resembles me the same strategy. Follow me on another as Rennie have a little bit of a door-to-door contact and retains P3. Scrappy but managed to retain it.
Alex Banfield tried to look the long way around, and Rebecca Rennie really getting the elbows out there, went in way hard. Nothing Banfield did wrong there, and a bit of a hip check there, and then a bit of a flash of the headlights from Rebecca there. I'm surprised to see Rebecca flash the headlights there. I would have expected that to have come from Banfield himself, not the other way around.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And the battle for 2nd, WOSR still right up the back bumper of Training Paints Racing, and they just blitzed around a pair of GTMs. We see a pass for 2nd from Daniel Fonte on Selena Ward. They get a gun for it. Not able to capitalize down to the turn 1. Oh, that's risky. Lots of GT traffic, and take to the outside will be the 19, and the 51 forced to tuck in line and follow suit.
Yeah, but at least it's good to know that rule number 1 of sim racing has been broken.
Explain.
Don't hit your teammate. Actually, it's rule number 1 and 2 if you think about it. They haven't been broken. Yeah, because rule number 1 is don't hit your teammate. Rule number 2 is follow suit. Rule number 1.
You see Alex Banfield finally completed the pass on rookie eastwards, making that drive around the outside at turn 1 down the front stretch. This time had enough overlap that VRG, or that rookie esports, saw sense to yield. So Banfield puts the VRG Sport Delara up into third. Overall, the battle for first in GTM, still no change, no surprise. The battle for GT Pro has reeled these guys in now. Mark DeBoer all over the back of the digital chicane Ferraris now. They'll be getting that blue flag to tell them to kind of move out of the way. And honestly, I might be more inclined to do it if I'm them, because they're not fighting with anybody in their class right about now. And
Yeah, but he
you
have
that.
a basic 3-1. Oh Lord.
Oh boy. What a drive, and then the battle for fourth kicking off. Composite Performance, after losing some spots in the pits, they're going to get around Grizzly Motorsports for 4.
Yeah, just through Kinetic Racing on the inside into the entry of the International Horse, and Grizzly trying to force their way into larger positions inside the top 5. So not the best positions they want to be finding themselves in, as now we're going to look on the replay from auto basic into turn number 1 from what it looks like.
Yep, this is down to turn 1, and this is the car that took it 3 wide up the middle. Driver's eye view. Goes high. There's double file. You got to get through. Take it up the middle. That is brave driving.
I just don't care how I'm going to send it. Mindset.
I like the stamp and send it, I think, is the turn of phrase.
Something like that. It worked. I'm going to say it worked. I personally didn't like it, but it worked.
You know somebody's going to be saying, hey, if it's stupid and it worked, it ain't stupid. No, it can still be stupid. It still work.
Yeah. There is a very fine line between death and near death.
That is almost certainly not a move you would ever see pulled off in the real world. That's too much risk this early on.
No. If you see that being pulled into the real world, we know that there would be a multi-million car crash.
A multi-million-dollar car crash, I hope you mean.
No, precisely.
And, well, one of the digital chicane Ferraris has just been disrupted. Still run 1-2, but now 3.5 seconds back, so something's gone awry. The GT Pro battle was trying to siphon its way through, and jumping on the binders. Oh, gets into the back of the GT Pro and goes for a little loop.
Yeah, just victim of the damage model, unfortunately, or the car contact that makes you spin on the rear if you hit the rear of the car. Unfortunate, but it's not a lot of time lost. Still within P2 and 3 seconds ahead. 2.5 seconds ahead of Elbaga. I never thought English could be such a complicated language at midnight.
Oh, well, you know what they say, right? English isn't a language. It's 4 languages masquerading as one in the trench coat.
Fair point.
Pedro Espadilla having another issue, going off the circuit at the bus stop chicane, swings it wide, and makes the smart move, just cuts right across the grass and straight lines it back onto the racetrack rather than trying to make the corner. Probably save that car from having a pretty monstrous impact. Well, Composite Performance and Grizzly Motorsports will continue their own little battle. You've got a battle of GTM starting to pick up. MSP, TPR, and FSR all getting into a little bit of a train of their own. Thomas Baker Julia Cervone and Carl Felver all running line of stern and getting around one of the other MSP cars that's already a lap down. And in fact, no, that was the one that they were just battling with that just shot wide shot wide in turn 1. Yeah, right there, just went in too hot.
I think I don't think they went too hot. I think it just didn't have any mid-corner grip. Got a good exit, so unfortunate right there.
That's a good possibility. I mean, don't have too much rubber laid down on the racetrack right now.
Which would be weird. I mean, you can double stint the tires at this point of the race.
Well, I meant there's too much rubber laid down. I mean, look at all the marble on just this corner alone.
True. Yeah, you have a point right there. Well, all I'm gonna say, despite of all this, I know taking away from this battle, moving away from it, the aggressiveness has paid off. 6 seconds now the gap between Nota Basic and Ward Infante.
Yeah, 6 seconds. That 73 car has been absolutely hauling the mail right now. Has been driving away with this thing in the Porsche 963. And I genuinely believe that Intense Sim Racing fully intends to win this race here tonight. They did not start near the front. They were very much a midfield car. So to see them running up here towards the front like this is a great sight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, don't forget, they are cycling with Composite Performance, though.
Yep. And Composite not having the best stint so far, struggling to get within the top 3. And more importantly, has to contend with Grizzly not far behind you, just breathing down your neck, and also saving as much fuel as they possibly want to, while you do the heavy duty.
Yep, and they're continuing to close it with that draft, and they're closing in a big way. They're going to try to make a move here as to the outside will go Scott Meredith, trying to get around Brandon Walker. So Meredith attacking into turn 1. And hard on the binders, and Walker looks like he's just going to let Meredith go. Doesn't want to waste time battling.
Which is the smartest choice in my opinion. Last lap, 31-1 for 31-6 for car Meredith, and he had to lift off the gas a little bit so he didn't lose. Wait, scratch that. 31-8 for Meredith and 32-3 for Walker, and Walker not being able to keep up at the same pace as the other cars are.
Walker might. I don't think Walker is on a double stint on that car, so I think they're just kind of more running on their lonesman, just having not the best of nights, but still a long way to go.
Plus, there's a plus. It doesn't make any sense for you to double stint the tires. Even though you are at night, you don't lose. There's no point, literally no point. You just grab rubber every single tire change that you do, especially with the car that churns out the rears. This car and the LMP2, they burn out the rears like crazy. Even though it is nighttime and it is night conditions, and the track is faster and much more easy flowing, it is just tricky for you to navigate the car around.
Oh, just over 14 hours remaining. The time has just flown by as we are 10 hours deep into the longest race of the season, the 24 hours of Daytona. Our stint is just seconds away from coming to a close. We'll bring Austin Edstrom and DJ Clark back into the mix. Lorenzo, it is a pleasure as always. It's a shame we don't get to work together all that often. But it's been a great drive. Thanks for making the time out of a very busy schedule for you. And again, shame about your stint at the 24, but it's always next year, and hopefully we'll be able to work again soon in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame, but it's a long year. It's the first one of many races, so looking forward to what 2023 to 2024 brings, and hopefully we can work more in the future.
So with that, we'll say farewell to Lorenzo Bond, and I'm about to step back as well. I know my voice sounds like I'm still so energetic. It is 5 p.m. I've been awake since 5 a.m. I have cold pizza. It wants to be microwaved. I've been talking for 10 hours straight, so I am going to give it. Oh, well, there we go. North Sim Racing getting punted around, and well, there was Austin. You heard him ready to jump into the booth right out of the gate.
I'm sorry.
That's Alessio Tranquilli spinning around, and well, before we do that, we'll get a look at what just happened here entering turn number 1.
Yeah, you thought you were gonna go get some pizza? Yeah, right.
Apparently not. 3 wide and just collides with the digital chicane Ferrari, and whoopsie daisy. That's a weird spin to have. And well, now Thomas, they don't want me to go away. Thomas Baker just had a spin as well in the same corner. Ay, ay, ay. Well, ow, he got a hit from behind as well, and whoa, oh boy, that's a hard hit into the wall as well. Went away hot. He was forced to take a toe to the pits. Now I will try to microwave some pizza, and I'll pass things on down to Austin Edstrom and DJ Clark.
Oh, thank you so much, Nolan. I feel bad for you. They're just trying to get you to stay around for as long as possible. DJ, I have a copy, buddy. I'm so excited to get this, 11th hour here started.
It's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait to get it to go here at this point. Very, very excited to see what's going to happen.
I mean, goodness gracious, I couldn't have asked for a better way to jump back into this thing. Just a couple of people getting punted off, going down into turn 1. I thought, after 7 hours, 10 hours of the race, but 7 hours since I got to speak about it, I figured, there would be a little bit of a calmness. People would be a little bit taking care of each other a little bit in the middle of the night. I know we're nearing midnight in sim. I believe it's about 11:45, if I am correct, in sim time. So, yeah, 11:46. So I was expecting there to be a little bit more calmness between the field. Oh man, there's somebody on the front straightaway. It has their front bumper completely ripped off. They're going down through the infield grass. Could not quite tell who it was. I was on board with the GTP leader, and I believe our producer is microwaving pizza. So this might be terrible timing, but oh, the 048 backwards. That's not even the one I was talking about. I think it was a GT car that was actually in the middle of the infield. So we got an issue with the last place running LMP2, who I believe has come together with someone else. Was that smoke down at the inside wall?
Yeah, that was contact down to the inside. Oh, and the 84 Porsche, massive, massive impact there on the 048. That is mega damage.
Oh my word, terrible, terrible accident coming back across the racetrack. Like I said, I did not expect to be coming back 10 hours in and just be greeted by carnage left and right. Oh my gosh, that's just about heart-stopping seeing that. And oh, you can tell the front end's completely killed. He has no steering whatsoever. Just has to crawl it down to the infield and try to get out of the way of everybody. But that's 2 drivers' nights, or 2 teams' nights, effectively done in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, you're really not going to be able to get much after that here at this point. And with that kind of damage to the car, remember, that's going to be damage to the steering rack themselves there at that point. Oh, that is such a heartbreak.
Okay, well, I hate to, mitigate what just happened because it was massive. That was the Fisher Motorsport entry in the GT Pro class of the 84. Luckily, I say luckily, I mean, they're only 1 lap down from the race leader. If they got a caution, they were going to get that back and be right back in the hunt. And if you look at it, it was the last running LMP2 team. So that's heartbreaking. To come way across the racetrack like that, too, not lock the brakes. I imagine if that GT Pro entry of the 84. Oh my goodness, another incident going down to turn 1. Massive contact into the pit wall for the 33. That's both of those GT AM entries. Let me find the team name. The MSP 33 and the MSP 34, both in turn 1, laps apart. Major incidents to take both of them basically out of contention.
Goodness gracious, we are the worst luck in the world here at this point. Let's see what happened. Yeah, just contact there to the outside, and unfortunately, once that Mercedes started going out of control, absolutely nothing they could do there at that point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just unbelievable turn of events. As soon as we get on the microphone, I don't know, that's such a weird camera angle too. Honestly, really good job getting by that, obviously costing a lot of time. I believe that was an LMP2 driver there making an evasive maneuver to get by. The smart or the right call would have been to go to the left, but still he ended up making a good decision to get completely on the binders and just turn that thing around to the right. But man, you got to feel for the MSP machines. That's both of them that have gone hard into one of the turn 1 walls in just the last couple of laps. The MSP 34 heavy right side damage just a couple laps ago, probably a lot of suspension damage to that right front. And the MSP 33 absolutely destroyed that inside pit wall. So a couple of GTM entries just getting taken out. Had an LMP2 driver taken out as soon as we got onto the call here. I was hoping I was going to be able to ask Nolan as soon as we got back on, what have I missed over the last couple hours? But there's just so much going on, I don't even think it matters at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure either there at this point. There's so much chaos, so much calamity going on here at this point. It is going to be very, very tough, I think, for these drivers to get themselves back under control here at this point. Let's see what happens, though. We focus in on the composite performance machine with Trading Paints Racing coming up behind them, trying to close in here as they go.
Yeah, composite holding on to that 4th place position here in the GTP class. Hoping to see a little bit less carnage than what we've seen so far going through the kink, getting past the GT Pro entry. Both of them get past just fine before they even get to the kink. And then down into turn number 5, our second hairpin on the lap here, coming around that right-hander. Just trying to ready themselves up for the turn 6, getting back onto the oval. A lot of traffic to deal with at this point in the middle of the night. Having to get hard on the binders just to allow that GTM in front to take the apex. Really smart there from Composite Performance. Not to force the issue here, still 14 hours left. And we've been seeing a lot of people forcing the issue over the last couple of minutes. So just kind of smart racing here between a couple of the GTPs, in 4th and 5th between Composite Performance and Trading Paints Racing. So good to see a little bit of cool heads prevailing here in the GTP class.
Yeah, cooler heads prevailing here as we ride on board with Selena Ward right now. And that's the trickiest thing during the course of these endurance races, is just letting yourself calm down here at this point. When you're running this close behind another driver, your natural impetus is to push, push, push. You want to chase, you want to fight, you want to get yourself up there. But the problem is you've got to back out of it. You've got to drive like this is an endurance race. And driving like an endurance race means not going for the overtake when it merely presents itself. It's just thinking about the entire situation rather than what's just in front of you. You've got to think about what comes here in 13, 14 hours' time.
And I got to think that, you know, once you're, I know we're probably, 40 minutes from the last caution period, I believe. I saw that there was a caution around the 14:30 mark. So I know that maybe we've seen a little bit of driver changes in the last couple, or the last half hour. So maybe we've just seen a couple drivers who have just gotten into their vehicle for the 2nd, 3rd time. And I just feel like after a stint of sitting out for a while, watching a couple other drivers go out there, you might go out there in the first, 10, 15 laps and maybe drive over your head a little bit, especially first time in the nighttime. You've got more grip than you had whenever you had your stint in the day. So maybe you go in with just a little bit of too much false confidence. And maybe that's what we've been seeing between a couple of these incidents that we saw going down into turn 1. I mean, my goodness, it seemed like there was a lot of confidence in a lot of those guys, and unfortunately it ended, or a lot of them got the short end of the stick there, hitting the inside pit wall and just crashing out there in turn 1.
Yeah, and I think the other part of that is, and I can tell you this from experience when I was in the car myself earlier on in the running, and that was a little bit of nerves. I mean, you go out there and you want to try to prove yourself to your teams. There are some teams that will deliberately leave those final couple of stints in the race open to ride the hot hand, as it were, and see who it wants to be. So there's going to be drivers that want to go out there and prove themselves a little bit, drivers that maybe haven't been in the car up to this point. They've had something going on earlier on in the day, and they wanted to get themselves in the car, and so they're eager to prove themselves and get themselves out there. It's a myriad of things that can come into the problem here at this point, and it's really, really tough. And once again, it comes back to the fundamentals of racing. You think racing is this big adrenaline-filled sport. That's really not the case, Austin. You need to be calm. You need to keep that adrenaline under control, because it's the drivers that are able to keep their emotions in check that are able to go fastest out on the track.
Yeah, what you said there at the beginning about the possibility of there being some open stints, that's something that I've never really thought about in the endurance style of racing, that they possibly wouldn't have the stints, kind of figured out in the beginning. I would feel like personally I would make the decision of who was going to be in the final stint well ahead in advance. But, I just feel like that's a double-edged sword, leaving them open, because if you do get people maybe driving over their heads a little bit, trying to prove, hey, I should be in this car for the second to last, for the last stint, you could have those kind of accidents like we saw earlier. Obviously, we have no idea if that's exactly what happened between a couple of these guys, but it just feels a little weird that right after, or 20, 25 minutes after that caution, as soon as we got on the mic, we just started seeing a couple of instances of mayhem, just back-to-back, mostly in the same corner. I imagine there's got to be some relative, or some reason that is kind of Goodness, I'm choking all over my words. I'm going to have to get back into the swing of things myself. See, I'm being a little over-aggressive as soon as I get back. You know, I'm making the same mistakes as the drivers out there in turn 1.
I mean, it happens. We get into the booth, you get that adrenaline coming as well. But I'll tell you who is keeping very, very calm. Selena Ward, and now she takes a look to the outside there, trying to look for a little bit of an over-under on Walker. That's a good move. I always love that move coming down through the International Horseshoe. Not be able to get it done here, but continuing to look. And we've got some good battles here farther back in the field. This is the battle for GT Pro.
Yeah, Fisher Motorsport holding on to the lead right now, fading high to the outside, trying to block off DS Racing. Looks like DS Racing is going to be a little bit harder on the brake. That's Miranda in the 992. Heavier on the brakes, deeper in the braking zone of turn 1, able to take that position away from Fisher Motorsport. But Canova's in the 44 back into the International Horseshoe. Does he fade to the inside? Looks like he's just going to stay right in the tire tracks of that GT Pro. Looks like 992 is going to move up to the race lead at this point. Really good move there on Miranda. But you were talking about Selena Ward. Heartbreak her in the Roar before the 24. She was running 3rd in the GT class. Looked incredibly quick, running similar lap time as the race leader in the early portion of the race. But here, right in this section of the bus stop, there was a major mistake that the race leader made and came right back across the track and destroyed that Trading Paints Racing number 5. So she had a big issue in the Roar before the 24 that was not her doing, but here trying to make up for it, making that pass for 4th place over Composite Performance at the start finish line. Just got the preferred group going down to turn 1.
Got the preferred group going down to turn 1, going to try to make that work around the outside later. Braking shuts the door, and there we see the Porsche be able to get by the Cadillac. Trading Paints Racing up into 4th place.
Great move there from Selena Ward, using the outside to her advantage, just getting down on the brakes a little bit harder. Seems like the faster cars prefer that outside groove a little bit more. I think the GT class cars can kind of use that inside groove as a more defensive line into turn 1 just because of the braking performance of the race car compared to their top speed going down into that corner. But it seems like the faster race cars really prefer that outside groove, kind of extend that braking zone a little bit, make it a little bit straighter before they get into the corner and use that outside line to get a good drive off. Selena Ward did an absolutely perfect job hitting that apex on the outside. That time by, as we see DS Racing under fire from Fisher Motorsport, just made this pass last time by, gonna fade high, kind of block off Nobez in the 44, and then a really wide berth into turn 1. Gonna be able to keep that line pretty simple, or keep that position pretty simply through turn 1 and then through the S section here before they get down to the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, going to try to keep it together here at this point as they run, trying to see what they are able to do. DS Racing just holding out here. Fisher Motorsports, Novus trying to see, again, this is the part of racing that I really, really love here, Austin. The mind games that go into play, trying to poke your head this way and that way, trying to see if you can get into the head here of the driver in front of you and force a mistake. That's exactly what Novus is trying to do right now.
Yeah, and at the same point with a track like Daytona, you know, you're kind of okay with riding behind a race leader for a little bit if you're just kind of keeping in touch with them, especially on the oval portion of the racetrack. Being able to save that extra bit of fuel. I mean, if you ride behind the race leader for an entire run, you might be able to save 2-3 laps worth of gas before you come down pit road, and that could really benefit you later in the race depending on when the cautions come out. So you could see Fisher Motorsports kind of using that to their advantage. Unfortunately here for Novez, he has fallen off about 7/8 tenths of a second due to the faster class cars coming through turn 6 and then through NASCAR 1 and 2. But still, pretty tight battle between the GT Pro cars, as now we're looking at a battle for 6th place in the GTM class.
6th place in the GTM class, is they're going to have a little bit of company with some GTPs coming up behind them, and unless I'm mistaken, that's a very close battle, diving down to the inside. That's that Trading Paint. That's Selena Ward. That was that battle we were following earlier.
Oh, Selena Ward able to get by, able to hold on to that 3rd place position. Great move around the slower class cars of the GTM. Tough move going down into turn 6, seeing that big gaggle of race cars going in there. You got to get such a good exit back onto the oval at that point to make sure you maximize that straight line speed. Saw Selena Ward do a really good job there, given the difficulty that she had getting around those race cars, the slower GTM class. But here, Composite Performance, trying to track her back down, but I feel like Selena Ward just has a little bit more pace than that 15 at this point.
Yeah, I think she's just a little bit more in the groove here at this point, just feeling things out a little bit better and able to feel the way it goes. And that's really one of the things about endurance racing. We talk about rhythm, we talk about groove, we talk about the way you feel yourself out on track. And that really and truly is the way that you've got to be able to do it. It's so much about building that rhythm and feeling that confidence over the course of it. The longer you spend in the car, the more you're going to be able to push a little bit more, and that's exactly what we're seeing here out of Ward.
Now, looking back at the race lead for the GTM class, that is not a typo. At the bottom, these are both digital chicane entries, one to 93, one to 80. And I still remember from the first 3 hours, I called the first 3 hours to Nolan Kaprowski. I mean, goodness gracious, you could not have written a worse script for him for the first couple of laps. He had a drive-through penalty at one point on the first lap. He got spun right around the back end. The rear wing got completely ripped off that race car. But we see him back in the 93 at this point. All of that damage fixed up, using those full course yellows to his advantage. And now he's got the race lead over his teammate Mitchell in the 80. I believe they're a little bit off strategy compared to the rest of the field, being 20 seconds in front of the 5 of... Sorry, after being gone for 7 hours, I've almost forgotten some of the race team names, but Screeching Moose Motorsports, the 5, you know, they've kind of been the fastest car, I kind of believe, out of the GTM class for most of the event, but right now, on the off strategy call, the 2 digital chicane entries in the 93 and 80, doing really good at the top of the GTM class.
Yeah, doing a really good job of keeping everything together and just driving very, very well here. As there we see one of the Porsches trying to make their way down to the inside. That, of course, is going to be a sandwich that Mercedes does not want to be in the middle of. 4 wide coming down off of NASCAR 4.
Did they actually come down pit road? Okay, thank goodness. I thought he was about to go on the apron down the front straightaway. I thought there was going to be a heck of a battle going down into turn 1. But luckily, I believe that was the the LMP2 leader coming down pit road off of turn 4. But yeah, that was almost a really, really tight battle through the oval here, or the front stretch section of the Daytona International Speedway. But yeah, the LMP2 pulls off really, really late. Does a really good job maximizing, or minimizing time loss there, given that there was a tight battle right in front of him. Able to use as much of the apron runoff as possible before he gets down to pit road. Now we've got a battle for that P3 position in GTM. Not quite a battle just yet. The Screeching Moose Motorsports number 5 doing a pretty good job holding that position over Fusion Sim Sport. But still about a 6/7 of a second gap between those two. And I do believe after the 2 digital chicane GTMs in the lead come down pit road, that will cycle out the number 5 back to the race lead, as long as he can hold on to it from the 296 of Stevenson, which is another car and driver that have surprised me today. I remember earlier in the race, we had interviewed Santos from that number 5 team, and the 296 was not one of the cars that he mentioned as a contender for the race win, or at least that he thought that they were going to be fighting there at the end. But the 296 has been up here in the top 5 just about every time that I come and look at the stream or have been calling, so big credit there to the 296 team.
Yeah, big credit indeed, as now Odebesa coming down into pit lane. The leader here in GTP going to come on in. The question is going to be is if a driver change takes place. As Lorenzo was talking about before, it really is no question for any of these drivers to take tires here at this point. Yes, you're going to lose a little bit of time on the first 2 or 3 laps. Oh, that is the 048 with that hefty damage that we saw earlier. But you're going to lose a couple of seconds, maybe a second per lap when you're coming out of the pits because of the cooler track temperatures right now out on track, and you're going to have to kind of work a little bit to get those tires up to temperature. But by the same token, you want to have that full maximum grip for the entire stint so you can push, and you really don't want to run any sort of a risk by going under it or trying to double stint the tires. The risk-reward factor is just far too high, so better to take a fresh set of rubber.
Yeah, I feel like that's a smart call. I mean, like you mentioned, though, the first couple laps, they are going to be really, really cold here on the nighttime track here at Daytona. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for those first couple laps, but I feel like that's where you really have to be really aware if you're putting in a new driver, right? Our GTP race leader did just make, I believe, a change. I don't believe Odo Basic was... Actually, maybe he was in the car beforehand. It's just a name I'm not familiar with. He was not running whenever I was here last. So, okay, that makes sense. But still, I feel like some other drivers, maybe changing drivers through the middle of the night, obviously, at some point. I just feel like if you put new tires on the driver change, it could be really difficult for them to get up to speed on those cold tires for the first couple laps, especially what I was talking about earlier with the whenever you get in after a long stint without being in the car. I just feel like coming on with a cold track, cold tires, first time racing in 5-6 hours, it can be really difficult for you to get up to speed as quick as you need to do.
It certainly is, but also, Austin, think about the flip of that. If you're coming in and you're double stinting those tires, if you've got another driver, you don't know what that wear factor is going to be, so it's far safer to be able to come in on that fresh set, because that's something you can go out and practice before this race. You can go out, if you have those stint times set, you can say, okay, it's, you know, whatever time of day it is in the middle of the night right now, we know what track temperatures are going to be like, and you're able to go out and get that pre-race practice thanks to the simulator to be able to get that running down so you know exactly what that car is going to do. If you're dealing with somebody else's tire wear on an old set of tires, that's gone right out the window. So yes, it is very, very crucial. It's very tricky to get out on those cold tires. But the other thing to keep in mind, especially in these GTPs, the brakes are warm. Yes, you're stationary in pit lane for 40 seconds, but it's not like starting out in a sprint race where those brakes are super, super chilly and you've got to be doing brake dragging to get them up to speed. The brakes are warm, and that helps get the tires up to temperature more than anything else.
That's great knowledge to know. I'm not completely up to date with my endurance car knowledge. So honestly, this race and the World Before the 24 last weekend has really just kind of been very eye-opening to me. And I feel like I'm learning something just about every lap that I've been on the broadcast. And as we see a couple more GTPs come down, Selena Ward being one of those. We saw her charging through the field, making up a lot of positions, making up a lot of time. She's coming down for a pit stop here at the 13:43 mark, or at least 13:43 to go in the race. Crazy that there's still that much time left in this event, but you know, I say there hasn't been a lot of carnage. There has been since we've been back, but I feel like over the course of 10 hours and 15 minutes, you would expect there to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect there to be a pretty high attrition rate here in this field, and I've got to give credit here. I mean, we're only seeing really a couple of teams that are officially out of the running here at this point, and I mean, it's a low number. For the most part, everybody who has had damage has made their way back out on track. And let's clarify here for anybody watching at home, yes, this is a league race here for VSCA, but there are not free repairs on these cars. This is the same rules that you would be running in any other series. You bin it, you're out.
We see Fonzie coming out of pit road here in that second place position for the GTP. Coming in pit road and coming out, not really losing any positions, it seems, for that 51. So interesting to see the 51 have that big enough gap to kind of hold on to that position. Believe the 19 was where Selena Ward was in that Trading Paints Racing Black. They have made a driver change to Bomber's Batch, or Bomber's Batch. Sorry, there's definitely not a B in there. He's not a bomber, a bomber. Sorry. Wow, we're going all in about war. So I think that's where that. Okay, we're just getting way too late in the night for me, and it's only 7:30, and I'm already acting like this, like I can't even get my words out straight. So we're in for a really good next 3 hours and 40 minutes here, or 2 hours and 40 minutes, DJ. You're gonna, I don't know, this is gonna be interesting.
Man, I gotta tell you, just wait until tomorrow morning when you and I are calling the end of this race. I'm, gonna be getting about 4 hours sleep, I think, maybe 6 if I'm lucky, because I will literally jump from this broadcast right from here. I have about 7 minutes estimated to be able to get myself ready, get in the car. I run a triple stint. Then I'm going to sleep for a couple of hours. I'll be up at 4 a.m. to then see everything out, and then I jump right back in the car. So I'm going to be up for a good long while. We're going to be punchy tomorrow morning, folks.
You have it worse off than me. I can't believe you're racing in one of these and calling one of them at the or during the same 24-hour stint. That's honestly mightily impressive. I don't know how the heck you're managing that. I had a hard time enough just racing. Whenever I used to do the racing, I couldn't imagine doing both at the same time. I mean, holy cow, that is some hardcore dedication, almost as dedicated as Nolan sitting here the entire 24 hours producing after calling for the first 10. I'm surprised he still had a good enough voice to call after 10 hours, but now he's still producing, showing us some good battles on the racetrack. We're seeing a third place battle between the GTP class, but Bomber's Batch, I'm going to have a hard time with that name, man. It's not even that weird, but it's just long and difficult. But the 19 of Bomber's Batch has kind of pulled away from the 15 of Parker. And I was kind of down on Andrew Parker earlier in the race because he was so unbelievably quick in the GTP, in the Roar Before the 24. But here today, you know what? I feel like what they're really doing is just really, really playing it safe for that 15. If you're 20 seconds off the race lead at any given point in the GTP class, you're in it, especially with there being full course yellows. So I really feel like the composite performance machine has just kind of been biding their time the first 10 hours, and I feel like a lot of other teams haven't been doing that. There's been a lot of aggression from a lot of other sides. They just seem to be biding their time, and I would not be surprised if come down to 4, 3, 2 hours left, seeing that 15 kind of kick it up into another gear.
Exactly. And that's the kind of racing that I look for in endurance racing. You don't always want to look for that rabbit, the driver that is out there pushing to the utmost degree the whole way through. You want to kind of keep your eyes open and check and see where drivers are. If they're just holding back a little bit, if you know they've got a little bit more in the tank, as Rising Panda Racing doing a very aggressive move there down to the inside of that Ferrari. But they've also got to be careful about it because that's Gowan Racing right behind them and the 18 closing up behind them. But to that point, yeah, if you hold back your stuff a little bit, you don't show your hand, then you can really bring it on here in the last 4 or 5 hours of the race, and that's when it's game on.
And, you know, we're talking about the last 3 or 4 hours and how that's whenever you should really kick it up. But just every time that I look at a different battle for the lead in any of these classes, it seems like they're running with 10 minutes left. I mean, every time there's just hard battles for the race lead, just nonstop around this racetrack. Right now, we've got it in the LMP2. Stockton and Gowan in the 46 and 18, kind of going at it a little bit here. Stockton able to pull out the gap a little bit, going down into NASCAR 1 and 2 onto the back straightaway. That 46 Rising Panda Racing machine looks really quick right now, but again, I'm just worried seeing these tight battles between the lead at some point, because I just feel like somebody is going to drive over their head at some point and make a big error for a battle for the lead. Currently right now, though, Rising Panda Racing looking pretty good still over Gowan at this point, going into NASCAR 3-4.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping it together. And listen, there are some drivers that thrive on this close wheel-to-wheel battle. Excuse my little bit of scaredness there, as that was a very close one with Grizzly and DS Racing Esports team coming down into the bus stop. There are some drivers that thrive on that. They want to be wheel-to-wheel the entire way. It raises their game. It raises the way they're able to race the entire way through. I'm not one of those drivers. I like to be the night driver to come in as, ooh, there we go, a little bit of a look, composite performance. Bombers Batch really coming in there at that point. We said that may be a car moving on up through the field. That's exactly what they're doing. But to my point, I want to be the late night driver. I want to be the driver that comes in and drives, does a quad stint from midnight to 4 a.m. and just ticks off the laps. I don't want to be in a side-by-side battle. That raises my adrenaline. That scares me a little bit. I'd be much more comfortable just running around and dealing with some lap traffic.
You see, I love that adrenaline feeling whenever you're coming into the last 10, 20 laps of a NASCAR race here on iRacing, and you're fighting for the lead. But whenever you're fighting for the lead with 13 and a half hours left, the last thing you want to feel is adrenaline. You want to be cool, calm, and collected, just driving a clean race, because you just got to get to the end. I know we've kind of harped on it all broadcast long. To finish or to win one of these races, you got to finish first. And there's still 13 and a half hours left. I mean, there's still plenty of time for mistakes in this race, as we are starting to see some GTM pit stops. I believe this is the 119 of Sorbonne we're looking at. Felver coming down as well in the 94. A couple GTM entries starting to come down here.
Yeah, starting to come down, and look at these cars as they come out of pit lane. This is one of the things that I absolutely love about the iRacing service and the way that they do everything. Oh, we've got a little bit of side-by-side for the lead up in LMP2. Rising Panda, Gowan Racing. Rising Panda going to try to hold on the inside, and there, Gowan gets it done. My goodness gracious.
I'm loving the moves into turn one. The heavy braking down into that corner, and then it really sets you up for an opportunity there into the International Horseshoe for whoever got past in turn one to kind of dive it back up the inside. Rising Panda thought better of it right now. If there were 35 minutes instead of 13 hours and 35 minutes, maybe they dive back inside of Gowan Racing there, going down into turn three, but just thinks better of it at this point. Again, I believe that's just so much smarter at this point of the race. There's just too much time left to just make a boneheaded kind of move down into one of those corners and put somebody off a little bit. So great job there from Stockton to just relinquish the position. You know you're going to get some more full course yellows at some point. I mean, it's not guaranteed. We might not, but we're pretty confident we're going to get some more full course yellows. So really smart move there from Stockton just to relinquish the lead. You know, you got plenty of time, plenty of driver changes left to go as well. So maybe Stockton's got a faster driver behind the pit wall that is going to come back in and kind of give Gowan a run for their money later.
Well, and that's the other thing to think about here at this point is now as we take a look here up at the pointy end of the GTP field, is that's going to be Parker and Bombers Batch working their way down into the. Is there damage? Oh, there is damage on the rear wing of Parker's car. It's missing a rear wing.
Oh, we were just talking about them taking it easy. We were just talking about them taking it easy for the entirety of the race, just kind of backing it up a little bit, not showing their true pace. And that thing is completely destroyed on the back end. He's flashing his lights, probably just kind of signaling, hey, I'm coming down pit road. Terrible, terrible break for the 15. Composite Performance had just taken that third place position a couple laps ago. Now we've got a big problem here. This is already after they've lost the wing coming out of the bus stop, going down into turn 1. Kind of fighting the Trading Paints Performance here, going down, taking the position relatively easy there, going down into turn 1. Oh, is this the dive bomb back into turn 3 maybe?
Very well could be going down into the International Horseshoe. That Porsche behind trying to close in. Let's speed up here a little bit more. So it's not through the International Horseshoe. As they come down here into the Western Horseshoe, check up in front around the Ferrari. This has got to be coming into turn 6.
Oh my goodness. Was it into the bus stop? I mean, what in the world has happened?
I also wonder if this could be potentially a visual glitch. They do a little bit of weaving there. Comes back out and around.
Are we on a totally different lap?
We may be.
That might have been what happened. So I might try to go back and find it myself so I can get a absolute good look here for our producer. But yeah, I mean, just heartbreak there for Andrew Parker in the Composite Performance. I mean, they were so quick last week. I'm telling you, they were absolutely rapid, and I feel like they were just biding their time, and it just went awry. It happened into the International Horseshoe on Andrew Parker's lap 350. He did get rear-ended by the Trading Paints Black Machine of Bomber's Badge. So Bomber's Badge.
There you got it.
Yeah, he just. That's unfortunate. He just went into the International Horseshoe really, really deep and got into the back end of Andrew Parker and completely took that rear wing off.
All right, so here we're going to take a look at it. A little bit of GT traffic in front. There you see, down to the inside, just misjudged the braking zone. And you can see that twitch out of the Trading Paints racing machine, clearly trying to not have that contact. Just dove in a little bit too late on the brakes, probably a little bit of weariness coming into the car. Watch on board. Watch that twitch. You see that little bit of a wiggle? That's the rear end of the car trying to lock up. That is the car protesting at how hard they are slamming on the brakes. That's exactly what happened there. Very, very just minuscule error. I would say that braking zone was missed by maybe 5 feet.
And that's not even major contact. I mean, that is some minor contact resulting in major damage to the rear end of that 15. As we see the race leader of GT Pro coming down, who had a pretty big lead over the rest of the group here, it looks like. But is that accurate in the GT Pro? There's no way he's a whole minute ahead of everybody. Okay, it's kind of reset now. I guess he's just completely off cycle from the rest of the GT Pro, but he's kind of fixed that as well. But man, the 992 must be doing absolutely amazing to have that big of a gap to come down, or they're just cycling through their pit stops. There's just been so much going on with the 15 here. I haven't been able to pay attention to the GT Pro, but got a feel for the 15. But they're actually coming back down pit road once again. Andrew Parker, they've gotten it fixed, but he's just come down pit road once again. Maybe they went out, thought that they had enough of it fixed so that they could run some decent laps, but I imagine there's just something else going wrong behind the wheel there. As we're looking at a battle for first place in the LMP2. Gowan is back under pressure from Stockton.
Yeah, this Gowan Racing Rising Panda Racing battle that we've seen a couple of times, and I can tell you from experience, literally just had something very similar happen to my team in our 24 hours here, where we lost the rear wing courtesy of a little bit of impact for us. It was some contact with the GT car. The rear end of the Porsche made contact into the rear into the wall, and we lost the rear wing. Thankfully, you can get that repaired. You can stay down pit lane, get that rear clip put back on. It does take about a lap or two to be able to do that in the simulator. But the big hope here that I would hope for the rest of that composite performance team is that there wasn't any suspension damage. If they're coming back down into pit lane, that's where I would get a little bit worried about there being suspension damage. If that wheel is a little bit cockeyed, if you're just not feeling the car turning the way you want it to be, that's where you get concerns like that.
Still looking at that battle for the LMP2 race lead. Gowan still holding on, but it's going to be a little tight coming out of the bus stop. It looks like Rising Panda Racing's got the better run coming out of the bus stop through NASCAR 3 and 4, using that outside line for now, trying to get a little bit of a run. Maybe could duck back in, get a little bit of slipstream, but he's just going to be committed to that outside line, trying to get the run coming off the corner. Stockton in the Rising Panda number 46 coming back. He just lost the lead a couple laps ago. They're going to be 3 wide for a couple moments here on the front straightaway with the GTP entry. But it looks like those LMP2s are still going to be side by side going down to turn 1. Who ends up being later on the brakes. It looks like Gowan Racing's going to be able to hold on to that race lead for now coming through turn 1. Really late on the brakes there from the LMP2 race leader of the 18. Good defensive driving, but I don't think this battle's done yet.
No, it's certainly not done, but what Stockton's doing here is a little bit of what we were talking about further back in that GT battle. Just poking and prodding, trying to see if he can find a break in the armor of the number 18 here at this point. Not really going for a full send, not really going for a full attack there. Just half a line off. Maybe a little bit of contact there in front. That's not the way he wanted to do it there, Pierce Stockton. But I like what he did there coming down into the Western Horseshoe, being about a lane and about a half a lane to driver's right. That's going to fill the rear view mirror of Josh Gowan a little bit, and it's going to make him look behind as he gets into his braking zone. And what that means is that he's going to miss his apex by about a foot. And you keep doing that, you keep putting that pressure to the back of that number 18, and soon enough, that foot is going to grow into 5 feet. It's going to grow into a car length, and that's what Pierce Stockton is waiting for. He's waiting for that moment to strike. He may have it here with that slowdown from the Ferrari in front coming out of Le Mans.
Yeah, second time in a row that there's been a little bit of a checkup there for the 18 coming out of the bus stop, having to come around a slower GT class car. Going to give that 46 another go here on the front straightaway. This time just using the slipstream, not having to kind of fade high on the back straightaway. But, oh, he just kind of gets cut off there with a GT P coming on his outside, not really allowing him the opportunity. But also he's still a little bit further back from the 18. But still, he's right over on the back bumper, like you've been talking about, DJ. You just got to stay right under the back bumper there of the race leader. And at some point, there's going to be a mistake, right? He cannot run a perfect race forever, especially with 13 and a half hours left. At some point, there's going to be a mistake that he makes.
Yeah, at some point he's going to have a problem. At some point he's going to make a mistake, and rest assured he will be ready there to pounce when it does. Here's Meyer SimSpeed Performance and HAC Racing, the number 3 and the number 11, farther back in the field. A battle that we've been talking about really all day, Cadillac versus Porsche. These are the two preferred cars here in this 24 Hours of Daytona.
Looking really good here in that 6th place position for the Meyer SimSpeed Performance machine. Theus in that 3 car. Looking pretty good there in 6th place, kind of building that gap, or trying to build the gap over Hack Racing, HAC. Doing a pretty good job coming back onto the oval. Looks like he's got a little bit better run. Got to be able to extend that gap out a little bit with 0.6 of a second not too long ago. Now we're building it up to 0.9 before he gets an oval. Going to keep any chance that the 7th place runner has of getting a draft here down the back straightaway and closing that gap back in. Our race leader trying to go, our GP leader is also trying to go around some lap traffic in the infield currently. I feel like just about everywhere I look, there's a little bit of craziness, but man, Odo Basic, I know that he was driving the 73 whenever I got back into the broadcast booth, and Nolan kind of gave me a little bit of a text warning that he had been charging through the field and doing a really good job. Surprised to see, I mean, he is on the same strategy as everybody else, right? And he's got a 22-second gap over Fonzie, so Odo Basic doing absolutely amazing here in that 73. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm saying it like an American, and I know dang well that is not an American last name, so I'm sure I am butchering the heck out of it.
Well, it looks like that is going to be a name from Scandinavia of some kind. So
I'm going to say Otto Basic.
We'll go with Auto Basic, and we'll let YouTube correct us if we're wrong, because I know I'm going to just absolutely butcher it as well. If you can't tell, we're all Americans, we're all North Americans on the broadcast. I know Nolan is obviously Canadian, so when we mispronounce something, just tell us, and we will change it.
Look, and Nolan just said that his last name is Norwegian, and I actually have a lot of Norwegian in my blood, so I'm probably closer with the Auto Basic. And he told me I failed my ancestors, so maybe not. Maybe it's completely wrong. I'm gonna have to go back through the fact sheets and the feedback channel that we got in here whenever we were getting all the pronunciations thrown at us. I'm sure I'm destroying it, but it's part of the challenge of mostly a European series and get handing over to a bunch of Americans that typically watch left-hand turns.
Very much so. Trust me. If you want a linguistic experience, I got to call the SRO Esports Championship for Asia a couple of years ago, and it was me, and I was lucky enough to be in the booth with a wonderful, wonderful British commentator, and we got our way through somehow, but it was not easy.
Well, as long as you got through it, that's all that matters, right? Just like we're going to get through this. I have full faith in us that we are going to figure this thing out. We're going to have every pronunciation down pat at the end of this 24 hours.
Right, and then we're going to promptly forget them when they come back around next time around. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Oh, man. Yeah, just next Saturday, we just completely forget everybody.
All right, well, as we watch right now, the battle for the lead here in GT Pro, 992 and the 44 of Gruber. This is DS Racing Esports Team and Fisher Motorsports, keeping things relatively close here. There again, I like what Daniel Gruber's doing. We keep talking about this, just poking their nose down to the inside, and this is actually him trying to work their way through, and you see that Mercedes AMG in front. That is one of the that is Narciso there up in front, the Portuguese driver leading the way. I believe that is 2 Fisher Motorsports cars in the middle there, so maybe a little bit of teamwork coming into play.
Yeah, a little bit of teamwork between, like you said, 2 Fisher Motorsports. I feel like, does every single class have a Fisher Motorsport? I believe that might be the case. But we're seeing the GT Pro Fisher Motorsport trying to get that race lead back away from the DS Racing Esports team. Gruber running down Narcisco here. Narcisco the most recent GT Pro to come out of the pit lane. Probably has the fresher tires out of just about anybody in the field at this point. But we do see the 84 Fisher Motorsport machine, like you said, giving that draft to his teammate here in the second place. Where the 2 cars that you see on the screen right there in the front are actually not racing for the lead. That second one is that lap car from the same race team, just giving his teammate a little bit of a tow all the way down the front straightaway and then getting completely out of the way, letting him get back to the race leader, allowing him to outbrake himself going down into turn number 1, allowing Gruber through just to kind of try to challenge that race leader in the GT Pro class. Still such a long way to go, though. I mean, at any time, I feel like I would get super excited to take the lead. But then you look up and you're like, oh my goodness, we're not even halfway through this thing, and we're 10.5 hours in.
Well, that's 2 sides of the same coin. When you get out into the lead, you certainly have that feeling. You feel a little bit good about it. You kind of relax. You say, this is great. The other thing is, if you're farther back on the field, you've had some incidents earlier on, you go, hey, I still got 13 hours left to go in this thing. I can keep pushing. I can keep trying to get somebody else in front of me to make a mistake and get my way forward.
Absolutely. Here, Narcisco trying to get a little bit better of a run coming out of turn number 6, trying to not allow that LMP2 to come through at an opportune time. As we're looking here at a replay of the 50 LMP2 coming down into turn number 6. Just clipping a little bit of the inside grass, getting out to the outside a little bit, maybe getting on the throttle a little bit too hard. And I remember right as I came in here before I unmuted my mic to start talking, I remember Nolan started talking about all of the marbles on the outside of the racetrack there in turn 6. I imagine, and you can see them in the bus stop too. Oh my goodness, just all the marbles right off the racing groove. It's a lot harder to drive over whenever you, kind of full throttle it maybe a little bit too early coming out of the corner. They can really upset the rear end of the race car, especially in the faster class cars. I feel like it's just a little bit harder to hang on to. And that's probably only going to get worse over the course of the next 13.5 hours.
Well, it certainly is, and let's not forget what it's like coming through turn 6 as well. That's a change in tarmac. You're going from the infield circuit out onto the apron of the oval, and that is a different surface that you're coming out onto. And as a result, the infield's got a lot of grip. The banking's got a lot of grip. That area down to the inside on the apron doesn't have a lot of grip, so that's going to throw it off to begin with. You can be out on a completely green track and have a problem. When you do that. But here we've got a move, as it looks like we had a swap over for position in GT Pro. Move Fisher up to P1.
Yeah, Gruber made the move going down into turn 1, just beat him on the brakes there for the race lead in GT Pro. Looking back at another replay here. Oh man, the GTM entry at 94 just clipping that grass on the outside of turn 6. Could never get the rear tires back under that machine. Really good job backing up. That's exactly what you need to do on that exit of that corner if you make a little bit of a mistake. Very, very smart move there from the shoot, I just said his freaking number. I've already forgotten it. This is not good, man. It's not even 8 o'clock local time for me, and I'm already going crazy.
Well, we'll keep you around. We'll make sure everything's good. But, yeah, to the point there, though, that we were talking about coming out of turn 6, there's a couple of really interesting strategies to try to mitigate the way that you're able to control the traction through there. As we watch Meyer, Sinspeed, and Hack Racing working their way by a Ferrari there. This is the battle for 6th in GTP. One of the strategies that you can take, relatively simple, It's just take that corner in second gear. Logically, that's a first gear corner when you come down to the apex, but you get a little bit too much torque through the rear tires. So if you just keep it in second gear, that'll go through it. The other way to do it is if you're in a real heavy push mode and you still need that launch off of the line onto the banking, you can actually short shift up into second gear. And what we mean by that is don't let the revs come all the way up to red line. Shift it a little bit before. You're going to lose a little bit of torque, but you're going to be able to carry momentum coming up out of there, and you're going to prevent those rear tires from spinning up on you.
Yeah, I feel like preventing the rear tire spin, I feel like, has been kind of the biggest issue under braking and on throttle. We don't really see a lot of people get like too tight in the middle of the corner from getting on the throttle a little bit too early. We've been seeing people overcooking the brakes and losing the rear end, and we've been seeing people through the middle of the corner get on the gas just a little bit early and losing that back end. So keeping that rear end under you is absolutely the most important thing. And right now is probably the most difficult time to do that with the cold track, with an unbelievable amount of marbles on the racetrack. So anytime you put on those new cold tires, those first 3 laps especially, are just going to be so tough getting it up to temperature right after you maybe put in another driver change as well. But even once you get them up to temperature, it's still probably the hardest time to do it. I think you're running the fastest lap times of the day because of the colder track temp. It does feel like you have a little bit more grip through a couple areas on the racetrack, but I still feel like it lures you into a false sense of confidence, and it makes you feel like you can, like you're Superman almost, and I feel like that kind of leads to a lot of mistakes.
It does lead to a lot of mistakes, and one of the things you've got to watch out for is that if you're not driving aggressively enough, particularly in the GTPs, you can actually get the tires to cool back down in these nighttime conditions. The temperature will fall enough that now, let's be clear here that the way the in-car monitor works for a lot of these cars, they can't really recognize the tire temperature necessarily. That's kind of a little bit prohibited because that would be a little bit of a gimmick and an exploit if you were able to get that directly from iRacing. But what it can tell is the tire pressure. And so drivers in the cars, for example, will have sensors that show them what the tire pressure is. And those tire pressures can dip down if you are being very, very cautious with the tires out on the track. You'll get that tire pressure warning, so you actually have to drive aggressively. It's almost like driving a Formula One car in the way that they talk about braking and turning, that in order to go slow, you have to go fast. That's kind of exactly what you got to do with these tires, with these Michelins out in this series.
Maybe that explains why I've always stunk in the GT class cars whenever I give them a chance. I'm so used to the NASCAR vehicles where you got to save. I go into turn 1 and don't heat up my tires at all, and I guess that's probably why I've never been any good in them. But see, this is great. I'm learning every second in here, whether it's you, whether it's Nolan. I'm learning a little bit about these vehicles. Maybe I'll give the Le Mans 24 a shot myself. With the knowledge I picked up here today. But Grizzly Motorsports in the GTP class, Schmidt in the 1, holding on from DS Racing, that 5th place car, Santos in the 42. Only about a half-second gap between the two as Grizzlies kind of put a slower class car just in between them, able to bridge that gap out a little bit over DS Racing. Going to be able to move it to about 8-9 of a second as they reach the high banks of turn 1 and 2 at Daytona. Going down on the back straightaway. That's going to allow Grizzly Motorsport to just kind of eke out that gap a little bit and not really be under challenge getting into the bus stop, but he is going to have to go in just about side by side. Able to clear the GT Am right before they get down to the corner. So still a clean move there from Grizzly as it kind of pinches that DS Racing machine behind the slower class car once again, just a couple corners in a row. Not really the best positioning there for Santos as he caught the GT Ams at a really, really bad spot.
Yeah, and I guarantee you there, that was probably a little bit of strategic maneuvering from Schmidt. Wanted to be able to get by that slower GT car here at this point to slow him down, give him a little bit more breathing room, and that is a really heads-up play. But we check back in on the battle for LMP2 here as Gowan Racing and Rising Panda Racing continuing to go at it. If you thought that there was going to be a separation once Josh Gowan got by Pierce Stockton, you were incorrect, as here comes Stockton back on the attack.
Yeah, Stockton trying to get that lead back. I mean, it's been a couple laps. Gowan's been able to hold on to it for a little while. But, man, it's been a while since he made that move. Unfortunately, Rising Panda Racing just kind of having to back out. You see the GT Am. It seems like he had the opportunity. Maybe if there was a clean track there going down into turn 1, Stockton might have had the opportunity to make a move. But, again, with 13 hours left in the race, you know, you see a car on the outside going down into turn 1. You're just like, well, I'm okay with second right now. There's still plenty of time left. If I dive in there, not being okay with second and trying to be a little over-aggressive, I could just end my race here and now. And, I mean, you would just hate to see that for Stockton, who's got a lot of pace in that 46, as we're starting to see this is Banfield in the 60s. Oh, our race leader in the GTP is off through the S's, through turn 1 and 2. He had a little bit of a coming together with a, I couldn't quite tell which GT class it was, but just a major incident. He's got pretty heavy left front damage. Odo Basic being a little bit aggressive through the S's, I do believe. Oh, yeah. There was no move or room for him to make that move, to be honest with you. He's got a 23-second gap. That's just, you can't do that with that big of a lead. Unbelievable there from our GTP leader.
Lift off, let that Lamborghini go up and on ahead. Watch this coming down into the corner from Oda Basic. This is just a simple matter. Oh, the Lambo both cars got a little bit sideways there. I thought he was going to give him a little bit more room, but that Lamborghini, I'm not entirely sure who that was. They are not at fault there. It's right on board with that Lamborghini Huracan. Gross for Real Pixel Racing there. That is not their fault. They are entitled to a racing line coming through the corner. And Oda Basic, thankfully, only lost about 8 seconds off of that gap. But what a mistake there from your leader in the GTPs. Well, let's see here. Let's keep the cameras on that Porsche. I would not be surprised if they come down into pit lane to get a little bit of repair done.
This is such a weird scenario because he only lost about 9 seconds, right? So not the end of the world there, but that is some pretty hefty left front damage. And it looks like he's turning hard left, coming down, maybe? No, it looks like he's just taking the racing line. To be fair, I think this is probably smart to try to run this stint out, right? You don't want to add a pit stop to it. If he can stay out there, run competitive lap times, because he was so quick. If he can still run competitive lap times or even extend that gap, it makes a lot of sense to just kind of postpone that pit stop. But still, I mean, you still have to question the move, right? Through the S's section there at the Daytona Roval, you can't do that, man. You cannot go side by side. It is unbelievably tight, and you definitely can't make it side by side in the middle of the S's as somebody is kind of gathering up their car. So I just think he made the wrong decision there. With that big of a lead, man, just let off.
Yeah, just back off there. You're going to have a little bit of a straight. I guarantee you, if you poke your nose, if you just lift out of the throttle, poke your nose down to the inside, coming into the International Horseshoe, that Lamborghini's going to recognize and move out of the way as here comes Hack Racing down to the inside. Are they going to make that work? Muscling their way by Meyer. Simspeed Performance gets it done.
Mesmerizing move there, wrapping the inside of turn number 1, easily able to take that position away from Meyer. Simspeed Performance. Then a heavy braking zone down to turn 3 is actually our second place driver in the LMP2 class, Stockton in the 46, coming down pit road. Interesting to see that he was behind Gowan. You'd expect maybe he could save a little bit more gas using the draft from the 18, but it looks like he's going to short pit the 18 coming down pit road, as we're now looking at Schmidt, who's running down that Trading Paints Racing car that we had been talking about. Selena Ward was driving it not too long ago, able to move it up to the P3 position. Now Bombers Batch struggling here a little bit, kind of letting Grizzly Motorsports and DS Racing back into the hunt for that podium position in the GTP class. All 3 cars within a second of each other, and the only ones on your screen there on the entire back straightaway. They've got plenty of room here to kind of make this a race for themselves.
Yeah, they've got plenty of room to make fun, and this is one of the other things about endurance racing that you kind of have to take into consideration. Who is in the car when? In figuring out who you're racing against, that's why it's really, really important to have not just the team names brought up on your heads-up display as a driver, but to also get the information of what driver is in the car. We knew Selena Ward had absolute pace, and I guarantee you here at this point for David Schmidt, he wants that information. The Bombers Batch is behind the wheel of the car because that's going to change the approach to the way he attacks them. Each driver's going to have little eccentricities, little differences that they bring to the car themselves, and so drivers want to know who they're competing against.
Yeah, still having that tight battle here still in the LMP2 class, or sorry, the GTP class. Oh, going back to a replay. This is NASCAR 3 and 4 out of the bus stop. Was that one of the, that was one of the GTAM? Well, that was a little interesting. Coming through the bus stop, just getting a... I feel like he wouldn't really... I didn't even feel like he was that loose. I mean, it didn't look like there was a big moment. It just looked like he maybe overreacted and twitched the wheel to the left. Maybe I'm wrong and he did get loose, but it just didn't seem like there was much in it for him to have to go off. But hey, he used the access road in a decent way, and if he was really thinking he was going to wreck that car, I mean, I'd rather make that move here with 13 hours left to go as we're looking at Santos and the GTP.
Yeah, I'd rather make that move as well, as their nice little split of the difference. They're coming up as Grizzly Motorsports is going to take that. I think there for Trading Paints, that's a little bit of a conceding. That's throwing in the flag a little bit, recognizing that they're off pace and letting them on by. The question is, are they going to do the same here with DS Racing Esports behind them? Doesn't look like they are. But yeah, to your point about that Ferrari, you know, Nolan and I talked about it a little bit beforehand. The mid-engine cars. Oh, as we've got another car off. This is farther back down in the field. Another one of those Ferraris. Oh, I can't tell if that's marbles or if that's suspension damage.
Oh, he's doing a good job holding it down. A couple cars coming down too wide. Makes it a little bit difficult there in the middle. Looks like he's going to be able to get it righted. Yeah, I couldn't quite tell exactly what happened. But yeah, I mean, you just see all the marbles on the racetrack. I wouldn't be surprised him going from the grass to the marbles. Maybe you expect there to be a little bit more grip because you're getting onto the tarmac, but oh man, he got sent right around by another GTAM competitor coming down into turn 5. Unfortunately, the oh my goodness, what has happened to the 84 coming out of the bus stop? Oh my word, heavy impact, nose first. Not the first time we've seen the 84 have heavy damage. In the last couple of laps, I do believe. I mean, at least since we've been talking, I think this is the second time we've seen. What in the world is that?
That has the hallmarks to me of potentially a hardware failure in the way that looked. Now, we didn't see the sort of telltale jerk to one side that we see sometimes when the steering wheel disconnects necessarily, but that looked like, as our producer Nolan said in our ear there, maybe a stuck throttle, something of that nature, maybe a distraction. That also could have a little bit of a reading of a cat jumping up onto the lap.
I was about to say the same thing. I was about to say, the cat pressed down the gas pedal or stood on his foot, man. I mean, that's heartbreaking.
All right, we're going to take a look on board. Oh, that is not what you want to see there. Yeah, good idea. Getting on the binders. When you see a car like that fly off the circuit, you are so careful because you don't know what's going to happen. Your first kind of inclination is hardware failure. And if it's a hardware failure, that is an utterly unpredictable racing car, and you cannot do enough to try to avoid it. So that was very good. Slow down, get out of the way, make that as least dangerous as possible.
That's the second time while I've been broadcasting this race that someone has either had a software or hardware failure, and both times have been into the bus stop. So it's probably just a coincidence, but it's a little worrying that it's happened at the bus stop twice so far. We saw was it the Vulture Motorsport GT AM earlier in the race that their iRacing crashed. That's what it was. The wheel got stuck hard left after the iRacing crash, and they just drove it straight into the wall and got a iRacing glitch meatball. Kind of want to point out the GTP leader of Odo Basic as we're watching a race lead for the LMP2, but Odo Basic, that gap is stabilized, right? Before he had that damage to the left front, he was far and away faster than the driver of the 51, driver of the 42. And he was making up a lot of ground, right? He had extended that gap to 24 seconds. Ever since that damage, it's been hovering around 15 as we are side by side for the LMP2 class lead, Rising Panda Racing. Camperger trying to hold on to it at this point. I believe he got out of pit road. Did he get out of pit road ahead of Gowan Racing? And he's just been able to hold on to it since then?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. Just at this point, it's a cat and mouse game. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth as they continue to play with each other and try to see where they're going to go. But to your point about Odo Basic and Fonte back up at the front of that GTP field, looking here at Odo Basic's times, been able to run on the last couple of laps a 1:33 flat. Now, that's a pretty quick time outright, but look at those lap times there. 32, 33, 31. All right, that's a little bit of an outlier there. And now he's going to come down into pit lane and completely throw away my point. But their fastest lap time up to that point was a 1:31.1. Running a 1:33 for Odo Basic, that is a slow car. And so I think that there was definitely some damage on there, and Fonte knew it and is going to take advantage of it as much as possible. The other way to figure this out, we'll keep an eye here on what Autobasic's pit time is going to be, because if that extends over about 47 seconds, there is damage that needs to be repaired on that car.
Yeah, and they are switching drivers. We got Jeff Schroeder behind the wheel now, coming in to kind of take over. But yeah, they did have some left front damage. I'm still seeing it right now. The fender's trying to get unbent a little bit, but to your point, you know, that 131.7 was a little weird that they had ran in the middle of that. I believe that was probably just a heavy draft down the Daytona Oval portion of the racetrack, and maybe he just had a really good infield section where he didn't have any traffic. But the 133s, like you mentioned, are a little worrying, especially at this time at night, having that damage. You got to think that you should be running your absolute fastest laps at this time. With that left front damage, it seemed to definitely be hurting him. Other than that one lap, again, I believe he probably just had a really good draft. Oh no, our second place driver of Gowan's off.
Now, I'm not sure if that was contact or if that was a little bit of a self-spin coming down through the International Horseshoe. Let's take a look. Took a move down to the inside of Racing Panda. And hello, contact, my old friend.
That's a tough one because I feel like he's put himself in there, and Camperger's kind of turned down on him, and you know, you're in front by a certain distance, and I understand road racing has a little bit different of ethics whenever it comes to whose corner is who that I am not quite used to. For me, if your front fender is even with the rear fender, you're there. I understand in road course racing, especially open wheel, which is not this, it's a little bit different. You gotta have a little bit more overlap. But I feel like in the middle of a hairpin like that, and you've gotten clear overlap in the middle of the corner, you know, you're kind of there, and I feel like Camperger in the 46 just kind of turned down on him in the middle of the corner.
Well, he turned down him in the middle of the corner, but the other counter that I'm going to give to that, Austin, is it really depends on where you define the racing line going through that corner. Now, Gowan was all the way over onto the rumble strips on the far right, actively using those rumble strips on the right to rotate the car and try to do it. Now, that is a very effective way to get that car to go. I know that's a trick that I use when I'm trying to pass some slower cars, is you can take a narrower line through there, but it depends on where you define that line. If the track ends at the white line, as we see coming down through this corner right now, and he's over onto the rumbles, he is off track and he is not entitled to that corner. But if you define the curb as part of the track, then Gowan's in his right, and you're completely correct that he had overlap and should have been given room by Kemprick.
So basically what you're telling me is that depending on who you ask,
yeah,
depends fault on that. Okay, so you really didn't help me out too much there. I feel like I didn't learn anything that time. It's just a kind of 50-50.
It's 100. If you need me, I'll be running for office as a politician in 3 months. There you go.
Okay. That was a very, very political answer now that you mention it. That's a great, I mean, goodness gracious, I would vote for you in a heartbeat.
Can you tell that I work with sponsors on a normal basis and know how to tread the line?
You are PR trained to the max, my friend. Oh my goodness. Just like if you were in the car and you got squeezed like that, oh, well, just depends on how you define the corner. Like, man, if it was me, I would be getting out screaming, throwing punches.
Oh, no, if I was in the car, that's 100% on Camberger. Are you kidding me? If I'm the driver, there's no question. I did nothing wrong.
Well, we're an hour into our stint, and I think we're collectively losing our minds. But it's been a great race, so I'm happy that I'm losing my mind over such a fun race. I mean, every time we turn, there's new battle, but this is probably the one time where we really haven't had a tight battle for the race lead in any of our classes, right? We just kind of had our LMP2 lead, our battle for the lead fizzle out. We got a 7.5 second gap. GT Pro has kind of built up to over a 10 second. Kaprowski in the 93, I cannot stop talking about Kaprowski in the 93 because on lap number 1, I thought, man, they're going to be lucky just to kind of fight back up to 5th, and, you know, I could see it, depending on their pace. But they're got 20-second lead on the guys that won the Roar Before the 24 last year in the 5 car. Kaprowski's doing amazing in that 93. I mean, I cannot say enough. He's the one that made a mistake on lap number 1 in that 93, and he's been able to drive that thing up to a 20-second lead. Cannot sing his praises enough at this point.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. And it just goes to show you, if you've got pace, you can make just about anything happen. It is a great run for Kaprowski. It is a great run for him up through the field. But while things have stabilized here a minute, let's do a quick rundown of the field itself. And also, as we're done with that, we'll go ahead and thank our sponsors for the day. So let's go ahead and take a look up at the GTP field, because up in the front, it is Danny Fonte for World of Sim Racing Team. Very good running there for them, holding on to that 19-second gap right now. Caden Bombersbatch will be in P2 for Trading Paints Racing, and Daniel Keene for Hack Racing down into pit lane here at this point. Jeff Schroeder for Intended Sim Racing is going to be back in 4th place in the number 73 machine, as there we see them. And Grizzly Motorsports finds themselves in P5 with Scott Meredith bringing up that run. Then in 6th place, it is Francisco Santos right now. Francisco Santos for DS Racing Esports. Then Kylie Burney for Meyer Sim Speed Performance. They were up at the front of the field a little bit earlier, finding themselves farther back down. Jan-Philippe Weird for Team Hardcore finds themselves in 8th place in their Cadillac. Then Andrew Parker in the number 15 Composite Performance Machine. We've said this car looks like they've got pace, and they're just holding it back, waiting for that moment when this Cadillac will start to strike. Jonathan Dance in the number 6 Porsche for Torque Freak Racing rounds out your top 10. Then it is Thomas Sorensen for Stop and Go Racing in 11th place. Guillermo Moresco for Bravo Snow Shot is in P12. The lone Acura in the field trying to climb their way back up through. And then Rui Sousa for DS Racing Esports Team finds themselves in 13th. And rounding out your GTP field, that is going to be Thomas Martin for Fisher Motorsports in the Porsche. And I'll hand it over to you here, Austin, for the LMP2s.
Yeah, heading up the LMP2 field currently, Camperger, we saw him get together with Gowan not too long ago. Has built himself a nice 7.5 second lead, depending on who you ask, is depending on who that fault is. We have learned just recently. Gowan Racing, Gowan behind the wheel also of that machine right now in 2nd. Fisher Motorsport Delara in 3rd. FRS Sim Sport running it in 4th with Arkema behind the wheel currently. Rookie Esport LMP2 running that 100 machine. Torrance behind the wheel in 5th place. Banfield running the 66 for VRG Sport in 6th place currently. Then Tri-State Racing in 7th. GSE Esport Racing VSCA in 8th. Guest running that 777 Fusion LMP2 currently in 9th with Scours GT at the back of the pack right now. 68 laps down. Looks like out of the race in the LMP2 currently in 10th place.
Moving back over into the GTD Pro field here at this point. It is going to be Daniel Gruber for Fisher Motorsport leading the way in the top position. Nelson Narciso for DS Racing Esports Team finds themselves in P2. P3 is Brock Crouch for RPM Racing. Then it's Alessio Tranquilli for North Sim Racing in P4. Mark Torres lines up in P5 in the Porsche. It is an all Porsche top 5 here at the moment. And then moving back, that is our first Audi in P6 for Stefan Jakobsen in Race Tech competition. Patrick Dorr for GSE Racing Esports is in P7. Benjamin Fisher for Fisher Motorsports rounds out your 8-car GTD Pro field.
Moving to our last class here, the GT-AM. Leading up, Kaprowski in the 93 again, coming back from that lap 1 incident, not even halfway through, has built a 20-second lead over our Roar winner, the Screeching Moose Motorsports number 5 in 2nd place. Then we've got Digital Chicane 80 teammates to the race leader in 3rd place currently. Trading Paints Racing Red in 4th. Fusion GTD in 5th. MMT Racing in 6th place. I'm going a little bit fast for our producer here. I apologize. He's been on the producer buttons for about 11 hours, so he's going to be a little slow. Full Send Racing with Belver behind the wheel in the 94. In 7th place, we've got Hatfield in the 29, Firestone Motorsport in 8th, Off in the S's Racing in 9th, Real Pixel Motorsport in 10th in the 312. The MSP 33 and MSP 34 have both had major accidents as soon as me and DJ Clark kind of took the wheel to broadcast here just about an hour ago, running in 11th. 12th, Dangler Performance in 13th with Yellow Submarine Squad in 14th, KC Racing in 15th, and unfortunately our first retiree of the night, Vulture Motorsports, who had that iRacing crash issue in the early going about an hour and a half in. And that is a rundown of our entire field.
It is indeed, and we have to remind you that this VCA Sports Car Championship broadcast is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twinbush, quality that convinces. So massive, massive thank you to them and the rest of our sponsors as we focus back on Schroeder up at the front of the field right now, working their way by Gowan Racing as they bring their way on through.
Yeah, Schroeder, they've gotten that left front damage fixed pretty well. I gotta say, they spend a good bit of time. It might be bent up just a little bit compared to where they want it. I don't know, it looks pretty similar to the other side. Kind of looking at the head-on view that I've got currently. But they're running a little bit better now. They've, I had said that gap had stabilized at 15 seconds. Excuse me, they kind of stayed in the pit road just a little bit longer to get that left front fixed. And now they've built that gap back up to 17 seconds with Schroeder behind the wheel. So the 73 kind of figuring things out even after that little bit of a mistake there. Getting past some lap traffic in the S's. As we look at Dance here in Torque Freak Racing, holding on to that 10th place position. They're currently 2 laps behind the leader of GTP, but they're hanging on to it pretty well. Oh, man, tight racing there, trying to get around the GT Pro. That was stop-and-go racing, getting around. Both these drivers and both these teams really just looking for that next full course yellow to maybe find themselves getting a wave around, getting one of those laps back, and at least kind of getting themselves a chance to get back into this thing against the GTPs. A couple other guys kind of looking for the same thing. Bombers Batch and Parker, both those guys involved in that accident. Both of them getting into each other. The night team of Bombers Batch getting into the back of Parker a little bit earlier. So just a lot of guys here towards the back of the GTP field, probably hoping for that next full course yellow to come out pretty soon.
Yeah, probably just praying for it here at this point to be able to do that, to try to get things bunched back up. And remember, it is set here by an algorithm at this point to get everything back around. So we don't know when that yellow flag is going to come out. It could really be up to the winds here as they go.
Still a lot of time left too. We got 13 hours. I mean, there could be 13, 14 more safety cars, right? I mean, there could be plenty of time for any of these drivers to kind of get a little bit of luck going their way and get back into this race. You know, a couple of these guys in the GTP field 2, 3, 4, 6 laps down. I mean, that's not fully out of this race with 13 hours left. You can't even count the 4 or count out the 4 unless they've got a ton of damage. I gotta admit, I do not know what happened to the 4 machine. I did see some pretty heavy accidents towards the beginning of your and Nolan's stint there, the second 3-hour stint of this race. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he was involved in that, but still only 6 laps down for the 14th place GTP car. Not too bad.
No, not too bad at all for them. So they're going to be pretty happy about that to be able to keep things running here as they go. Let's see what they are able to do. Let's see, though, as they come in. Sorensen going to be looking behind here, just trying to get that run. Not quite able to do it. A little bit of GT traffic getting in the way.
Yeah, like I said, a little bit of GTP traffic getting away, but they've cleared it now. That 10th place battle GT Pro traffic. But now the battle for 10th in the GTP class getting really, really close between the two Torque Freak Racing machine and Stop and Go Racing. But still, Torque Freak going to be able to hold on to that position. You got to think Sorensen's just a little bit quicker than the 6 at this point. He's been hounding them lap after lap. Just hasn't been able to get that, or the kind of overlap onto him going down into one of these corners. But I got to think that he's got to have a opportunity into either the bus stop or into turn 1 at some point. But here we've got Parker coming down pit road in the 15. Unfortunate for him, I think that he's a little off strategy because they came down and fixed that rear wing whenever it got knocked off a little bit earlier. So they've just got a little bit less gas than most of these other guys on the lead lap in the GTPs. As now we're looking at a battle for that 3rd place position in LMP2.
Yeah, looking for that battle here at this point. Go down through the corners there. You see FRS Sim Sports working around the high side. That will slow down the momentum a little bit, but that will keep them going around here at this point. Fisher, this is the tricky battle here when you talk about this, Austin, trying to figure out where to put the car. Do you try to take the draft off the GTs in front of you? Do you try to weave your way through it? Fisher coming down to the inside, trying to put a little bit of pressure on FRS Sim Sport. Not going to work. FRS will stay in front for now.
Yeah, not quite able to make the move down into turn number 1 as we've got a couple GT Pro Class cars coming down pit road, stopping, maybe doing a couple driver changes here, Crouch in the 911, looking back at Harkema in that 3rd place position in the LMP2, still holding on from the 14 of Adamczyk. Got a little bit of a 7/10 of a second gap just about before they get down into turn 6, going back onto the NASCAR oval. Or sorry, this is the kink. I got my hairpins mixed up a little bit, but the kink then going down into turn 5. And then we'll get down to turn number 6 back to the NASCAR oval. But he's able to stretch out that gap a little bit to where if he has a really good turn 6 right here, I don't think that Fisher Motorsport machine is going to have any type of draft getting back onto the oval. Now over a second as they get down into the braking zone. That FRS Sim Sport machine looks pretty quick right now getting back onto the oval.
Yeah, looking very quick here at this point. And remember, with these LMP2s, we're dealing with the same time frame on them. We're dealing with the same kind of cars here. It's not like you run these LMP2s in real life. We just have the Dallara. It's not like we have the Orica or the Alpines or anything like that. They are all very similar cars, and that makes them all the more difficult to try to get past. When you're dealing with the GTPs, when you're dealing with the GTs, that's a different thing altogether. But I'll tell you what, here we go. Is there one of the Cadillacs working their way by Fisher Motorsports? That's not what they want to see if they want to keep this battle with FRS going.
That's true, but they could tuck into that draft here down the rest of the front straightaway, maybe gain a little bit of time before they get down into turn 1, but it might mess up their braking zone just a little bit as FRS SimSport gets down into turn 1 with absolutely nobody in front of them, but they're going to get passed by that GTP in just a couple moments here. Coming through the S is kind of a dangerous place to do that, but hey, whatever works. As we look back in the GTAM class, battle for 4th place, about 48 seconds off the race lead in the GTAM class as our 2nd place runner comes down pit road. But Servone holding off from Deloach and actually stretching out that gap a little bit for P4 as we see Bill coming down for that. Man, I cannot remember the 5 team. Screeching Moose Motorsports. I know it's something weird with an animal every time, but I just cannot remember that it's Screeching Moose.
Okay. I mean, are you getting it confused with like Yelling Llama or, something?
Well, my problem is that I'm from the southeast and we don't have moose. So it's just very, very hard for me to think moose. Like my first instinct is deer. And typically we think like blind deer, not screeching. So I feel like that's kind of my first thing that I would go to. And then I would say blind deer motorsport, and then they would get upset with me because I used the complete wrong term for your senses and the complete wrong animal. So I'd feel a little bad about that.
Well, listen, as long as we're in the right genus, as long as we're in that and it's something to do with bellowing or yelling or screeching, I think they'll maybe give us a pass.
Absolutely. Right. I mean, you can only ask for so much, right? There's 48 drivers. There's 48 teams in here. They can, they can be okay with being blind deer, I suppose. But, and to be fair, a moose is just a bigger northern deer, in my mind. Just like Daytona is South Talladega.
Our producer just said northern deer aren't deadly. Well, they're all deadly when they run into your car.
Dude, exactly. I have seen so many deer jump through people's front windshields down in the south. I'm telling you, it's a common occurrence down here. They're suicidal mooses, man. I mean, it's insane. Or deer.
Mooses? Mises?
I knew intentionally whenever I was saying screaming moose, I was like, okay, do not do any plural. If plural moose is moose, and then I completely sometimes I talk too fast and forget about, very important things.
Yeah, as Nolan is reminding us in our ear, the plural of moose is moose.
Yep.
So
I knew that, but I messed up because I was talking too fast. I knew. I swear.
There you go. There you go. Well, we learn new things every day.
I'll say meese the rest of the time if you want.
Just say Mises?
Yeah,
just
meese.
completely.
I mean, look, if mouse is wait.
Mice.
Never mind. No, thank God. Dude. Oh my goodness. I think I need to go to bed. Nolan,
folks, can you tell we've been broadcasting for 12 hours?
Holy cow, man. We've been back in the booth for an hour and 15 minutes, and I can't remember the plural of vowels. Hey, Nolan. Look. My math level is like 15th grade, okay? If I don't know what the plural of mouse is, I don't care. I can do math better than you.
I was told... This is why you never upset a man who has access to graphics.
Gosh. Oh my goodness, elementary level. I just don't know the plural of things, man. I'm in the South, right? We just say y'all. Y'all deer. Look at y'all deer out there. I mean, that's it's pretty common, right?
I'm here for it, man. I'm here. Listen, I grew up in Indiana, which is ostensibly the south of the north. Like, it really is. Yeah. I went to school in Tennessee. I live in California. I'm just an amalgam of everything.
Hey, have you been to French Lick?
Of course I've been to French Lick. The casino.
Dude, French Lick is awesome. Paoli Peaks, awesome area.
Home of the state bird of Indiana.
Is it really? I had no idea. It's the home of Larry Bird. I get it.
There you got it.
See, I knew it was Larry Bird's, but I was like, state bird? Like, I was like, I don't care about the state bird, man. I don't even know what an Alabama state bird is, and I've lived here my entire life.
State bird of Indiana, by the way, is the cardinal.
Oh, see, that's a good one. That should be Missouri, though.
Well, yeah, with the cardinals, but
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Sorry.
don't get me started on random Indiana knowledge. We're not at IMS. I could go on about that track for eons.
Hey, I feel you. I can do the same about Talladega, buddy. But here we are at South Talladega doing a really good job here.
There we go.
In the 24 hours of South Talladega in the VSCA Sports Car Championship.
You're going to get
12
hate mail
hours.
for that.
And, oh, I've been doing that to Nolan for the last 2 weeks. And he hates it, man. He hates it. We were at Michigan in the HTRL series not too long ago. I believe it was about 2 weeks ago. And I think I said North Daytona. And it triggered the mess out of that, man. But it races like it in the next-gen cars. So it just kind of worked.
I mean, listen, you know, by that logic, then you have to say that Auto Club is West Michigan.
That's what I said! That's what I said! Let's go! Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I literally said, I changed it because I was like, okay, Talladega is the most central. So Talladega is like the main one. So Daytona becomes South Talladega. Auto Club was West Talladega. Michigan is North Talladega. And Atlanta is East Talladega. Mini East Talladega.
I apologize to all of our European viewers right now who are sitting there going, what are these people doing and why are they commentating
They're
on
all
this
asleep.
race?
They're all asleep. They're all asleep right now. So they don't know.
There you go.
You gotta think, they're 6 hours ahead. I'm in Central Time Zone.
Awesome.
So I'm looking at 8. I've seen it. I've seen it. Look. If that's true, y'all are gonna have a really hard time filling the last 3 hours of this race. I will happily choose to not wake up at 5 in the morning. Oh, we got somebody in the chat saying love from Portugal. Dude, go to sleep. What are you doing? Come
No,
on.
he's like me, man. I don't sleep.
Okay. Well, that makes a little bit more sense.
He's like me. It's a race weekend. You sleep when you pull a Warren Zevon. You sleep when you're dead. You just keep going.
We have officially crossed into the nighttime portion of the race that everybody was warning me we were just going to start talking about random stuff.
This is why I love doing endurance commentary, because it's part racing, part stand-up comedy. It's just fantastic.
That's right in my wheelhouse. The leader of the GTAM. I know we haven't talked about the race in about 20 minutes, but the leader of the GTAM has come down, Kaprowski. But he got such a big lead, he's going to keep that lead. I could probably sing through the ABCs about 5 times before he gets off pit road, and he'd still be in the race lead. So, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean whenever it comes out of my mouth. But we are coming down to that time of the race where nothing really makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly are. But no, for Kaprowski here, we're joking about all of this sort of loopiness up in the booth, but we've got to remember this carries down to the drivers themselves. I mean, they're probably in voice channels with their buddies. They're laughing, they're joking, they're doing that kind of stuff. And you've got to stay focused, because look at this. We've got 3 wide coming through the high banks of Daytona here as Gruber makes his way down there, just working by with a couple of LMPs trying to go on by him there at that point. That's going to be Torres making passes. You constantly have to be on your game through the entirety of this run.
No, you're absolutely right about that. Hopefully nobody behind the wheel actually has the YouTube stream pulled up, because they would be face-palming right now and then wrecking into the outside wall. I'm sure their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th drivers are kind of doing that right now. I imagine if any of these spotters are listening, they're having a hard time paying attention to their drivers. Every time I see them go about 2 wide through the kink, somebody passing a slower class car, I get scared, man. I'm telling you, I pucker up a little bit, I get a little nervous, I get ready to just start screaming about somebody getting absolutely junked with still half the race to go. But luckily, everybody's getting through the kink pretty nicely right there. No issue, no harm, no foul. Nobody having any type of damage that time by as Grizzly Motorsports holding on to that P3 position overall and to the GTP class over DS Racing Esports team coming back onto the oval.
We're back onto the oval here at this point. Meredith's just trying to keep up that good momentum, because the thing is that when you're especially running into the nighttime, we talked a lot about some of the psychological games that these drivers start to play a little bit. Well, they've got the biggest advantage in the world when you're running at night. Those big, beefy, terrifying headlights. The designers of these prototypes, those headlights are not only designed to be able to get as much onto the track as possible, those headlights are also designed to be scary. they are designed to use a little bit of intimidation on the drivers in front of you, and so you see those coming up behind you, you get scared a little bit.
Yeah, typically, I don't know if I get scared whenever, I have done a handful of endurance races, even though I don't understand what the heck's going on. But I've always understood that whenever somebody is flashing their headlights at me, I should probably get out of the way or else I'm going to get punted. So to your point, it does freak me out a little bit. But as the leading car, it makes me more upset. Like, it makes me more mad than kind of getting put off, which I guess puts you off a little bit, right? If you're not in the right headspace, you're a little upset. You could make a little bit more or more mistakes. But if I just had somebody behind me flashing their lights 2 or 3 times, I would just be losing my mind on somebody, man.
Well, and that's the thing. And Nolan and I, there was somebody taking a tow down from pit lane. Who was that? That was one of the Mercedes back down to GTAM here at this point. But Nolan and I were talking about this earlier. So in IMSA competition, it is actually a limit on how many times you can flash the headlights per lap. Now, this is the number 94. Oh, big hit down. Oh, that's not good.
And it's about a replay of what we saw as soon as we first got into the commentary booth. We just had some turn 1 incidents. Got to be honest, that's pretty disrespectful from the LMP2 coming around the outside, just completely neglecting the 94's race, if I'm being honest. I mean, the 94 held his line coming down on the bottom of the racetrack. They're already too wide going into turn 1, which is a very strange corner. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of that one getting down into turn 1. I think that patience should have prevailed in that one, and it just did. I mean, he's holding the double yellow line.
Yeah, he's all the way down to the inside. There is the Mercedes AMG. You know, I've got no problem with the GTP splitting. I'm not sure if that was a GTP or an LMP2. I couldn't tell necessarily. I had the air intakes that. Okay, it was an LMP2. I was gonna say it looked like it was the rookie esports car LMP2 there. But you know, I have no problem with the prototype shooting the gap when you come in between. I do have a problem when you get into incidents like that coming down into the braking zone. You've got to know where and when to make those moves, and that clearly falls squarely on the blame there on that rookie esports car.
And, you know, I totally understand it if we're getting towards the very, very end of this race and you're really trying to make up time. You're in a tight race for position somewhere on the racetrack. But, I mean, let's be honest. I don't really think that with 12 hours and 40 minutes that there's any reason to make that move. You know, you're going to lose a couple seconds sticking behind those GT class cars going through turn 1 and probably turn 2 in the S's because it's just really, really tight through there. But at the end of the day, I'd rather have a completely clean race car, not ruin somebody else's race with 12 hours and 37 minutes left. So I hate to say it. I typically try to find a little bit of fault in both drivers whenever it comes to accidents, because I typically always believe that there is something you could have done to take yourself out of a position to get wrecked. Even if it's not your fault, typically there's something you could have done to avoid it. There, I don't think there was anything that I believe it was the 94, could have done to avoid that. Absolutely nothing.
No, they were faultless in that situation. I've got to agree with you there about that, and that's just the unfortunate thing that happens sometimes, and we've seen that happen in professional racing as well. It is not out of the realm of possibility that sometimes you just get a little into it. We're going to watch here another Portuguese driver, Vitor Miranda, in the Porsche, bringing that car around behind Ambrosio right now. Only about a second or so behind. Going to get a little whiff of that tow, which will be incredibly helpful there for them. Let's see what they're able to do as they just try to close on in. Now, kind of like we were talking about in the LMP2 battles and how you're having a little bit of a harder time trying to make the overtake when it is similar make on similar make. One of the things that makes GT and prototype racing so exciting is the fact that you have multiple makes and models of cars out on the track at the same time, and as a result, the Porsche is going to generate speed a little bit differently than the Audi, for example. We talked about how the Porsche rear engine design, more weight over the rear wheels, it's going to have better acceleration. Audi with that mid-engine design going to rotate through the corners a little bit better. So that's going to make that happen. But when you're facing the same car in front of you, things get wildly different and wildly more difficult to try to overtake. So Miranda's really got his work cut out for him here if he wants to try to close on in on this number 69 in front of him for North Sim Racing.
Yeah, and you know, they do have the open setups where they can change a good bit in these things to make them somewhat different from the other cars of the same make. But still, at the end of the day, if you're all trying to find the absolute fastest way around, you might all come to just about the same conclusion in the setup and it not be too wildly different. either. And we are looking at the GT Pro class. All the top 5 are those Porsches. Sorry, I know that somebody's going to be upset with the way I say Porsche, but I will try to say Porsche for the European crowd. But here in the GT Pros, D'Ambrosio trying to hold on to that P3 position from Miranda like we've been talking about. He's got a pretty good gap here back onto the NASCAR oval. Like you mentioned, it's just really hard to kind of pass a car that is the exact same model. You know, typically the other cars, if you're coming up on an Audi, goodness, both of these, the cars in that in the Dagum GT Pros are a little bit different pronunciated, at least in the southeastern United States. Y'all might have it right where y'all are, but in the southeast, we like to completely butcher our European car names. But yeah, if you're trying to come up on the Audi, if you're in a Porsche, I feel like there's just times and places in the racetrack that you just know, hey, I'm going to be better than this car. It's not going to have anything to do with driver skill or our setup. It's just my car is better here. If I can make the move right now, I'll be in a good position. But whenever, like we've mentioned, the top 5 of the GT Pro are all the same, it makes it really hard.
Yeah, it makes it especially difficult. And as we look across this field in particular, back down in, we've already talked about the Porsche and the Audi. Well, the Ferrari, known as a good all-arounder. The Mercedes-AMG, known as a little bit more of an understeery car, but you can push it a little bit more, and that really helps it out. And really, one of the things that as a driver, you have to take into consideration those things. That's one of the many, many things that you're keeping in the back of your head as you're going out on track when you're looking at the cars in front of you. And whether you've got a heads-up display that's telling you who's in front of you, or whether you've got a spotter that's working with you to tell you, hey, this is the car in front, this is the car behind, you're going to make a mental note of what that car is and where it's going to be weak, and you're going to try to take advantage of that position as much as possible.
I know we have mentioned Kaprowski a lot, but goodness gracious, a 40-second gap for that 93 in the GTM class after everything that driver's been through at the beginning. Looking at the driver of the 5, they've got Parsons in it currently, now going back a little bit further back in the GTM field, but the positions for the podium are really, really tight, even though the leader in the GTM is kind of skating away. But I've also got to say, I know I can't harp too much on Parsons. I haven't seen him race too much, but I remember seeing Santos and the other one of the other drivers from the GTM that ran in the Roar before the 24 were unbelievably rapid. I got to think that whenever they get Santos in it towards the end of the race, Nichols in the 296 has been pretty quick. A lot of the race as well. I believe another one of their drivers was really, really quick in the first 3 hours. I think that there's going to be a couple more cars coming through the GTM field at some point that have just kind of taken a step back, maybe through the nighttime, putting in a couple of drivers that just take care of the equipment. And I think that towards the end of this, we're going to see a couple more drivers really competing with that 93, because I remember Kaprowski was about even with Santos in the early going of this thing once he got that car fixed. So I think there's going to be a couple of cars coming back at that 93 later in the event.
Yeah, I think there will as well. And you know, for my money, that's exactly what my team's doing with me. I'm coming in at the latter stages of the race, not when we're definitely in a racing condition, because I'm one of those tick-off-the-laps kind of drivers, and that's exactly what's coming on in. But now, as it looks like the racing has calmed down here a little bit, Austin, it looks like you've been able to catch up with Bjorn Claessens of the Yellow Submarine Squad.
Yeah, we're pulling down Bjorn Claessens right here, like you mentioned, in the Yellow Submarine Squad Sim Lab 531, I do believe. Am I correct there, Claessens? Well, do we have him? We might not have him. Well, we thought. Bjorn, do we have a copy? Oh man, now I know how it feels whenever whenever the NASCAR announcers try to pull in somebody, they try to get over the radio and get somebody, and it just doesn't work out. I kind of feel a little lonely up here whenever that happens. That's the second time that it's happened with him. Oh man, he's got to fix his microphone or something. Well, we were trying to talk to Claessens, but it just did not happen right there. Unfortunate, but.
Sometimes it happens, and it gives us a little bit more time to focus on the action out on track right now, including Kaprowski there up at the front of the field, leading by 41 seconds in that Ferrari. Now, important to remember here that we could see those yellow flags kind of throw this all out the window there for him. Now it looks like Guest at the 777 LMP2 is going to bring their way back out on track here at the moment. That, of course, is the Fusion Sim Sports machine. They find themselves 9th in class. Fair way down in the running here, unfortunately, but You know, I love this mentality out of drivers. Just stick in it. Keep going. See what you're able to pick up as the race goes along. You never know how far you're going to be able to climb.
Yeah, not only that, but I think to get points for the race, you have to complete 75% of the race, if I am not mistaken, as we're watching the, who is this, GTM Ferrari, can't quite tell the number on the side of that thing, 161 going through the grass of the bus stop. We've seen a lot of issues in the bus stop, not too surprising, really weird braking zone, getting down into the corner. But yeah, that was the 161 of MMT Racing, Timo Van Gemert, coming down into the bus stop. Like I mentioned, tough area on the racetrack. We've seen a lot of issues in there, and I'm sure that's not the last of them we're going to see. It's really there, the International Horseshoe, and then turn 4 and 5, that little section, the left-right. Just really, really difficult, and I feel like that's where we see most of the issues. But to be fair, we've seen a lot in turn 6, which I did not think was going to be too much of a trouble spot, but I feel like we've seen a lot of accidents over there.
Yeah, very much so. All right, we're going to give Bjorn one more shot here. We're going to bring him on in. Third time is the charm. Austin, one more time with Bjorn Claessens.
I'm going to make an attempt. Bjorn Claessens, do we have a copy, sir?
Yes, you've got.
Hey!
Guys, I was really hoping we were going to pretend that we couldn't hear him. But anyway, Bjorn, previous driver, or not currently in the car for the 531 here, but you'll find yourselves, a little ways off the race lead here for the GTM by multiple laps. I unfortunately don't know exactly what happened to you with us switching commentators nonstop throughout the event. I'm sure some viewers do, but I'm heartbroken for you regardless that y'all are 15 laps off the pace. What's kind of y'all's mentality going forward for the last 12 and a half hours of this thing, given you're probably out of the race for the win? What are you really hoping for out of the rest of this?
Well, it sounds bad, but we're hoping for some crashes of other guys. So maybe we get around P10 at the end. We had a little bump of a GTP, and it was nothing basically. We got 7 minutes of damage. Meatballs came out of the pits, and another GTP overtook us. And to be honest, I don't think he hit us. It was net code, but it gave us 60 minutes of damage straight away. So yeah, so pace-wise we're around top 5, but at the end it is what it is. It's racing, and we try to keep positive, and only thing what we're doing now is keep the gap at the car in front of us around 6-7 laps. And basically how bad it sounds. Pray for accidents of the guys in front of us and hope we gain some spots, and that's it.
Well, to be honest, it's sim racing, so I think it's okay to pray for other people's downfall, right? There's not the consequences of real race. Exactly, there's not the consequences. I mean, to be fair, if they have one of those wheels that are really heavy direct drive, or you stick your fingers in there really tight, they could break a finger, but it's probably unlikely. So, I'm kind of right there with you. I don't blame you for wishing for some accidents. But I gotta say, you are only 8 laps behind the next competitor. And there's actually a couple that are 6, 7 laps down, 8 laps down, and y'all are 16. So, I mean, over the course of the next 12 and a half hours, there's some actual there's some actual chance that you can claw your way into the top 10, I really do believe. So, if y'all do get those accidents, I wouldn't be too surprised to see y'all back up there. And to be fair, ever since me and DJ have gotten in the booth, there have been a lot of issues with some faster cars passing some of the other GT Pro and GT Am competitors. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see some more fire happen in front of you.
No, true, because with cars 33 and 34, we were fighting with them basically the first 2.5 hours before we got our incidents for P4, 5, 6, and that sort of stuff. And we got 2 accidents then, what drops us back to P14, but they dropped also a lot back. So if they get a second incident, for example, then we're in the same lap basically at the end. So
wait, I'm sorry, were y'all the ones that were coming out of pit road and y'all got absolutely bodied by an LMP2? Was that what was happening?
No, I think that was one of the MSP's cars.
Oh,
no,
okay.
But we came out of the pits and we got net coach, so it was basically 2 corners, and it was 60 minutes again.
Goodness gracious. Well, I hate to hear it that y'all have kind of just gotten unlucky. It sounds like y'all got the pace, y'all have a quick car, and you got it fixed up to where you're running pretty decent lap times. I mean, relatively competitive to the rest of the field, even with the damage. So
Yeah.
really impressive to see Josh Toothman putting out the really good lap times there in the 5:31 right now.
Yeah, and not to be bad about Josh, but to be honest, he's of the four of us the slowest, and he's doing good laps at the moment. So yeah, it's lap times are fine, and the pace is good. So only need to be more lucky. We lost our Angel, I think, on our wing, and that's the biggest problem at the moment.
Well, hopefully y'all can get a couple more full course yellows and pick up some of those laps back under waiver rounds. And you know, I'm hoping that y'all can pick up some more positions. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I should be a little bit more unbiased, but I just feel terrible that y'all 60 minutes of damage as soon as you come out of pit road from some net code. That's just heartbreaking. I'm pretty confident your chance at the podium's done for the evening. But hey, if you can fall back into the top 10, top 8 through attrition, that would still be great. But again, you talked about the pace. Are you excited for the rest of the season just off of the pure pace y'all showed?
Yeah, pace-wise, it's decent to get some top 5 positions in the season, and above the goal, to be honest, because we did it we drove last year on the LMP2, but basically with a totally different drive lineup than what we've got now. We started brand new basically, so I'm positive, to be honest. So we'll see.
Well, hey, not the result y'all are wanting for tonight, but like you said, y'all got the pace to where we could probably see you finishing on the podium later this year. Oh man, we got an LMP2, now our 6th place driver of Banfield in the 66 around in turn 1. Sorry to cut that off right there, but Bjorn, thank you for coming up and talking to us and being able to fix your microphone so that we could actually get that interview, really entertaining interview, learning about just kind of what has happened to y'all's race so far here today.
Hey guys, I want to say awesome broadcast, and Lorenzo, fix your mic because that's awful. Yeah, I just want to say it, but that was it.
Hey. Bjorn, thank you. Thank you for the constructive criticism. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm Dutch, so I'm straightforward. That's it. You know, you're gonna get what you're gonna get.
Well, I kind of relate to that, to be honest with you, so I'm right there with you. But Bjorn, thank you so much for coming up here, and we hope to see y'all fighting for the podium here next time that we come racing.
We're gonna do our best. Hey guys, have a good show for the rest of the night.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Alrighty, that was Bjorn Claessens coming up to visit us for the 3rd time tonight. First time that the microphone worked, but hey, it's a little ironic, right? A little hypocritical that he was talking about Lorenzo's terrible mic. He got pulled up into our broadcast booth twice and it wasn't working.
Yeah, but he came out shooting fire, so I'm going to give him a pass on that.
We're going to look at a replay for the 66 LMP2. Man, I'm having a great time up here in the middle of the night. Let's watch the replay first. Yeah, he just kind of comes up on the GT Pro. Honestly, credit to him for not just running the GT Pro over, I got to say, and locking it down. And whipping that thing back around without putting anybody else in danger. So I got to give him a little bit of credit, not running into the back of the GT Pro there, the 44. Yeah, I'm enjoying the heck out of this. And I was about to say I'm really excited for the last stint. And then I remembered I have to wake up at about 5 a.m. for it. So I'm a little bit less excited, but I'm going to bring the energy, man. I'm telling you, I'm going to wake up and I'm just going to start screaming, wake up everybody in the house just to make myself as energetic as possible.
Oh, I don't know how my girlfriend puts up with me. I mean, you know, because I do this at all hours of the day, that I come in here and yell about the Zooms, and she just sleeps.
Mine only puts up with me because she's imaginary.
Oh, there you go. All right, that helps. Yeah.
It does. It really does.
Yeah, somehow.
A lot less drama.
I bet. Well, somehow, you know, she still loves me. The cats still love me. You know, it's wonderful. All 3 of them are like, you know, oh yeah, it's good. You know, we love Dad.
My brother bought me soundproofing for my wall for Christmas because of the broadcasting stuff, and I have not put it up yet. Oh, we got a big accident coming down into, I believe this is the International Horseshoe of turn 3. The 21 GT Pro machine coming around through the grass. Oh, side by side through the S is always tough.
Yeah, that's
a GT Am.
That's a GT Pro and a GT Am. Just miscommunication there and a blink out almost, it looked like, for the Ferrari. It's a little bit strange because we've heard before. I don't believe they give points, so they don't have a drive-through, a disqualification here at this point. So that must have just been a little bit of an internet issue there. They do get a drive-through for 25 incidents, but no disqualification there. So an unfortunate incident that looked a little bit like that Audi just tracked up, took in the corner a little bit too deep. But a battle here for 10th place in GTP.
Yeah, I got to agree with you, but yeah, the battle between Stop and Go Racing and Torque Freak Racing, I feel like this has been going on for an hour. Oh, man, Stop and Go Racing just a little wide through turn number 1. Able to hold on to it, though, just maybe dip the tire down into the grass. Able to keep it on the racetrack. But like I said, I feel like Torque Freak and Stop and Go have been battling each other for the entire time we've been in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes, you know, driving an endurance race like this, think of it a little bit like you're on a road trip. Frankly, you ever go on a road trip and you're driving alongside a similar car and you kind of have those driving buddies that you see the car that you're driving with for a long, long time.
What an amazing analogy.
But it's right. It's what happens sometimes when you're out on a circuit such as this, that you just find yourself around that car time in and time out, and you can't get away from each other, no matter if you get a break and you're able to go into the left-hand lane and speed your way down, is when it comes to endurance racing sometimes.
Yeah, I've got to give you credit for that one. That was pretty creative. I mean, goodness gracious, I would have never came up with that. But as soon as you started talking, I was like, oh my gosh, I know where he's going with this. That was great. I got to give you credit.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Our second place battle here in GTAM, Digital Chicane getting overtaken by a faster class there, coming back onto the oval. I said battle. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer when it was just a camera and had that little thing on the bottom right, but it is about 1.2 seconds. Oh, no, is this a 21 once again of Door off in the same section of the racetrack? Or sorry, this is actually turn 5. Oh, it just went wide. I mean, maybe he's got a little bit of damage from that last one, and he's not quite used to the what has happened to the car. Was Door in the car in the last incident, or have they pitted and changed drivers? Maybe he was on cold tires.
I think they pitted and changed drivers potentially, but what I think that may be is if it is the same driver, it's a little bit of incident scaredness. Sometimes as a driver, you go through a corner where you've had an incident, and that incident sticks in your head. And you kind of have to go into the corner and put it out of your brain because you're going to brake earlier. You're going to take a little bit of a different line, almost subconsciously as you bring your way through the corner. And so that's really probably what it may have happened there.
Great insight. As also, we got to point out, the 51 in the GTP, the race leader, has made a driver change. Estefania in the lead for the World of Sim Racing team. Where did they come from? How did they get in the race lead? I feel like Schroeder was well ahead not too long ago. Well, our producer let me know we haven't pitted in 25 laps. I didn't realize our leaders in the GTP field had pitted. Maybe that happened during the interview there. But either way, the 51 of Estefania in the race lead here. You can see that stint is significantly longer. I think I see a little yellow bar right next to Schroeder. Maybe I'm wrong. I think there's a little pixel in there, right? Yeah. Okay, then it was. Okay, sorry. Well, our producer said it was 2 laps ago, so I just need to be paying more attention.
Well, what's crucial here about that, though, is that both of them have made 16 stops at this point. So when Estefania comes in, they actually will have made 1 extra stop, which could give them a little bit of an edge when it comes to strategy come the end of this race. And if we can get a caution here at some point, it could give them a little bit of a better way to roll the dice and decide how they want to play their pit strategy in the final half of this race.
And we are coming up on that halfway point. I cannot believe we've been in the... It's been just about 2 hours since we've gotten in the booth. Holy cow, man. Every time I get in the booth, I feel like it just flies by. It has been an unbelievably quick 12 hours for me.
No, it's been a very, very quick one. And, you know, I've had about maybe an hour and a half to sit on my couch and watch a comedy special and just kind of relax a little bit. But other than that, I've been working since about... I got up this morning at 7 a.m., had some coffee, got in the driver's meeting, and took everything away. So we're just cooking and booking here at this point.
Yeah, and so are the drivers out on the racetrack, putting on a really good show for us at this point. We have not had a caution over this entire hour and 45-minute stint since me and DJ have gotten up into the commentary booth. Probably going to jinx that, but honestly, I wouldn't mind it right now. We're starting to see a little bit of field spread here at the halfway point. I gotta imagine with it being nighttime, if we got that caution at some point, we might see a couple hairy moments with the field all bunched back up together. I also got to say, there's only, especially looking at the GTAM, I'm surprised to see only 5 cars on the lead lap at this point. Even if we do get a caution, only one more is going to get enough wave around to get them back onto the lead lap. Just kind of surprised to see that class kind of dwindling here at the halfway point.
Well, I mean, when you think about iRacing as a whole, the GT category is the most popular category on the road side of racing. So, as such, you're going to have the widest disparity of drivers. As we take a look, there is that promised pit stop from World of Sim Racing team. Iker Estefania coming on in here at this point. So, you are going to have the widest disparity among spread there. The other thing is that the pit stops are a little bit longer for the GT cars, and as a result, you're going to have a little bit more of, I would say, variables when it comes to getting trapped a lap down on pit stop cycle as a result of those longer pit stops.
We got a side-by-side battle here in the LMP2 class. Fisher Motorsport there in 3rd place. FRS SimSport trying to take it away. Adamsik's got it right now. Van Winsum on the inside. Just kind of taking that inside of the corner. Now side by side through the S's. Almost contact there in the middle. Going down to the International Horseshoe. Who outbreaks who? Looks like FRS SimSport's going to be able to take that position. Move the 621. Van Winsum up to that 3rd place position. Adamsik just kind of hanging on to 4th now as he lets the 621 go. He's got a good 20-second gap behind him for his next competitor. So probably just a good time to kind of bide time and just relax. Keep that thing under you. Again, coming up on that halfway point. Still a long, long time to go for these drivers.
Yeah, still a very long time to go for these drivers, and it's really just a matter of this point of trying to keep things calm. It can be very easy to get too riled up at this point. It can also be very easy to get complacent at this point, especially if you're I'm looking at, for example, GSE Racing Esports in that LMP2 category who's in the middle of the sandwich, but Patrick Adamczyk not waiting around. He wants to move around the bus stop.
Oh my goodness, tight racing here for that 3rd place position. I thought he'd just be content with 4th after getting passed like that. Here with still 12 hours remaining, but Adamczyk just absolutely bonsaiing it on the outside, scraping the outside wall, I believe, going down into the braking zone. Has to give it up eventually. Now battle for that 6th place position in GTP. We got 3 drivers under a blanket here for 6th place. Lehman, Keene, Parker. Parker still trying to rebound for that incident we saw earlier where he got rear-ended going into the International Horseshoe, trying to make up those positions. I believe he had fallen over a lap down. He's kind of, he's actually unlapped himself and put himself in a position where he could maybe fight his way back into it if they get a lucky caution.
Yeah, if they get a lucky caution, he could be in good position. Bomberspatch, by the way, coming down into pit lane from P3 in the LMP2 category. Digital Chicane and Screeching Moose Motorsports in a little bit of a battle here at this point. The Mercedes trying to get a move on the Ferrari.
Yeah, our 2nd place Digital Chicane runner into 80. Trying to hold on to that position right now. Screeching Moose Motorsport all over the back bumper here through the S's. Screeching Moose has been fast. They've got some fast drivers. They won the Roar before the 24 a week ago, and they're trying to fight their way back up to the front. But, man, those Digital Chicane Ferraris are just quick, man. Especially at the nighttime, it just seems like they have found another gear.
Yeah, it really has, and that could be what we talked about earlier on, that some of these teams, some of these drivers may have set up the car for nighttime running. We have to remember that this is taking place what is ostensibly next weekend in the virtual world. It is January 27th, which means that this is going to be the majority of the race run in the nighttime. There you can see just past 1 a.m. virtual standard time. Excuse me, they've actually got to run today on that. But nevertheless, my point still remains. Long running in the night, so they may have set those Ferraris up to run better in cooler conditions such as this.
Yeah, and actually with it being January 20th, it's actually a longer nighttime period than it would be at January 27th. So probably smarter to start it or set it up for the nighttime maybe. But I mean, I don't know. 7 days probably doesn't change the distance too much. Maybe 10 minutes more at night just over the time. But still, the GTAM class here, Calvo and Parsons for that 2nd place position, man. They're just not really giving each other any breaks. I mean, still just 0.2 of a second. Looks like Screeching Moose Motorsports able to use that slipstream all the way down NASCAR 3 and 4. Now on the front straightaway, they're not content with that 3rd place position. He's looking at the outside here at the start-finish line down to turn 1.
And he's going to try to sweep around there. They've got to be careful because that's a GTP coming there as well. A little bit later into the corner. That's going to allow the Ferrari to move right back. GTP slips on by. How they didn't come together, I will never know, as that's an LMP2 trying to make their way through as well.
Oh, this is a hairy moment for the couple of GTAM competitors on the podium and everybody trying to get through them. We were talking to Santos way earlier in the broadcast, another driver for that number 5, and he was talking about risk mitigation, making sure they keep the bumper on that thing. I feel like Parsons in the 5 had this position, but he saw the GTP coming around the outside and thought better of it. Look at him let out of the gas right here. Just be a little bit smart, give that position back, thinking, man, I've still got half this race to go. Yeah, I might have had that move done. Maybe I went a little bit too late in the brakes to give him the possibility to come back, but I just feel like that was the right move, man. I mean, very, very smart racing there from Parsons in the 5. You can tell that that entire team is committed to risk mitigation and just being there at the end.
Yeah, and that run down into turn 1 there, you could tell had a little bit more momentum, and just rather than running wide and risking getting that GTP caught around the outside, chose to stamp on the binders a little bit more. Very, very good heads up. As you said, I like that strategy. I like that play. I like that intelligence from them. And look at this. Right as they come out of the bus stop here again, Parsons going to be right back on the tail of that Ferrari, and Calvo's going to have a mirror full of Mercedes AMG.
The only problem here is that LMP2 gets around. Maybe the Ferrari in the lead, or sorry, in second place of Calvo gets a little bit of a draft, but it just pulls away so fast that really it doesn't mean much for the Ferrari there. As he's getting passed on the outside from Parsons once again. Second burst, same as the first, going down into turn 1 side by side once again with the 5 on the outside. This time, no pressure from behind. Can he outbreak him into turn 1 and make it stick this time? Way around the outside. They're still going to be door to door through the S's.
He's going to have to try to hold the line here. Oh, but a little bit of a wiggle on corner exit is going to prevent that move from taking place there at that point. Thinks about a move down into the International Horseshoe, pokes the long nose of the Mercedes in. Let's watch on board here as he comes in. He had it. He was just tentative. He was just tentative getting back onto the throttle and being out into the marbles there. I think he, once again, car preservation taking priority over position.
I agree with you 100%, but it gets harder and harder to do that lap after lap. It feels like, even with 12 hours left in the race, right? We got 12 hours and 8 minutes. Let's say he goes at this again for the next 8 minutes and he continues to let him go every time. He may have it, but he's just kind of saving his race car. It gets harder to do that every single time you've just about completed the pass, because you start getting a little bit more frustrated, even with 12 hours remaining. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see him start pushing the envelope at some point. But so far, the last 2 times, through turn number 1 here after the start-finish line, I've liked what Parsons has done. I don't mind the timidness whatsoever. Oh, man, I was talking about timidness. It looked like he was about to make a move into the bus stop from way behind, which was not going to be timid whatsoever. But now we're looking at the battle for 10th, man. It just does not stop. In the GTP, Stop and Go Racing, Torque Freak Racing, once again, swapping positions. Stop and Go back up to 10.
Yeah. Stop and Go just absolutely on a move here, as our producer just said. Needs to take the stop out of their name because they're just going here at this point. Really good stuff for them. They are keeping the fight alive here. Granted, they are 2 laps down, but with the yellow flags, you never know how this is going to break out. Torque Freak trying to fight back on him a little bit.
Yeah, Torque Freak trying to come back, but and that's the thing too. They don't want to fight each other so much that they lose out another lap. Right to the 73 of Schroeder. They really need that full course yellow to come out before they go 3 laps down. I feel like at 2, you can really kind of bank on a couple of those full course yellows to come out and maybe give you a wave around back. But once you get 3, 4, 5, it becomes a lot more difficult to find a path back onto the lead lap. Now, in the first 3 hours of this race, we had 3 cautions, so it's not impossible, but it is very unlikely, as the last 2.5 hours we've had 0 cautions.
Yeah, and exactly. And again, those cautions dictated by an algorithm here at this point. So it is not down to number of incidents or anything like that you may see in other series. It is down to a randomization of the way this will play out. So we have no idea, nor do the drivers know, when that yellow will come.
No, they don't know whatsoever. And that adds to the strategy, right? You know, I feel like if you knew exactly where it was, everybody could just kind of plan for that strategy, and everybody would be on the exact same strategy. So I'm enjoying the algorithm-based cautions that we've got in a couple of our series here on Green Flag TV. The Beer League on Wednesdays also does the exact same thing. And it just adds a lot of strategy to the race, or you can I don't know, a mix of strategy, I suppose I should say. But I gotta say, now that we are back on board with that second place battle in the GT Am class, Digital Chicane and Screeching Moose Motorsports, them fighting has kind of brought Fusion SimSport back into this battle for P2. We've now got a 3-way battle for that podium position. Still, Fusion's a little bit far off compared to these two guys, but oh man, as both of the drivers for second place are getting overtaken by some faster class cars, it's going to slow them up even more and allow Fusion SimSport to close that gap.
Yeah, and that's your leader that actually just made their way on by him. They were at that point. That's Schroeder up in front of everything. That's going to be one of the leading LMP2s as well, making their way on through. So that's going to break up that fight a little bit. But that's the thing you have to kind of keep in mind here as you're going around. It's why it makes it so difficult as a GT driver in a multi-class field such as this. You've got to know when to give that time, know when to give it back, and know how to play back and forth with it.
Chicane able to kind of build out that gap now a little bit over Screeches finally. Did a little bit better with the traffic coming through and overtaking them as they get back onto the oval. Has kind of stretched that gap out to a second. So finally, Calvo into 80, number 80 Ferrari, able to kind of pull out a little bit. And finally, just not under immense pressure, like just lap after lap. Parsons has been right on his back bumper, not giving him a chance. But to be fair to Calvo, he is not bent under the pressure. He's done really, really well holding on to that second place ball.
Yeah, certainly is. And well, folks, here at this point, we've got to give a little bit of homage to the technical gods here, because on YouTube, we want to make sure that all of our stuff is listed here for the entire time. So we are going to take a quick break away here from comms. You're going to see everything go down for a second. If you're watching here on YouTube, make sure to look in the information section below. You'll see the link to part 3 of the race. Links are also in the chat, so make sure to click on over to that. We're going to be quiet here for about 30 seconds while we make that shift over, and we'll be back with you here in just a few moments' time.